Our man is trudging up the stone stairs of the clock tower when, clink, his heavy iron key slips and hits the floor. He pauses, looking back at it for a split second, about to reach down. But then, he stops. He won't be needing that door ever again. He finally reaches the high stone roof. As he takes a final, bitter sip of his ale, meet Arthur, 26 years old. He came to the capital with nothing but dreams of building the greatest trade guild with his brothers in arms. They bled for it. They struggled through every hardship the kingdom threw at them. But Arthur never saw the betrayal coming. After 1 year of massive success, just as they were finally rising, his closest friend Alistair stole everything. After the incident, his only thought was reclaiming his life. But he was broken, and trapped in a dark abyss of rage and confusion. He steps onto the edge of the stone battlement, thinking about how he'd shut out the world and everyone in it. Now, there was nothing left but the suffering. And then, unable to take the agony anymore, he decides to end it. No other choice, no other way out. He leans forward and lets go. Falling, he thinks he's finally free, until he opens his eyes. The cold sting of rain hits his face, and he hears the heavy downpour. He sits up, gasping for air. Why, he mutters, why couldn't he even finish this one simple thing? He looks up at the massive height he just fell from. Is he really that pathetic, that useless? Then he looks down, his hands feel shattered, yet there's not a single scratch on them. Then he hears it, a low, guttural groan coming from right beside him in the mud. Lightning cracks the sky open. Arthur's eyes widen in pure shock as the flash reveals something he never could have imagined. Scrambling back, he sees a man reaching out with a rotting, outstretched arm. It's a literal undead monster, groaning and dragging itself across the ground to grab him. Arthur screams. He turns his back and bolts, pure, desperate instinct taking over his body. His mind is racing as he runs. Was that a zombie? How is that even possible? Is this the afterlife? No, it can't be, because the rain. The thumping in his chest, the burning in his lungs, the icy water on his skin. His brain is processing it all. He's alive. He hits the main thoroughfare and stops dead. He's coming face to face with a whole pack of the undead. They're everywhere. He'd only been shut away in his room for a month. What the hell happened to the world while he was gone? Suddenly, a young boy sprints toward him, begging for help. But he trips. His foot catches on a loose stone, and he goes down screaming into the dirt. Arthur's jaw drops in pure, frozen terror. They're actually doing it. They're tearing the boy apart and eating him. He spins around and runs. Shock can wait. If he doesn't move now, he's the next meal on the menu. Lightning flashes again, across the storm-drenched capital sky. That's when he spots her, a girl standing right in the middle of a pack of monsters, but she's different. Something's off about her. She's perfectly still among them. Then, a blood-curdling shriek. She lunges, moving with impossible, explosive speed straight for Arthur. He's stunned. How did she even spot him from that far away? He dives to the side. The creature streaks past him like a blur, barely missing him as he rolls through the mud. She rounds the corner, expecting him to be there. She skids to a halt, head twitching in confusion because her prey has suddenly vanished. He realizes something terrifying. Regular undead aren't exactly slow, but that girl, that was abnormally fast. Arthur lets out a hollow, manic laugh with a twisted smile on his face. Well, I'm definitely dead this time. Boom, something starts slamming into the door right behind him. He freezes, wondering why he's even scared. Isn't this what he wanted? He starts running again. The door won't hold for long. He just tried to jump to his death, yet here he is, terrified of dying. Another monster turns the corner. Why is he so desperate to live? He nearly slams into 2 more zombies near the staircase as he scrambles upward. The fast zombie girl kicks the door off its hinges. Part of him thinks, just stop. Let them catch you. It's the quickest way out. But then it hits him. Falling is one thing, being devoured alive by those things, totally different. His body flat out refuses to obey. Again. As he climbs the stairs, he runs into 2 more monsters. Is this really the end he was looking for or not? He flashes back to the betrayal. looking his best friend Alistair in the eye and asking, "Why? We were brothers." Alistair just smirked at him. "You never did understand how the world works, Arthur. No wonder you ended up in this pathetic position." "Useless trash with no value," his ex-friend spat. "You deserve to be thrown away like garbage." Another memory, begging a noblewoman for a tiny loan. She didn't even look at him. "Your status is 0. I can't help you." Dee tried to leave this world on his own terms. He really had. But seeing this hellscape, it changed his mind. "Don't you touch me," he roars, planting a heavy boot into a zombie's chest. Suddenly, he's more determined than ever to live. He sprints up the tower stairs, dodging creatures left and right. "Get out of my way," he screams. He's not dying today. Still sprinting for his life, Arthur's shouting at the top of his lungs that he's definitely not going to die in this godforsaken hallway. A wild, desperate grin hits his face. He says that even though he almost gave up on life a second ago, he's officially changed his mind. He finishes his thought with a growl. Death won't fix the pain of his past, so he's refusing to let the darkness take him today. That's when the cursed maiden finally corners him, her eyes burning with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred as she locks onto her prey. She lunges, a blur of fury from his blind side, while Arthur vows to crush the traitor who did this, but first, he's gotta stay alive. Boom, a golden sigil flares as the divine system finally flickers to life. The maiden's claws whistle past his ear, smashing into the stone wall instead. Arthur stares at her trembling hand, heart hammering against his ribs. What in the hell is actually happening right now? The oracle's voice echoes in his head. Subject Arthur has been rerouted. First trial, active. An eligible candidate for the King's Guard has been found. Higher, Arthur's brain is lagging. Is he really supposed to recruit the very monster currently trying to rip his throat out? The prompt flashes, asking if he'll accept the contract, right as he remembers the literal army of cursed ghouls waiting just outside the gates. He thrusts his hand into the air, shouting that in a mess like this, he doesn't exactly have the luxury of saying no. He slams his palm down, smashing the spectral button to finalize the recruitment before the creature can strike again. Instantly, the maiden recoils, clutching herself as if her very soul is being rewritten. She lets out a piercing shriek, tears welling in her vacant eyes. A crimson flash floods his vision as the system displays a final notification. Knight's Oath activated. Recruitment successful. There she is, a young noblewoman with scars marring her skin and a tattered dress, staring at Arthur with a sudden, haunting clarity. Arthur's still reeling from the shock, but hey, he's got a job for her. He points to the horde and gives the order, wipe them out. She's like lightning. She blurs past him, dropping down the stairs with a heavy strike aimed straight at the ghoul lurking below. Crack, the impact is brutal and direct, sending the creature face-planting into the dirt with bone-shattering force. She rips an arm off the fallen beast and hurls it backward. Bullseye. It hits another zombie square in the face as she drops into a low stance. Then she drops into a perfect split, her legs snapping out like whips and knocking 2 more ghouls clean off their feet at once. She rolls, springs back up, and leaps back up the stone steps, blurring past Arthur in a whirl of steel and tattered fabric. The cursed don't even have time to growl before the girl is already back in their faces, raining down absolute hell on them. A twin cross strike sends the monsters flying off the balcony. Arthur, he's just standing there, jaw on the floor, watching her go absolute beast mode. In this godforsaken world, he realizes he's just hired the most terrifyingly efficient guard in the history of the kingdom. Finally, he can breathe. It's over. Then the oracle's voice chimes in, mission complete. Congratulations on surviving the first trial. His haul appears in the air. A sturdy traveler's pack, 100 royal credits, and something even better. A shot at the divine lottery. Arthur's pumped. He drops down, unbuckles the pack, and starts digging through his new gear immediately. He finds fresh tunics, dried rations, clean water, and actual weapons. He's finally armed and ready for a real fight. He pauses, staring at the glowing interface. What is this thing, really? But the kingdom is falling. At this point, a magical screen is the least weird thing happening. No time to overthink. He decides to roll the dice and see what the divine wheel has in store for him. He taps the massive emerald sigil. The oracle announces, "Ticket accepted." A giant shimmering wheel of fate manifests and starts spinning like crazy. As the colors blur together, the system explains the deal. Pure luck will determine his next random blessing or item. The wheel slows, clicks, and finally stops right on a small, glowing icon tucked away on the bottom right side. Congratulations, you've won a memory fragment of Seraphina. Arthur's just confused. A memory. What use is a piece of the past? He holds the glowing shard, asking the oracle for details. He figures it's like those progression drops from the old legends. He turns the fragment over in the light, wondering how he's even supposed to use a piece of someone's mind. The second he touches the glass, it erupts in a blinding flash. Before he can blink, the world dissolves and he's sucked right into the shard. Arthur stumbles, disoriented. He's standing in front of a grand merchant guild called the Gilded Rose, watching a man approach the reception desk. Arthur flinches as the man walks toward him, but he doesn't even notice. He walks straight through Arthur's chest like he's a ghost. The man stops at the counter and calls out, "Seraphina!" She looks up, polite and professional, asking if there's anything else he needs. It finally clicks. He's a spectator in her past. He's literally walking through her memories, invisible to everyone in this room. Her manager sighs, telling her she's the most competent worker they've got, but the guild's situation is looking pretty grim lately. Seraphina just smiles. "It's okay," she says. She's just a farm girl who came to the capital with nothing but her name and no education. She's just grateful to have the job. The boss looks guilty as hell when she offers to take only half her usual wages to help out. He promises to pay her back once the guild recovers, and she just beams with excitement, thanking him like he's doing her a massive favor. Arthur tells Alara to keep up the incredible work she's been doing, while he watches her from the shadows, impressed. Alara looks down, spotting a beautiful silk hair ribbon on the floor. She picks it up, fastens it into her hair, and smiles at her reflection. It was the very first thing she ever bought with her own hard-earned wages. She whispers that ever since she escaped that cursed noble estate, she swore to find happiness, no matter how dark the world became. Taking a deep breath, she declares that one day she'll finally own a manor of her own. Arthur can't help but smile at her, noting that she's surprisingly optimistic for someone in her position. Suddenly, snap, Arthur finds himself back in the cold reality of the present, wondering if the vision of her past has already faded away. Right on cue, his magical interface flickers to life with a side quest. Return to the Merchants Guild office and recover Alara's lost hair ribbon. He checks the rewards, but one thing catches his eye. What exactly does employee loyalty signify? He flashes a smirk, glances at Alara, and tells her that after seeing how she shredded those monsters, he's happy to let her handle the heavy lifting. But first, they need to move out and finish this quest. Cut to a massive stone building looming in the night, a few flickering lights still burning inside. Having geared up in fresh armor and travel clothes, the duo arrives at the guild headquarters. Alara, looking sharp in her new gear, is already a whirlwind of violence, kicking ghouls through the walls of the West Tower. Arthur, also in new attire, is still floored by the sheer combat power of his undead companion. He just stands there, watching in awe as she launches ghouls into the sky like ragdolls, feeling pretty lucky she's on his payroll. He heads deeper into the manor, thinking that while she's busy clearing the floor, he needs to track down that ribbon and fast. After scouring the desks near the main ledger, there it is, the silk ribbon tucked away in the corner. He turns around, ready to share the good news, but a stray ghoul comes flying right over his head. Panic sets in. Is she trying to kill him or just scaring him half to death? Then it hits him, when she's in a bloodlust. She doesn't care who's in the way, throwing bodies in every direction. Yet, in the middle of all that carnage, she suddenly stops and locks eyes with him. He doesn't like that look, not one bit. He stares back, frozen. the interface rings out a chilling warning. The employee's loyalty is dangerously low, and she might just confuse her master for a monster. His heart sinks as she glares at him like he's a fresh steak. So that's what loyalty is for. Arthur bolts for a heavy oak door, shouting about terrible game design as he fumbles with the latch while she stalks him like prey. He barely makes it inside, slamming the door shut and yelling that this is the second time she's tried to hunt him down. No magic shields are coming to save him this time. He grabs a heavy cabinet, dragging it across the floor to barricade the entrance. Outside, the wood groans under the force of her blows as she hammers on the door with terrifying strength. He knows he has to wrap this up. That door won't survive her power for long. He's got the ribbon. But he still needs the gold for her wages. He finally turns around to scan the room and nearly jumps out of his skin. There in the shadows is the former guild master, now a rotting ghoul, mindlessly counting stacks of gold coins. Arthur winces, wondering if this is really the same man he saw in the memories. The malice coming off the creature is thick. He realizes this snake lied to Alara, claiming the guild was broke while he hoarded everything. He looks just like the friend who betrayed Arthur in his past life. Even in death, all this monster cares about is his gold. Arthur drifts into a dark trance, but the sound of Alara splintering the door behind him snaps him back to the here and now. He approaches the ghoul, stating he's only taking the 2,000 sovereigns meant for Alara, and the rest can rot with him. But the moment he touches the gold, a cold, dead hand clamps down on his arm. He freezes, heart hammering against his ribs. The guild master stops counting, slowly turning his hollow, rotting face toward Arthur. Arthur draws his dagger, asking if the greedy bastard really won't let go. The monster lets out a guttural snarl and lunges. Arthur leaps back, dagger held in a defensive stance, even though the creature's grip is still tight on his arm. Fine then, time to see if this new blade is worth the coin. With a lightning-fast strike, the ghoul's arm goes flying, and Arthur notes with a grin that the steel is incredibly sharp. He pivots, ready to end it, declaring that the next swing is taking the monster's life. But then, clang, a sudden impact sends his dagger spinning across the room. He's stunned. Before he can react, the boss lets out a piercing shriek and tackles him to the floor. Arthur struggles desperately, pinned under the weight of the beast. The ghoul lunges for his throat, snapping its teeth. It misses the neck, but its jaw slams hard into Arthur's shoulder. He's terrified. Is this it? Is he about to become ghoul food in some dusty office? Calm down, he tells himself. Think. He needs to get this thing off him. He remembers the obsession, the gold. Reaching out with a shaking hand, he manages to grab a handful of scattered bills from the floor. He tosses the money into the air, screaming for the boss to look, and the greedy monster's eyes follow the gold instantly. It actually works. The gold distraction sends the hollowed overseer into a total panic, scrambling for the coins like his very life depends on those falling sovereigns. Arthur sees the opening. The bait was taken. No time to waste. He lunges, grabs his blade, and charges the monster, shouting that these corrupt guilds always treat their men like absolute filth. The undead lord is pathetic, still clawing at the gold coins on the stone floor, completely oblivious to the threat closing in. I'm done with your ways, Arthur roars, rejecting everything that monster stood for as he brings his sword down in a brutal, vertical arc. A clean strike. He splits the zombie squarely in half, one side falling left, the other right. He just stands there, coolly waiting for his blade to clear. He makes a vow then and there. The new noble house he plans to build will never, ever exploit those who serve under him. He'll treat them like family, period. We cut back to Alina, the undead girl, standing frozen and staring straight into the void. She's still at her former manor, but the rags are gone, replaced by the fine silks Arthur found for her. A new dawn breaks over the kingdom's stone spires, light piercing the clouds. Arthur approaches from the shadows behind the girls. He's fiddling with a ribbon. It was torn, but he tried his best to fix it, telling her not to run off if it looks a bit messy. He ties it gently. Look, he says, beaming. The undead girl just brings her hands to her chest, looking lost in thought. Then a soft breeze. A tiny, gentle smile plays on her lips. Arthur sees it, and honestly, he actually blushes. He plays it off immediately, muttering that he probably just imagined it, while Alina just tilts her head in total confusion. This is it, the start of their journey to build a new order in this dying world and recover every lost fragment of her memory. The city is crawling with the hollowed, but Arthur remembers his past, a man who failed. Saw his business go bankrupt and was ready to end it all, until the great curse hit. 5 days later, he's been mastering this divine system nonstop. He's got new tricks now, like recruiting undead retainers and earning boons for completing holy tasks. As long as he plays his cards right, he'll have a legendary team formed in no time. Alina is still out there, effortless as ever, shattering undead skulls just like she's been doing all week. Arthur joins the fray too, his own blade flashing as he carves through the horde. He's smiling. It's been years since he felt this alive, like he's finally stitching his broken self back together. He calls out to the system, asking for a new objective. "Stockpile resources," it commands. Arthur smirks. That sounds like a plan. He actually loves this part. Grinning, he turns back to call out to the girl. But she's distracted, staring at nothing. Arthur stops. Why is she acting even stranger than usual today? He shakes the thought off for now. "Free shopping," he jokes. It's the apocalypse after all. They head toward a massive storehouse swarming with the undead. Alina handles the heavy lifting, kicking heads while Arthur scours the shelves for food. It's almost peaceful. With Alina guarding him, he can actually take his time finding exactly what he needs. 2 monsters try to sneak up. Bam! She sends them flying through the air like they're made of straw. "Wait," Arthur frowns, her destructive power. It seems off today. Usually, her kicks send them crashing through shelves, accidentally helping him find the hidden supplies he's looking for. He kneels down to pick up a tin that rolled over, St. Jude's cured beef. He smiles, thinking he owes this find to the girl's incredible strength. "Alina," no answer, she's just standing there. He calls again, she turns, and she's crying. His heart drops. He rushes toward her, desperate to know what happened. But then something grabs his ankle. That monster she kicked, it's not dead. Suddenly, more of them start closing in. He realizes it now. Not a single one she defeated was actually killed. He grabs her hand, dragging her back, screaming at the system. Why is she suffering like this? The answer is simple. She's starving. Because she hasn't eaten, her performance has completely tanked. "How do I fix this?" Arthur panics. "How do I feed her?" They're retreating now. The system offers an exchange, points for retainer rations. "Do it, now." He draws his steel, holding the line while the system counts down 30 minutes for the meal to be ready. Surrounded, Arthur looks at the sheer number of undead closing in and wonders how they got boxed in so fast. He's trying to think, but Alina is weeping behind him. For a second, he wonders, is this where it ends? Then a voice, "This way," a girl at a side door, waving them into the shadows. Cedric clenches his teeth, weighing his options. Dagger in one hand and Sarah's hand in the other, he bolts forward, warning anyone in his path to move or face the consequences. Facing a snarling ghoul, Cedric demands if the beast didn't realize his companion was starving. He hurls himself at the undead, finishing his thought with a shout, "And I'm in a bloody hurry." He charges, his dagger pinning the ghoul as he shoves it backward through the heavy oak door. The moment they cross the threshold, the door slams shut. Arthur stumbles to his feet, thanking Sarah. "If you hadn't stepped in, I'd have been dog meat for sure." Then he feels the cold steel of a blade against his throat. Sarah, standing behind him, coolly tells him there's no need for gratitude just yet. A voice from the shadows demands the rations he just scavenged. Suddenly, he's surrounded by a group of desperate survivors, all leveling weapons at his chest. The girl insists he hand over the food, her voice shaking as she claims she doesn't want to hurt him. Cedric realizes he's outnumbered and outgunned until Sarah recovers, while the thugs grow impatient, threatening to take it by force. He flashes a grin and agrees to share. Reaching into his pack, he pulls out a tin of preserved beans and holds it out for them to see. Two of the men snatch it instantly, tearing into the food like ravenous wolves. Cedric watches them, telling them to slow down. There's enough for everyone. Sarah apologizes for their desperation. They've been trapped in this dungeon for 3 days without a single bite to eat. She explains they weren't always monsters, but the plague of the undead has stripped them of their humanity. Arthur is stunned. Even with the horrors outside, he never expected people would choose to rot in the dark rather than fight for survival. Another thug steps forward, demanding every scrap of food and water he possesses. Cedric scoffs. The man is asking for far too much. A voice from behind sneers that since he's so generous, he must have a secret stash and surely won't miss a little more. Cedric stands tall. He points out the irony. They're too cowardly to face the ghouls, but brave enough to bully a man in the same sinking boat. A shadow looms behind him as a man orders the largest thug to start searching his pockets. The girl begs them to stop. He's already given them food. There's no need for this cruelty. The man, Baron Blackwood, snarls at her. The kingdom has fallen, girl. Steal now or be stolen from. Cedric sighs, throwing his hands up in mock defeat. Fine, take whatever you want. The men start rummaging through his gear while the ghoul girl remains frozen, watching in silence. Suddenly, a scratching sound echoes from the stone rafters above. Something is trying to force its way out of the ceiling. The men close in to strip him of his weapons, and Cedric knows if they take his blade, he's finished. Tied up and cornered, he mentions he has a stash of salted ham strapped to his leg. The thugs freeze. Did he say ham? Everyone leans in, demanding to know why he kept that secret until now. They all start arguing over who gets the prize, each man having a different plan for the hidden meat. Seeing his opening, Cedric tells them if they want it, they can go fetch it, and he flings the ham far into the darkness. The meat skids across the floor in the distance. Instantly, the group forgets Cedric and scrambles after the food like wild dogs. A scrawny thief leads the pack, drooling as he mocks the heavier men for being too slow to beat him. He grabs the ham, ecstatic and covered in spit. One of the larger men curses his weight, having missed it by a single shelf. Suddenly, the ham hits the floor alone. One man asks where the scrawny thief went, but the woman beside him doesn't care. She just wants the meat. Sarah tries to tell Beatrice to calm down, sensing something wrong. Suddenly, a man screams for Sarah to run. Beatrice is on the ground, paralyzed by whatever is looming in front of her. He begs for her to save him, but the girl stands there in total shock, unable to process the horror unfolding. Meanwhile, Cedric realizes the rope they used to bind him is incredibly tight. Sarah and the older man come sprinting back, and Cedric wonders why they're retreating so fast. She frantically unties him, screaming for him to run. The ghoul girl catches a scent in the air. Cedric asks what's happening, and with a trembling voice, Sarah whispers that Beatrice was devoured. Cedric asks if it was the ghouls, but Sarah shakes her head in terror. Before she can explain, a massive weight slams into the wall above them. The ghoul girl stares up at a nightmare of 1,000 eyes and giant, serrated teeth. An eldritch abomination, looking like a multi-eyed sea beast with a cavernous maw, emerges from the shadows. Cedric wonders if this thing is a forgotten monster or some twisted evolution of the plague. A man runs for his life, the beast's mouth agape right behind him. The monster's jaws snap shut around the man, leaving nothing but his hands clawing at the air. Sarah and Cedric watch in absolute horror, while the older man bolts for the exit behind them. The man reaches the door, his mind racing. He refuses to die in this hellhole. He has to get out now. Kaelin sees the old lord's hand on the latch and shouts, "Don't open that door." But it's too late. The moment it cracks, a rotting face is already there, jaws unhinged and ready to feast. The lord gets bitten instantly. Absolute amateur move. Kaelin can't believe how stupid these nobles can be. And just like that, the floodgates open. The undead start pouring through the doorway the old man left wide open. Our boy draws his blade. He's slashing through the horde, thinking that while this Kraken beast isn't as tough as his legendary mentor, he still needs to buy every second he can. Ding, the system flags the mission as lethal. Now the monster starts dragging its massive bulk toward them. Lady Jane cowers behind Gwen, the blighted girl who's acting as stone-faced as ever. Kalen roars out his servant's name. As he turns, a stray undead lunges for his throat, but Kalen's faster. He stops it cold, though for a second he really thought this was the end of the line. Then the system speaks. Danger level critical. It's time to activate collaborative soul link mode. System update. Gwen's combat synchronization is officially online. Suddenly, Gwen's scars begin to peel away, swirling through the air and wrapping around Kalen's body like armor. He stares at his own arms, wondering what kind of insane magic this link actually is. The system doesn't miss a beat, starting to dump the technical details into his brain. An undead charges. Kalen throws a punch, boom. It sends the monster flying. Another one corners Lady Jane, and her scream echoes through the hall. In a flash, Kalen leaps. One clean strike with his dagger right across the creature's spine. He looks at the next wave and tells the system to shut up. He doesn't need a lecture. What just happened already told him everything he needs to know about this power. He's tearing through the undead like tissue paper. He wonders, is he finally on the same level as his powerhouse servant? The system clarifies. To be exact, their physical attributes have perfectly synchronized. Pure power. Suddenly, a mace comes down from above, crushing an undead sneaking up behind him. It's Gwen. She's back, standing there with a mouthful of food, casually chewing away. Kalen's eyes light up. Fully charged. Having her back on the front lines makes everything a hell of a lot easier. He glares at the Kraken. All right, he says, let's wrap this up together. The two of them sprint straight for the beast. Tentacles lash out like whips, but they're moving like lightning, dodging every strike with ease. They close the gap. Kalen spots the opening and screams for Gwen. Now, finish it. The dust settles. The monster is a wreck, covered in holes and deep gashes from head to toe. Game over. A survivor watching from the shadows can only shiver. These two are monsters. He thanks the heavens he never tried to cross them. A bit later, they finally make it outside. Mission cleared, stomachs full. Lady Jane comes running after them, desperate for them to stay. She begs them, saying she and her friend won't last a day out here alone. Kalen looks at her. She's actually got some spirit in a fight. She starts to ask, but Kalen cuts her off before she can even finish. No, not happening. He points to a stash of water, rations, and steel. It's enough to last them weeks. Consider it payment for the hideout. But here's the kicker. He's not about to play nice with someone who once pointed a blade at his throat. He turns his back and walks away. Good luck, you'll need it. Once they're clear, he remembers he still has that lottery reward waiting in his system. Time to roll the dice. He hits the button on the floating screen in front of him. A massive roulette wheel manifests, spinning wildly. Kalen's heart is racing. What kind of epic treasure is he about to get? The wheel stops. Kalen stares, his jaw hitting the floor. Is the system serious? A loaf of bread and a single cup of coffee. It's been ages since he's seen a real breakfast, but he can't help feeling like he just burned a legendary ticket on a snack. Beside him, the expressionless Gwen is actually drooling while staring at Kalen's prize. He notices her laser focus. He moves the bread to the left. Her eyes follow to the right. She's locked on. Oh, she wants it. He breaks off a piece and hands it over. Even with that blank stare, you can tell she's absolutely thrilled. Ping, system alert. Giving a servant her favorite meal has boosted her loyalty and unlocked a brand new skill slot. Kalen smiles at her. Next time you're hungry, just tell me. I'll make sure you're fed. The system presents 3 options to fill the new slot. Time to choose. But Kalen isn't picking blindly. Let me test them first, he grumbles. The choices: violent, immortal, and furious god of war. Surprisingly, the system agrees. He gets a trial run, but he has to make his final choice the moment it's over. They head down to the Royal Harbor, a place they'd scouted during yesterday's chaos. It's perfect, wide open space and packed with targets. No better place to see what these skills can really do. We see hordes of the undead, wandering aimlessly between the massive shipping containers. Kaylin perches on top of a crate like a predator. All right, system, let's start with furious god of war. Gwen doesn't wait. She's already a blur heading for the crowd. Cedric's undead maiden, Alara, suddenly freezes, focusing every ounce of raw mana into her wrist. Then, boom, she throws a devastating haymaker that sends the surrounding ghouls flying like ragdolls. Cedric's jaw hits the floor. One punch, just one, and the entire pack of undead was literally blasted into the sky. It's clear as day. This specific combat art is a total game-changer for clearing out massive swarms in seconds. Next up, he commands his divine grimoire to trigger the eternal Aegis blessing. Instantly, Alara is swallowed by a swirling vortex of emerald light, letting out a bone-chilling shriek. Every blighted monster in the district snaps their head toward her. Cedric realizes what's happening. She's acting as a beacon, drawing all their malice and hatred directly onto herself. And check this out. Those jagged scars on her skin start glowing green as her flesh begins to knit back together right before his eyes. So the blessing doesn't just heal her, it turns her into an irresistible target for the undead. Cedric thinks it's absolutely brilliant. Ready for more, he signals the grimoire to unleash the most dangerous one yet, the Berserker's Wrath. Cedric immediately scrambles for cover, praying she won't lose her mind and hunt him down like the last time she went rogue. Alara's hair defies gravity, standing on end as she absorbs the violent surge of power. Her eyes change. Usually vacant, they suddenly sharpen into a gaze that's cold, focused, and terrifyingly serious. She becomes a blur of pure destruction, tearing through everything in her path. Cedric reads the grimoire's warning. Her striking power is off the charts now, but she'll be completely drained once the timer hits 0. The explosion of energy eventually peaks, leaving her standing there with wisps of crimson mana steaming off her body. Using a massive stone cargo crate as a springboard, she launches herself at a new cluster of ghouls. The impact is insane, earth-shattering force, dust everywhere, and bodies flying in every direction. One stray ghoul gets tossed toward a mysterious figure in the shadows, who reaches out and catches its skull in midair like it's nothing. Then, without a second thought, she crushes it. A violent burst of dark energy erupts right from her palm, vaporizing what was left of the monster. Both Cedric and Alara freeze, sensing a new, overwhelming presence. Emerging from the wreckage is a girl clad in obsidian leather, with demonic horns and jagged bone spikes protruding from her elbows. Cedric stares at those lethal spikes, his blood running cold. Is this a mutated high-tier undead? Alara doesn't wait. She sprints across the crates, launching a high-velocity kick, but the white-haired newcomer actually manages to tank the hit. Cedric is stunned. Even with the Berserker's Wrath active, that lethal strike was completely neutralized. This thing is in a league of its own. As the two girls clash in a storm of steel and bone, Cedric realizes they've never faced anything this dangerous. The clock is ticking. Alara's berserker power is already flickering out. If they don't end this fight right now, they're dead meat. Time for a joint assault. If he activates the Soul Link resonance and charges in now, they might just have a chance. But the enemy is too strong. He signals Alara to fall back as the mode sinks, and they both start a desperate sprint away from the mutated horror. He risks a glance back, and holy hell, that thing is fast. Too fast. He draws his steel dagger, seeing more figures blocking the path ahead. Wait, those aren't monsters. It's just a terrified boy who starts screaming for his life the second he sees Cedric's blade. Cedric skids to a halt. He doesn't even wait for an answer before grabbing the kid by the collar and dragging him along. The poor guy is stumbling, begging Cedric to let go, completely overwhelmed by the sudden kidnapping. The boy tries to tell them to stay calm, but then Alara, his undead guardian, skids to a halt right in front of them. The kid's calm attitude disappears instantly. He points at Alara, shaking like a leaf, and shrieks that she's one of those mutated monsters. Cedric rolls his eyes. Oh, so now you want to panic. The kid doesn't argue, he just lets out a curse and tells them to keep moving. Cedric keeps his pace, thinking hard. Mutated or not, she's still undead. There has to be a weakness he can exploit. He ducks into a narrow cobblestone alley, shouting for the boy to follow, only to find a massive stone wall. It's a dead end. And the mutant? She's already right behind them. It's a desperate showdown. Alara jumps back into the fray, but Cedric knows she can't win this head-on. He needs a plan, and he needs it 5 seconds ago. That's when a strange, pungent scent hits him. It's familiar, and potentially very dangerous. He spins toward the chubby kid. The satchel. Give it to me now. The kid fumbles with the straps, confused out of his mind. No time to explain. Cedric roars. If you don't want to be ghoul food, hand it over. The kid tosses the bag. Cedric starts swinging it like a flail, shouting for Alara to clear the blast zone. He hurls the satchel high into the air, right over the mutant's head. With a flash of silver, the monster effortlessly slices the bag in half. Big mistake. The satchel was packed with flasks of highly flammable lamp oil, which drenched the white-haired monster from head to toe. Get back, Cedric yells, flicking a sparkstone lighter and tossing it into the oil-soaked air. He's already celebrating before the flame even lands. A massive whoosh echoes through the alley as the whole place turns into an absolute inferno. But the celebration is short-lived. Through the wall of orange flames, a terrifying silhouette emerges. The mutated knight is still walking toward them. Move, 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 Cedric shouts, dragging the kid away. Once they're safe, he lets out a breath, thanking the chubby guy for having a bag full of alchemical fire starters. The poor kid is a nervous wreck, barely processing that they're still breathing. He's terrified about what he'll tell his guild. But Cedric, he's busy, because the divine grimoire just flashed with a brand new mission. This eccentric fellow won't stop whimpering, terrified that the noble Lady Margaret is going to toss him to the roaming undead. Then, out of nowhere, his eyes light up with desperate hope as he asks 𝑨𝒑𝒏 if there's any chance of a job opening. Nearby, scouts are whispering in the shadows. The undead numbers are surging, and strange travelers have been spotted lurking around the kingdom's borders lately. We finally see the scouts, 2 sentries peering through the mist. One points a trembling finger at a dark shape in the distance, and the other nods, his face pale. He sees it too. Boom, right on cue, our lead, 𝑨𝒑𝒏, drops from the rafters like a vengeful hawk, burying his blade into a rotting walker while Barnaby, the stout merchant, watches from safety above, shaking like a leaf. The scene shifts to a hidden sanctuary, where weary survivors are huddled together in the flickering torchlight. 𝑨𝒑𝒏 strides in, exhaling a breath of relief as he announces their arrival, with Barnaby scurrying in right behind him. Suddenly, a golden scroll flashes in 𝑨𝒑𝒏's mind. Mission accomplished. He's a bit annoyed that he only earned basic merit points, but the divine voice clarifies things quickly. He can trade 100 points for a royal bounty draw whenever he feels lucky. Before they can settle in, the sound of steel ringing out fills the air. Guards surround them, spears leveled at their chests, demanding to know who these intruders are. Barnaby nearly trips over his own feet, trying to de-escalate, frantically waving his hands and introducing himself as Barnaby of the Southern Trade. A grizzled guard barks at him for an explanation. Barnaby stammers through the story. He was cornered by the horde and failed to secure the sacred oil, but these 2 warriors saved his skin, so he brought them to see the commander. The guard scoffs but gestures toward the heights. The commander is up on the battlements, and a scout named Lyra will lead the way. 𝑨𝒑𝒏 is actually impressed. He didn't expect to find such a pristine stronghold in a world of decay, but Lyra explains this was an elite royal infirmary. It's been kept spotless since the fall. While 𝑨𝒑𝒏 admires the military precision of the camp, poor Barnaby is having a total meltdown, his knees knocking together as they climb the stone stairs. Lyra explains that the order here is all thanks to their commander's iron fist. She assigns every soul a task and keeps the chaos at bay. They pass 2 children sprinting through the corridors, only to be stopped by a knight's shout. Training is in session, and commoners are strictly forbidden from the upper deck. After Lyra explains she's bringing in potential recruits, The heavy iron gates groan open, granting them access to the rooftop. There she is, a woman standing tall with a heavy mace in hand, screaming at her squires that they shouldn't just be dodging the undead. They need to learn how to strike back. 3 terrified boys stand before a row of snarling ghouls, all bound by heavy iron chains. This is it, their very first taste of real combat. The commander's voice cuts through the air like a whip. She tells them there are no second chances out there. Use your heads or lose them. What are the weaknesses of the rot? She demands. One boy shouts back that they loathe the light. They're sluggish at dawn and blinded by any bright flash. Another squire adds that their hearing is their greatest weapon. They track every snap of a twig. The commander whistles her mace through the air with terrifying speed. Rule number 3, total annihilation. The boys look absolutely petrified as they nod in unison. A soldier interrupts, calling out, "Captain Beatrix, Barnaby has returned." She doesn't even turn around, simply asking if he secured the oil they need. Barnaby steps forward, his voice cracking as he admits the truth. He came back empty-handed. Beatrix turns, and the air turns cold. She's livid. Without that oil, they can't fuel the great lanterns, and the new recruits will be slaughtered during night training. She closes the distance with a murderous glare. She reminds him that he made a vow, 3 times he promised, and 3 chances she gave him. Then she loses it. She calls him a worthless piece of trash and tells him to pack his things and get out of the fortress by sunset. She points her mace at 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆, declaring she won't take in any more strays recommended by a failure. They're all exiled. 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 doesn't blink. He tells her to take a breath and stop being so quick to kick people into the gutter. After all, he's not here for charity, he's here for business. Beatrix pauses, then bursts into a mocking laugh. She gestures around at her walls. They have food, wine, medicine, and steel. Everything a survivor could want. She looks at 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆's small group with pure disdain. A team of 2. She asks if they're actually delusional enough to think they have anything she needs. But then, disaster strikes. One of the rusted chains holding the training ghouls snaps, sending a heavy barrel crashing to the stone floor. 3 ravenous undead are suddenly free, sprinting toward the crowd. The squires start wailing in terror. The sun has dipped below the horizon, and the monsters are now at their peak strength. One boy falls back, screaming for the captain to save him. 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 just sighs and snaps his fingers. He calls for Alara, his silent guardian, who merely taps her knuckles together in a chilling display of readiness. In a blur of motion, Alara lunges at the ghouls. Lyra and Barnaby can only stare in absolute shock, wondering why this undead girl is fighting on the side of the living. While the chaos unfolds, 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 knows he knows they need that oil and he can get it. His price: sanctuary for him and Barnaby within these walls. The entire rooftop goes silent. They can't believe the gall of this guy. But 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 just keeps his cool. He tells them that in an apocalypse, friends are a liability, but businessmen, they're reliable. As Alara mows down the last of the ghouls, he promises that as long as there's profit, he'll be the best ally they've ever had. Cut to the skyline of the ruined city. Barnaby is losing his mind, asking if 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 is seriously suggesting they trek to the grand bazaar in the middle of this nightmare. No magic, no clean water, and definitely no lanterns. It's a death trap. 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 shuts him down fast. No one forced him to sign up, and since he's here, he needs to stop whining like an old man and move his feet. A shimmering E-rank scroll unfurls in the air before them. Flashing back to the negotiation, Beatrix shows them the contract, a client who's been with the fortress since the world fell apart. 𝒑𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 thinks it sounds like a simple errand for a child. The objective: reach the royal playground at the center of the great plaza. Back to the present. Our main man, Sir Arthur, is grumbling. To earn his keep at the stronghold, he's stuck babysitting this noble brat for the time being. Suddenly, movement. Arthur spots a ghoul sprinting at them from the shadows and barks at the kid to stay glued to his side. Then crack, something smashes the undead's skull. It's the veteran, Sir Cedric. Young William calls him a fossil, and we finally get the kid's name, William. But get this, He's not storming the citadel to play knight. He's looking for his father, the missing duke. Cedric admits the kid actually learned some swordplay at the outpost, but let's be real. If the duke is still in that citadel, his survival odds are basically zero. William knows. He just needs to see if his old man turned into one of those things. He tells Alina that if his father is a monster, he's going to be the one to end him. Arthur's actually impressed. Suddenly, this simple E-rank escort mission just spiked to a B-rank suicide run. We flash back to the past. A gloved hand opening and closing, clutching a small, knitted toy rabbit. A little girl is giggling nearby. She's watching a man in a heraldic lion mantle perform and begs the lion to do it again. Her father pulls off the heavy mask, breathing hard. She asks him why he loves making the common folk smile so much. He points to the crowds. People have lonely, sad, and painful days, he says. He asks his son if one person being cheered up by a performance could change their entire day. William asks if he's joking, but the Duke has never been more serious. Laughter is the truest magic, he says. Cut back to the present and the brat's face is like stone. He explains to Arthur that if his father became a ghoul, he'd never forgive himself for living as a man-eating monster. Cedric asks if that's the real reason he's risking his neck. William nods. He has to do this himself. Arthur notices something off. They've cleared the 3rd floor of the citadel and haven't seen a single undead soul yet. He raises his torch, heart racing. Hope this isn't a trap, he mutters. Then a sound. Something ahead grabs his attention. Oh gods, a mutant horror appears. It's a grotesque fusion of mangled bodies and a royal carriage. Ahead near the driver's seat, holding the reins, mumbles something. It definitely knows they're there. The whole mass of flesh shifts like a war chariot. The driver yanks the wheel, and the carriage swerves right toward them. It lets out a bone-chilling shriek, loud enough to wake every sleeper in the citadel. The horde answers. They're charging. Arthur curses it's an ambush. William snaps that the older boy jinxed them the moment he mentioned a trap. Arthur doesn't waste a second. He calls for Alina. She steps forward, eyes glowing, ready for blood. She lunges into the fray. Arthur finally realizes why the other knights at the stronghold refused this job. It's pure madness. Alina tears through the front line like a whirlwind, heading straight for that massive carriage beast. She leaps, winding up a strike that could shatter stone. Boom! Her boot connects right with the carriage's front frame. The beast is stunned. It just sits there, still clutching the steering wheel, completely unable to process the hit. Then the heavy frame snaps off and hits the floor with a thud. The mutant roars in pure fury, hurling the wheel at the wall. The impact is insane. The whole wall collapses on top of Alina. Arthur screams her name, blinded by the smoke and rubble. He tries to find her in the chaos. He tells William to find a place to hide, but the boy is frozen, staring into the dark. He points. A ghoul wearing a tattered lion mantle walks toward them. That's my father, he whispers. Memory hits him, his dad, the proud duke in his festive gear. Reality is a nightmare. The lion's suit is stained in blood and filth. Cedric shouts at William to fall back, but the boy's eyes are like flint. He tells Arthur to take Alina and run. This debt, he settles it himself. Arthur tries to argue, but the kid cuts him off. Trust me, just remember your mission. Arthur actually smiles. Fine, he's all yours. Then he starts scaling the rubble to cover the flank. He can't believe it. That little brat actually grew a backbone of steel. What a formidable human being. Nearby, a ghoul snaps its jaws at Alina. Big mistake. She caves its skull in with one swift kick. But they're coming from everywhere. She's blocking, she's striking, but she's clearly getting surrounded by the horde. A rotted hand yanks her hair, pulling her down. She's vanishing under a sea of teeth and claws. Alina's gone, just a mountain of undead where she stood. Arthur watches and roars, fight your way up. Kaboom! Ghouls go flying in every direction. Alina erupts from the center, fist raised high, gasping for air. Arthur grins. Forgot how to fight without me, did you? He drops down next to her. You take the big one, the small fry are mine. She screams her battle cry. Arthur doesn't hold back. He triggers his Berserker God and Soul Link abilities. Alina's wounds reflect on Arthur's own skin as they charge their targets. Two warriors, one soul, tearing through the darkness. Meanwhile, young William walks into the dark alone with his torch. "Stay calm," he whispers. "We trained for this." Arthur vows that if his father is still out there, he'll bring him home. But if he's turned into a blighted monster, he'll end it. He knows a noble man like his father would never forgive himself if he became a mindless, man-eating horror. He treks a bit further, trembling as he rounds a dark corner, only to find a figure slumped in a shredded, filthy bear pelt costume. The boy takes a shaky breath, mutters, "This is it," and charges, until a scavenger on the ground grabs his ankle, sending him crashing down. The commotion catches the bear-costumed monster's attention, and it starts lurching toward him with rotting arms outstretched. Arthur frantically beats back the scavenger clinging to his leg, while the larger threat keeps closing in. He glances back, realizes the bear monstrosity is locked onto him, and honestly, he thinks he's as good as dead. Meanwhile, Alaric wonders why every single time he steps outside the walls, he runs into some freakish new type of mutated undead. He notices that Alara isn't entering her emergency combat state like before, meaning this particular beast must be a lower-tier threat. Suddenly, the massive iron carriage monster moves sideways in a bizarre lurch, lets out a deafening screech, and glares right at him. One of the tormented faces embedded in the carriage's mouth begins to pulse and swell in a sickening, unnatural way. Its blackened veins bulge, then, boom, it explodes with a violent roar, but Alaric manages to react just in time. He dives clear, narrowly dodging the blast, wondering if that monstrosity was actually some kind of necrotic jet engine. The carriage beast growls, locking eyes with him, but Alaric just smiles. He's actually starting to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. As it fires more necrotic bolts, Alaric realizes the trick. No matter how heavy the armor, a carriage without a driver is useless. He barks an order to Alara, telling her to ignore the bulk and put everything she's got into shattering its head. Obediently, Alara launches herself like a cannonball, charging straight for the driver's skull with blinding, superhuman speed. After one massive impact, the carriage shrieks in agony as a cascade of magical sparks erupts from its frame like a fountain. It vanishes in a brilliant explosion, and while Alaric calls it amazing, his face falls. He's suddenly worried about how the kid's doing. Cut to the dark. Arthur's lantern lies abandoned and flickering on the cold, hard ground. Arthur is desperately bashing the head of the scavenger that tripped him as the bear pelt mask falls away, revealing the rot beneath. The costumed undead keeps advancing, and the boy can only whisper for it to stop, his voice breaking. With tears streaming down his face, he lets out a broken cry for his father that echoes through the dead silence. The monster stops directly over him, staring down, and for a heartbeat, it almost sounds like it lets out a soft, hollow laugh. Arthur freezes, a memory flashing back to when he asked his father how they'd survive a kingdom-ending apocalypse. His father had looked him in the eye and said that life would become a brutal, hard struggle for everyone. But he told his son that in the darkest times, hope and a positive spirit are the only things that truly matter. Back in the present, Arthur sobs, clenching his teeth as he raises his blade one last time with a defiant, tearful roar. We see the tragic silhouette of the man, trapped inside that grotesque, ragged bear costume. A final memory of his father smiling, asking him to keep laughing, flashes by before Arthur finally finishes what he came to do. Later, Arthur shares his story with Alaric, who is currently carrying a tired Alara on his back. Alaric admits the father's answer was legendary, even as Arthur asks if he'll ever be a great, funny soldier like him. Alaric shakes his head, telling the boy that with a father that brave, he'll definitely grow up to be even stronger. Through his tears, Arthur looks up at our hero and gives a firm, determined nod. Days later at the fortress, Alaric is back to playing cards, taking on more dangerous bounties to stay busy and focused. He's actually fitting in with the locals now, barely even checking the rewards for his successful missions anymore. He realizes that returning Arthur's heirloom toy to the trophy hall actually boosted his standing and gave him extra prestige. It turns out, when contractors give up something precious as a reward, the system converts that sentiment into massive points. Plus, those items get stored in the fortress vault. Meanwhile, Alaric is pressuring a knight named Silas to pay his gambling debt. The man asks if there's anything else he can offer instead of the rare pipe tobacco he always carries. Alaric says no chance, grabs a pouch, and lights up immediately, calling Silas a sore loser as he runs off. But as soon as he takes a puff, our cool hero starts coughing his lungs out like a total amateur. The other soldiers burst out laughing, telling him to stop trying to look tough, but Silas admits he only does it for his wife. He smokes that specific leaf because the scent always brings back the clearest memories of her. Silas then mentions that even 30-year-old Derek still needed the stuffed animal Arthur brought back to feel safe. Sir Duncan looks absolutely sheepish, claiming he bought the trinket for his daughter because she's into that sort of thing. Cedric just raises an eyebrow, since when does this old warhorse have a kid? He's never seen her, not once. Duncan explains his family is tucked away in the northern barony. He sent a messenger a few days after the blight hit, and he's convinced they're fine. They're built tough, noble blood, you know. But then the plot thickens. Duncan reveals that Arthur also had Elias fetch something secret for him. Now everyone's curious. What's our resident scholar hiding? Arthur, adjusting his spectacles, tries to play it cool. "It's nothing," he mutters, while the others start grinning. The guy is clearly blushing, too shy for his own good. Lord Lawrence isn't letting it go. He literally offers up his gold pocket watch to Elias if he'll just spill the beans on what the boy asked for. Professional as always, Elias refuses, client mercenary privilege and all that. But then Arthur just gives up. "It's not necessary," he sighs. Turns out, he just wanted some flowers. Silence, complete and utter silence. In the middle of a literal apocalypse, the man wants a bouquet. Everyone is just speechless. Then the tavern erupts. The men are practically crying with laughter. "Were those the dead weeds in the scrap pile?" one wheezes. Turns out Arthur was trying to woo Selene from the supply corps. Classic. Arthur is fuming while everyone else is losing it. "My heart is literally shattered," he snaps. "And you lot think this is a joke." Poor guy. Suddenly, crack. A massive bolt of ethereal lightning tears through the dark sky. The laughter dies instantly. Was that actually lightning? Before they can even think, the knight captain bursts in, frantically throwing on her armor while Elias just stands there in total shock. "Everyone up, move," she bellows. Elias is busy covering his eyes, totally blindsided. "Wait, what's the situation here?" The captain is in full commander mode. She tells Arthur to get the sick and wounded to the 3rd floor of the tower and orders Liam to round up every blade and bow in the fortress. They're setting up a defensive line. Now. Elias is reeling. Why the sudden mobilization? Things were just getting good. The captain ties back her hair, her face grim. A massive wave of the blighted is heading straight for their gates. Elias sees the opening and asks the big question. "Need to hire some professional muscle to help hold the wall." She looks him up and down, thinking for a split second. "Fine, but don't expect the royal treasury. We're running low on coin." Our boy acts offended. "Do I look like a dishonest merchant taking advantage of people?" he asks. Meanwhile, he's internally begging his divine system to trigger a reward. Ding, the system doesn't disappoint. An S-rank quest just popped up. He nearly chokes. An S-rank? Are you kidding me? A B-rank mission almost put him in the ground. This is going to be a nightmare. He's internally screaming at the system for not giving him a heads-up before he accepted. He feels totally played. Outside, more magical lightning streaks across the horizon. It's starting. Lord Lawrence lights his pipe, staring at the sky. "I just hope history doesn't repeat itself tonight," he mumbles. Elias asks what he means. Lawrence reveals that the fortress's original commander died exactly like this, half a month ago, on a rainy, cursed night just like this one. We get a glimpse of a terrifying, white-haired undead monster as Lawrence talks about the one who took the old leader down. He falls silent, his eyes fixed on the rain. It's a heavy silence. After a moment, he looks away, the weight of the memory visible. Then comes the bombshell. The one who killed the commander at the docks was none other than the current night captain, Margaret. He takes us back. That day, they received a desperate Raven message. The old leader, ever the hero, went out into the storm to find survivors. It was their first time venturing out in the rain since the world ended. They had no idea the water makes the blighted go absolutely berserk. Back then, Margaret and the elite warrior Alara were constantly clashing. Two brilliant minds, two legendary warriors, but their worldviews, total opposites. Undead ahead, we're surrounded. A scout screams. The old leader doesn't flinch. "Move, I'll handle this." She draws her steel and starts carving a path through the ghouls like she's harvesting wheat. Out of nowhere, a shadow lunges from the side. She barely dances out of the way of the attack. Then we see it wires. Someone set up trip lines. A ghoul walks right into one and gets snagged by the neck. Margaret is on the other side, hauling the wire and using the undead's own weight as a counterbalance before she delivers a brutal kick to its face. The monster goes flying, crashing into the rest of the pack. She lands like a cat, perfectly graceful amidst the gore. She stands up, shouting at the group to keep moving. "Run, don't you dare slow down." Suddenly, she looks up at a stack of cargo crates. Something's wrong. "Alara, watch your head." Too late. A jagged piece of metal slices across Alara's face, leaving a nasty vertical scar. Before she can recover, a massive, mutated blighted drops right in front of her. This thing is a nightmare. It's mutated, too many teeth, eyes full of hunger. It's a killer. Margaret stares it down, knowing she's about to make the hardest call of her life. Alara screams at her, "Margaret, go. If you don't leave now, every single one of us dies here." A few seconds of agonizing silence pass. Then Margaret bellows the order. "Liam, take them and get out of here, now." Liam doesn't argue, but his heart is breaking. He knows the math. If they stay, they're just adding more bodies to the pile. He drove that wagon like a madman to meet the others at the rendezvous point, then turned right back around for the port. He expected a rescue. What he got was Margaret alone climbing into the carriage. Her first words, "Start the engine, we're leaving." "Where's Alara?" he demands, but Margaret just stares ahead, cold as ice. "Drive the wagon." The undead were already swarming the wheels. He begs her. He pleads for an answer about the other woman, but the night captain says nothing. A heavy silence hangs in the air before Margaret finally speaks the truth. She killed Beatrice. She claims that Beatrice tried to use her as bait to save her own skin, and Margaret wasn't about to let that happen. Rumors are already spreading through the fortress like wildfire. Most of the people think she's lying just to seize the throne, and they're looking at Arthur, hoping he'll finally step up and do something about it. But Arthur stays silent. He knows the truth, but he also knows one cold, hard fact: if Beatrice is truly gone, Margaret is the only person left with the spine to lead this kingdom through the dark. Still, he can't help but wonder, is she really the right choice? Was he wrong to keep his mouth shut and let her take control? Then he looks around. They survived, and in this world, that's the only proof that matters. He tells the man his choice was right. Having a ruthless leader who keeps everyone alive is far better than a pretty lie. The man just gives a grim smile, whispering that one word to himself: survive. Outside, the storm shows no signs of stopping as rain hammers down into the black of night. In the ruins of the capital, the undead are growing restless. Lightning cracks across the sky, and the flashes of light send the horde into a complete, bloodthirsty frenzy. Arthur senses the change in the air immediately. It's starting. The invasion has begun. Over on the east battlements, Lady Margaret is already barking out orders to the remaining soldiers. "Activate the magic barriers at the windows," she screams. "Don't worry about the mana crystals. Saving our lives is more important than saving resources." One of the guards looks confused, thinking there's no way the undead can scale these walls, until he turns around and sees one staring him right in the face. "Move, pull the gate," his comrade yells, drawing his blade to cover him. It's a nightmare come to life as dozens of those things start scaling the stone walls like spiders. A frantic cry echoes through the halls. They're being overrun on the west wing and need more men immediately. A walker lunges through a shattered window, snapping its jaws, and then, bam, a boot slams into its skull. Our resident undead knight has joined the fray. Cedric looks over, completely stunned. "Where did you find her, Thomas? She's a beast." Thomas just shakes his head. "She's a master of the old martial arts, and she's not my girl." A messenger rushes up, telling Thomas he's needed on the other side of the fortress right now. Thomas is ready to move, but Margaret cuts him off. "Stay where you are. Julian, you take the call instead." Thomas stands there, totally baffled. "Wait, so am I holding this line or what?" "You're in charge here now," she snaps back. His friend can't help but poke fun. "What, did you think we couldn't hold a wall without you?" Thomas just tells him to shut it and get to work. But in the chaos, Thomas misses one. A walker creeps up behind him, claws ready to tear into his back. Arthur lets out a roar, dropping the monster before it can even touch him. Thomas offers a quick apology, and the two of them start carving through the horde side by side. Meanwhile, at the third-floor entrance of the West Wing, things have gone from bad to worse. The floor is littered with bodies. It's a bloodbath, and the survivors are running for their lives as the undead pour in. Margaret points to Tristan. "Clear them out! Rebuild the defense!" She's staying behind with Julian to hold the passage at all costs. She looks at the tide of monsters and her heart sinks. If they lose this floor, she'll have no choice but to blow the entire staircase. A young boy nearly gets caught, but his friend yanks him up. "Get a grip! We have to help the commander." Moments later, the order rings out to light every magic lamp in the wing. The mana won't hold. A soldier cries out. Margaret doesn't even blink. "If we don't survive the night, the mana won't matter anyway." And still, they keep coming, shadows climbing the walls in a never-ending stream. Suddenly, an improvised spear whistles through the air, pinning a walker right through the mouth. "Look at that, you're actually useful for once," one friend jests. The other just grins. "Don't go getting cocky on me now." "How many of you can nail a shot like that?" he boasts. Margaret just tells him to shut up and hit a few more. He laughs, shouting that when they win, he's helping with the wedding. Margaret stands firm, but behind her, the silence is ominous. One window is fine, but the other is completely shattered. And there, carved deep into the stone wall, are massive, jagged claw marks. Something different is here. Back on the eastern line, a spiked mutant undead lets out a bone-chilling shriek. Thomas turns around and his blood runs cold. It's right behind him. The monster lunges. Thomas screams for his undead protector as those claws come inches from his throat. Clang, the attack is blocked just in time by our favorite zombie girl. Thomas is gasping for air. That was way too close for comfort. He knows the truth. If he were just a normal man, he'd be a corpse on the floor right now. We jump back to the West Wing, where the air is thick with the scent of iron and fear. Master Oliver, the scholar, takes a lethal blow straight to the gut. Margaret watches in horror as his voice trembles, calling her name as the life fades from his eyes. They've barricaded the door with everything they could find. An elderly woman, Grandma Rose, looks at Tristan with tear-filled eyes. "Why are we up here?" Tristan can barely find the words. "I'm sorry, Rose. We failed to hold the lower gates." Panic begins to erupt. "Calm down," Margaret shouts. "It's not over yet." She turns to Julian, ordering a head count, and for those who have been bitten, give them a dose of kindness. A young girl approaches Julian, her hands shaking as she offers to help patch up his wounds. The lady works in a heavy, suffocating silence as she tends to the jagged gash on his arm. Alistair finally whispers her name, Alina, but she cuts him off. She claims the boy is gone, dead, and that her eyes had simply played tricks on her when she thought she saw him leave. Commander Magnus lowers his head, his voice cracking as he apologizes for failing to protect the lad. Alistair admits the truth. The idiot had confessed to her with a mountain of flowers in front of the whole court just yesterday. She panicked and shot him down, and now, he's nowhere to be found. Then the dam breaks. Tears stream down her face as she admits she actually loved him, the heartbreak finally becoming too much to hold back. Just a few feet away, Lady Lyra checks the numbers with the captain. 9 knights and 4 servants left. It's a death sentence. Suddenly, Baron William starts screaming, demanding they charge out of the cellar. His brother, Arthur, was torn apart by those ghouls, and he wants blood. He wants vengeance. He bellows that if they don't strike now, they're just sitting ducks waiting for the end to crawl through the walls. Right on cue, the undead reach the heavy oak doors and start splintering the wood. Pure, raw panic erupts inside the room. Commander Magnus roars over the chaos, ordering everyone to fall back immediately. Alistair knows he and Sterling could easily escape this mess, but he looks at the terrified civilians and wonders, what happens to them? Meanwhile, Seraphina is absolutely inhaling her rations. Alistair tells her to slow down. Nobody is going to snatch her food away. He considers rolling the dice on a random summon, but that's a massive gamble. He pulls up his ancient grimoire, searching for a better way. The runes reveal a high-tier feast for vassals. He swipes through the ethereal windows until he finds the profile for his loyal cursed maiden, Seraphina. With a quick flick of his wrist, the grimoire asks to unlock a new soul-bound slot. He confirms it, praying for a hero as the system begins scanning for nearby legends. Alistair stares intently at the glowing interface while, outside the stone walls, the storm continues to howl. He turns to Commander Magnus, telling him he needs to leave the territory for a while, but he's leaving Sterling behind to help hold the line. "I'll be back soon, assuming I don't die," he adds with a grim smirk. Elena calls out to him, reminding him that he accepted her quest. He just smiles. He hasn't forgotten. After all, they're professionals, aren't they? A man's word is his bond, and integrity is everything in this world. Thud, another massive impact rattles the door. A gray, decaying hand smashes through the wood, followed by a snarling face pressing through the crack. "Draw your steel," the captain screams. That's when a ghoul drops from the shadows, lunging straight for Arthur's back. It's a killing blow, or it would be, but Seraphina isn't sleeping. She intercepts the beast with predatory speed. Backtrack a bit. We see Alistair asking her, while she was eating, if she'd be willing to protect the gate for a while. He explains he has to head out. If he doesn't find a solution, this entire camp won't survive until the sun rises. And let's be real, if she isn't there to hold the line, they won't even last the next 3 hours. Alistair tells her she'll have to hold the fort alone, and he's not going to give her any formal orders. He's not doing it because he thinks she's a tool. He gives her a genuine smile and tells her straight up he trusts her. Seraphina's dark energy begins to surge as she prepares for battle. Meanwhile, Alistair is out in the rain, pressing himself against a shipping crate to stay hidden. He notices the horde has swarmed the main gate, which means the path through the harbor is actually clearer than expected. Now for the hard part. How is he going to bind the new maiden to his service? He can't count on luck or high approval ratings this time, not like he did with Seraphina. He checks his gear. He's got one modified sunflare beacon, but it's a one-shot deal. Other than that, it's just him and his trusty sword. He leaps across the crates, glancing back and wondering if the survivors can actually hold out. "Focus, Alistair," he mutters. He needs to worry about his own skin, or he'll be the one getting torn to shreds. He's literally just thinking about how bad it would be to run into a mutant when, surprise, one appears right behind him. Silence. He slowly turns his head as a flash of lightning illuminates the monster's distorted face. The mutant abomination screams and lunges from the top of the crates. Alistair can't believe his rotten luck. "Of course," he grunts, raising his blade in a desperate attempt to block the overhead strike. Crack! The monster's fist smashes into his sword, snapping the steel in two and sending the pieces flying into the darkness. Alistair is hurled backward, his spine slamming painfully into a metal container. Before he can even catch his breath, the mutant is already charging again for the kill. He closes his eyes, bracing for the end, but something happens before the beast can reach him. Out of the shadows, a white-haired maiden appears, catching the mutant's fist and stopping the massacre dead in its tracks. The hulking abomination lunges for the pale-haired maiden, but she's like smoke. In one fluid motion, she slips the strike and hammers a counterblow right into the monster's decaying jaw. Alistair watches the chaos unfold, catching sight of the creature losing its footing and slamming headlong into a heavy supply crate with a bone-shattering thud. She exhales, a ragged, heavy breath. For a fleeting second, she actually thinks the nightmare is over and she's finally safe. He studies the creature's jagged movements, a chill running down his spine. Did this monster study the knight's creed before death? The two of them fight with the terrifying rhythm of old rivals. Then disaster strikes. The beast snatches her by the ankle and whips her downward, burying her face into the cold, hard earth. He's got her pinned. The monster looms over the fallen maiden, his black tongue slicking across her throat as he prepares to tear her life away. Teeth sink deep, blood sprays, and then the horror starts. As the monster drinks, the jagged gashes on his own arm begin to knit back together. He's literally consuming her essence to mend his own broken flesh. Alistair hesitates, his mind racing. If he turns tail and runs now, every soul in this camp is as good as dead. But interference could trigger something even worse. He looks at the undead maiden, jaw tightening. Enough. No more holding back, not today. He reaches for his holy sun lantern, clicking the shutter open. A beam of blinding radiance cuts through the dark, screaming for the monster's attention. The beast recoils, hissing in agony. He throws a clawed hand up to shield his eyes, completely blinded by the searing intensity of the white light. "Don't you dare touch my lady," Alistair snarls. The monster doesn't wait. It lunges out of the light's path, hurtling toward him like a dark bolt. He's almost on top of him. Then thwack. An iron pike erupts through the creature's chest, pinning his momentum instantly. Above them, perched on a supply wagon, Ilara stands tall. Her white hair catches the moonlight as she readies 2 more iron spikes, eyes burning with cold fury. She lets them fly. 1, 2, the pikes bury themselves into the beast, anchoring him to the soil. The monster lets out a final, pathetic wail as he's nailed to the ground like a common insect. Silence follows. Within seconds, the creature's remains simply dissolve into the mist, vanishing as if they were never there. "It's finally over," Alistair mutters, breathing hard. He wonders if that final, violent burst of energy was a side effect of the creature's twisted mutation. The silver-haired maiden stands before him now, clutching a heavy iron rod, her expression unreadable in the gloom. Alistair stares at her, wondering how on earth he's supposed to control a force of nature like this. Above them, a jagged bolt of lightning tears across the weeping sky. "Aim for the skulls," the boy shouts, but the marksman shakes his head in frustration. They're moving like shadows, there's no way to get a clean shot. Suddenly, 3 ghouls launch themselves from the darkness, claws outstretched to tear into young Julian. But Ilara was already moving. She blurs past the boy, cutting through the trio effortlessly. 2 drop, but the third is a different breed, a mutant, and it's still standing. It snaps its head around, snarling, and launches a counterstrike with terrifying, supernatural speed. Boom, the stone wall behind her shatters into dust as the beast's claws sink into the masonry. But Ilara isn't there. She's already soaring high above his head. She descends like a falling star, driving a lethal strike straight down into the mutant's crown. "Stop gawking at the girl," one of the veterans barks. "Alistair warned us, don't get near her when she's in this state." He warns them that hesitation means a shallow grave. Just then, a scout points a trembling finger at the mud. "Sir Lionel," one of them is getting back up. "Leave it to me," Lionel growls, drawing his blade and charging headlong into the fray. But the ghoul slips his blade with ease. As the monster prepares to strike back, Lionel grits his teeth. If that little girl can fight like a demon, he sure as hell can't back down now. He rolls under the swipe, coming up with a vicious swing that catches the monster flush. "I'm not dying here," he whispers to himself. He has to make it back. Isabella and his daughter, they're still waiting for him. Then he sees them, a mother and a small child wandering through the carnage, but their skin is gray and their eyes are hollow. Lionel freezes, his world collapsing in an instant. His heavy war axe clatters against the stones. He collapses to his knees, his voice a broken sob as he calls out their names into the wind. The two figures turn toward him, their gazes vacant, their jaws hanging open in a silent, mindless hunger. "How?" he stammers, his voice trembling as he watches them approach. In his mind, he sees them as they were, vibrant, laughing, full of life. In a state of total shock, a tragic smile touches his lips. He whispers that they must have traveled across the whole kingdom just to find him. He stands up, spreading his arms wide as if welcoming them home. "I've missed you both so much," he cries. "Come here, let me hold you one last time." The reality is a horror show, the two monsters close in as he mumbles about going home. Behind him, a comrade screams out for Duncan to snap out of it. The others watch in paralyzed horror. Meanwhile, Lady Sybil is slumped against a pile of barricade sacks, gasping for air. She tries to force herself up, her magical energy completely drained. That's when a new threat emerges, a ghoul wearing a tattered red headband leading the pack. Behind him, a literal sea of the walking dead. Sybil staggers to her feet, one eye swollen shut from the sheer exhaustion of the fight. "Duncan, get back," the boy yells. In the chaos, a voice begs Sybil not to throw her life away. The girl stumbles, tripping over a discarded wicker basket. A floral wreath spills out, the very one she was given when she was still whole. A heavy, rotting boot crushes the blossoms into the dirt. The beast throws its head back and lets out a deafening, blood-curdling roar that shakes the very air. Gritting her teeth through the agony, the wounded maiden tries one last desperate charge. But her strength fails. She collapses into the mud, her body finally refusing to move another inch. Her legs are like jelly, but she forces herself up anyway. Seeing her comrades at the Highcrest outpost fall one by one, she just can't stay down. Then Lord Alaric's voice echoes in her head. He trusted her. With a surge of sheer will, she stands to face the endless tide of the blighted once more. The monsters stare her down, cold, dead eyes, and she just lets out a blood-curdling war cry that shakes the very air. But the strength fades. Her knees buckle, and the girl starts to plummet toward the dirt, until a pair of strong arms catches her just in time. It's Alaric. He looks at her, telling her to rest and leave the rest to him, and standing right beside him is that mysterious white-haired blighted warrior. Nearby, another girl is collapsed on the mud, tears streaming down her face as she screams at a monster to stay away. Suddenly, thwack, the blighted's head snaps back as something heavy smashes into it, sending the creature sprawling. Alaric steps over the corpse, whispering a quiet prayer for the fallen Alara to finally find some peace. Meanwhile, across the blood-soaked camp, a soldier is struggling for his life, wondering how the hell the corrupted Sir Malachar became so terrifyingly strong. That's when the white-haired warrior, Lady Isolde, blurs past like a ghost, delivering a devastating blow to Malachar's back. Lord Cedric stands there, jaw hitting the floor, realizing exactly who this white-haired woman is. Alaric shouts for him to protect the survivors while he handles the cleanup with his new reinforcements. Cedric is totally lost. Reinforcements? And who the hell is this powerful woman with the silver hair? His captain just sighs, realizing the truth has finally come to light. Watching the carnage, she realizes there's no mistaking it. Even with the changes, that warrior is definitely the legendary Lady Isolde. Isolde locks onto her next target and charges with the speed of a falling star. She slices through a monster's skull like it was made of parchment. No effort at all. And suddenly, we're flashed back a few hours to a rainy night at the ruined watchtower. Alaric is standing there, looking at the silent Isolde. He tells her straight up, the fortress she used to guard is under siege, and they're going to need her blade if anyone is going to survive. Silence, she doesn't move a muscle. Alaric realizes his words aren't hitting home, so he decides it's time for a different approach. He offers to help her hunt down the Shadow King, Lord Mordred. Still nothing. Alaric grits his teeth, thinking his gamble is about to fail. But then, she starts walking toward him, clutching a heavy iron pike in her hand. He starts looking for an exit, thinking he's about to be skewered right then and there, as she suddenly hurls the iron pike straight at his head. Crash, Alaric hits the deck, but the pike didn't hit him. It's buried in the chest of a blighted that was creeping up behind his back. Right then, the soul mark flashes a notification. Isolde has agreed to a temporary mercenary contract. Looking at the terms, Alaric realizes she's only in this for the short term, strictly business for now. The grimoire warns him, too. This contract can be ripped up whenever she feels like walking away. Back in the present, she's absolutely tearing through the horde. Alaric can't help himself and lets out a huge cheer, telling her she's incredible. The soul mark pings again. Apparently, Isolde thinks his cheering is embarrassing and makes him sound like a total coward. She pulls out an enchanted war horn, holding it to her lips. She blasts a command into the horn, pointing her finger forward, and every blighted in the area starts marching exactly where she wants them. Alaric asks if she's ready to show off her real power, and she doesn't hesitate, snatching a rusted dagger off the ground as she sprints toward the pack. The soul mark glows. Lady Isolde is activating her Master of Arms ability. That tiny dagger starts glowing with a blinding, holy light. Alaric is stunned. How can a simple little blade put out that much raw energy? The result? Absolute carnage. Isolde literally cleaves every monster in her path in half with nothing but that small dagger. The grimoire explains it all. Her skill turns any object into a legendary weapon, massively boosting its reach and destructive force. Another flashback hits. A storm-lashed night at the old outpost, lightning cracking across the sky. The captain tells Isolde that they finally lost the horde and might actually make it back to the kingdom alive. But Isolde just looks away, showing her arm marked by 2 massive, jagged scratches. She knows she isn't going back. The captain panics, saying they'll find an axe and take the arm off. As long as the corruption hasn't hit her heart, there's still a chance. Isolde just shakes her head. She's been fighting for too long, and she's using every bit of her remaining soul just to stay conscious. She looks the captain in the eye. Don't tell them I died to monsters. You're the only one who can lead them now. She pulls the girl into a final, heartbreaking hug. Lead them in my name. I'm begging you. The captain starts sobbing, calling her a liar and saying she's only alive because Isolde always protected her. With a faint, sad smile, Isolde whispers that if she can just survive this one night, she'll finally have her vengeance. Back in the chaos of the present, she blasts her war horn one more time as a massive new wave of monsters storms toward them. Our white-haired cursed one readies herself for the fray. She delivers a brutal strike to one of the undead using a heavy iron-bound crate. Thinking fast, she snatches up a sharpened spike and flings it with terrifying precision, skewering the skulls of 3 monsters in a single, fluid motion. Thomas can't believe his eyes. All she did was hurl a common tool, yet the devastation at that range is just insane. Next, she grabs a smooth throwing stone. It begins to glow with a strange light as she launches it straight into the heart of the Rotwalker horde. The stone shatters a monster's skull on impact, and just like that, Kaelin feels a spark of hope. They might actually win this. That screamer monster won't shut up, summoning wave after wave of undead. Callum points him out to 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅, shouting that they have to silence that thing right now. The ancient magic interface warns that the path through the swarm is suicide, but Kaelin isn't listening. He tells the others to lure the smaller threats toward them. Finally, eyes meet across the chaos. The Lord Commander nods, leave the heavy lifting to us. Caden tells 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 she's the only one fast enough to take out their leader, while the rest of them keep the grunts busy. Without a second thought, he flings open his leather travel pack. Time to see if this little invention actually works, he mutters. He pulls out a clockwork jester toy, grinning like a madman. He winds it up, and as it starts clanging its cymbals, he screams for every monster in sight to follow him. Leo wants to jump in too, but the knight beside him barks a command. Get more crossbow bolts. He's already fired his last one. Yanara stands perfectly still, watching the boys' reckless plan unfold alongside the garrison's desperate stand. A faint, Knowing smile touches her lips as the carnage continues. In a flash, she's airborne, lunging for the screamer. She passes by like a ghost, and the monster's head just slides right off its shoulders. The rest of the mindless horde just stands there. They can't even process what just happened. Pure shock. Blade still in hand, she becomes a whirlwind of steel, carving through everything in her path. She comes to a halt behind a lone monster, cold as ice. She whips her dagger at it, but this one is different. The monster actually parries the strike. Callum screams in pure desperation. He blocked her final weapon. But then, she reaches for a leather cinch, and the thing starts glowing with raw power. Suddenly, the monster's breeches hit the floor. He bellows in a fit of rage. She actually stole his belt in the middle of a life-and-death struggle. Before he can react, she loops the leather around his throat and heaves. She takes a breath, closes her eyes, and with one final, bone-snapping pull, the monster goes down for good. The sun rises on a quiet morning. Birds are singing, but the mood is heavy as a man strikes a shovel into the dirt. Leo is out there digging graves. It's been a full 2 weeks since that horrific night, but the scars are still fresh. Another hole, another body. We're told that less than half of their company survived that nightmare. With the fortress walls in ruins, the survivors realize they can't stay. Conrad is buried in work, prepping everyone for the long trek ahead. Lewis won't stop pestering the Lord Commander for details about 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 and what happened that night. Finally, he tells him the whole story. Serafina finally wakes up after being out cold for 2 days, immediately raiding the larder. As for 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅, she hasn't been seen since the dust settled. The Lord Commander gives the word. As soon as the wagons are packed, we move out. Leo realizes Lady Margaret isn't moving. He asks if she's really staying behind. She turns away, insisting she'll wait for 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅, but Leo thinks she's lost her mind. He demands to know how long she plans to wait for someone who might not even return. He rants about the danger, the isolation, but she's a wall. She's made her choice. He begs her to listen to reason just for once. Little do they know, 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 is perched on a nearby spire, watching the whole scene from the shadows. Conrad sneaks up on her, asking if she's really going to let them leave without a single word. She flinches, but he reminds her that temporary blood pact they signed is still active. He can track her anywhere. He steps closer, admitting that while Lewis was wary of her, he kept quiet for the good of the refuge. But because of her disappearance, Lady Margaret has been carrying a massive burden alone. Conrad gives her a look that says he's not joking. Go down there, he tells her. Say goodbye like a human being. The girl-turned monster just stands there, processing. He cracks a small joke. You're a cursed one now, 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅. You don't need to overthink things anymore. He smiles, promising he's got her back. Just go, he says softly. They need to see you. Meanwhile, the shouting match between Leo and Lady Margaret is still going strong. She finally snaps, telling him to just leave her be and go with the others. Leo throws his hands up. To hell with it then. If she's staying, he's staying. They'll wait together or die trying. That's when Caden arrives, cutting through the drama. Stop the bickering, he says. I brought 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 back. Leo is ecstatic, running toward the carriage thinking everything is back to normal. But Caden stops him. She's not joining the caravan. She's only here to say goodbye. The air goes cold as everyone stares. Caden drops the truth. The girl they knew is gone. She's no longer human. The twisted horns on her head are all the proof they need. And for some reason, he's the only one who can still understand her. The group pulls back, hesitating. Leo can't understand why they're acting so scared. Isn't she still their friend? Lady Margaret finally breaks, screaming at 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅. You were going to leave without a word. Do you have any idea what I've been through this past month? Lady Margaret admits that, after she took the mantle, suspicion clouded every eye, yet she stood firm against the weight of the crown until the scattered houses finally pledged their swords as one. But behind closed doors, doubt gnawed at her heart. She feared her rule would only splinter the kingdom further, constantly whispering to the wind, "What would Lady Alara have done in my place?" Looking at her former mentor, she insists that even if a dark curse has stolen Alara's humanity, She would never raise a blade against the sister she once knew. They were brothers in arms, and frankly, if it wasn't for Lord Arthur's guidance, she wouldn't have found the strength to grant her fallen comrades this final, bittersweet farewell. Sir Julian and Sir Silas approach the mourning noblewoman, placing a comforting hand upon her. That's when the dam breaks, Lady Beatrice's stoic mask shatters, and the tears finally come flooding down. She throws her arms around the undead knight, unable to hold back the grief any longer. Arthur watches, nodding solemnly, stating he'll be relying on Sir Roland and Lady Beatrice to lead the border from here on out. The knight flashes a confident grin. "Consider it done, my lord. Leave the defense to us." The High Commander notes that the tunic Alara is wearing was her finest silk from before the Great Blight. A royal gift she expects her friend to treat with the utmost care. Young Squire Leo pipes up, worried. "Wait, Lord Arthur and the cursed maiden aren't coming with us?" He asks what happens if they can't hold the pass against the blighted, to which Arthur simply replies, "Fight with everything you've got." "Stay sharp," he adds, "and never forget the words of your father. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward." A moment later, the three of them stand in silence, watching the armored carriage carrying the survivors disappear into the horizon. Arthur and the cursed knight stand shoulder to shoulder. Well, they're finally safe. He glances at her. "So, got any big plans for the afterlife?" She remains silent as a grave, but suddenly a golden light flickers. The soul script flashes a notification. A new legendary servant has been successfully bound. The script chimes in, even if she thinks he's a loud-mouthed Burke who complains too much. Following this lord seems like the best option for now. Arthur just smirks. "Fair enough, glad to have you on board." Time for the real fun. He manifests the mystic interface, his eyes widening at the balance, 1,007 soul points. "Let's go big," he declares. 10 spins on the wheel of fate right now. Our boy finally did it. After all that blood and sweat, he's finally hit his first 1,000. With a flick of his wrist, he activates the lottery. He's buzzing with energy, telling the grimoire that today, he is definitely the luckiest man alive. His 2 spectral maids watch in silent amusement as he practically vibrates with excitement, shouting for the wheel to start spinning. First prize, an enchanted monocle that pierces the deepest shadows. Next, a sleek obsidian dagger etched in crimson runes. Arthur's ecstatic, 2 rare-tier items right out of the gate. This means no more lugging around heavy broadswords like a common foot soldier. Now he can just summon his arsenal straight from the ether. Tucking his new blade away, he tells the system to keep the streak going. Then comes the junk, bottled salt, ales, soaps, and mundane rations. The 2 cursed maidens watch as he faceplants into the dirt, cursing his own sewer mouth for jinxing the luck. But wait, 2 more artifacts emerge from the light. A knight's regrowth elixir and a vial of purity to stave off the blight. And the grand finale, 2 lost memory fragments, one from the Griffin Knight herself and one universal. Our boy starts showering the soul's script with praise, calling it the savior of the realms, making the girls look away in pure second-hand embarrassment. He weighs his options. Who gets the universal fragment? He's dying to know Alara's true origin, so he decides to use it on the Silent Knight. The soul script confirms the trade. With eyes sparkling like diamonds, he calls Alara over, ready to dive deep into the secrets of her past. Suddenly, the world blurs. He finds himself standing in the middle of a desolate, scorched wasteland. Boom, a massive explosion rocks the earth right behind him. He spins around, heart hammering. What in the 7 hells is going on? He sees knights and peasants tearing each other apart in a brutal, war-torn landscape. He looks around, breathless, wondering what cursed corner of history he's stumbled into. A scarred captain barks an order. "Stop wasting arrows on those Griffin peacekeepers. Just bring the oil and burn the lot of them." Arthur's eyes go wide. Was she? A rebel? A traitor? Suddenly, a pale hand claws its way out from a mountain of corpses. It's her. The young girl begins to crawl out from under her fallen brothers, her eyes wide with a terror that cuts deep. She looks up at the smoke-filled sky and starts dragging herself away, inch by agonizing inch, never stopping. Seconds later, whoosh, fire rains down. A sea of flame erupts, incinerating the mound of bodies she just escaped. Everything she knew was being turned to ash. The scene shifts to a cold, moonlit night choked with embers. A voice echoes. Maybe they didn't assemble the Griffin elite just to crush the Black Fang rebels. The man continues, his voice heavy. They were nearly wiped out for one reason, because she chose to save a little girl from the clutches of war. A single act of mercy, that was all it took to trigger the trap. The rebels were watching. And the cruelest twist, that little girl she saved, she ended up working as a spy for the enemy. He sighs. Out of 67 legendary knights, only one survived. That day, the Order of the Silver Griffin ceased to exist. A tattered banner flutters in the wind as the man finishes his tale. Thanks to her intelligence, the Black Fang hideout is finally a graveyard. He places a bouquet of white roses before a lonely headstone. The Griffin's legacy will never die, he whispers. It will be inherited. Beside him, the girl stares into nothingness, her soul seemingly hollowed out. The man turns to leave. I will make sure of it. He adds that the Citadel has arranged for her to rest, gold for a long holiday and healers for her mind. Come back to the front, he says, whenever you're ready to hold a sword again. Alara looks him straight in the eye and makes a heavy request, retire the name of the Silver Griffin Order forever. When he asks why, her voice is steady but cold. This legacy, it ends with them. There will be no successor. She finishes with a truth that hits like a physical blow. The Silver Griffin isn't just a title, it's made of the very souls resting in that cold churchyard. Without them, the name is hollow. We get a glimpse of a faded portrait, the man she was just speaking with. His name was Lord Julian. Cut to Alara, walking past a grand memorial wall lined with faces of the fallen, Julian's included. Moments later, she's sitting in a massive, empty dining hall, eating a lonely meal in total silence. Then we see her under the spray of a communal washroom, alone with her thoughts. Just the sound of water and the weight of the world on her shoulders. She steps out of the Silver Griffin Manor, and the place is a ghost town, not a soul in sight. Alara enters the command chamber, snaps a perfect salute, and calls out for Commander Sterling. Report time. She's back, mission successful. The documents are secure and the Black Sun cult, completely wiped out, total annihilation. But as she speaks, the mask slips. Tears stream down her face as she whispers the finality of it all. The Silver Griffin's mission is finally, officially over. While our main man watches this emotional wreck of a scene from the shadows, the system pings. New mission. He brushes it off, says this one looks like a walk in the park. The objective: pay a visit to the commander's private estate. He pulls up the parchment map, double-checking the coordinates for the high-end district. Target confirmed. He gives the word. It's time to move out and head over there immediately. But wait, wardrobe check. He stops and realizes Alara's combat gear is absolutely shredded. They need a change of clothes before they go anywhere. The sun starts peeking over the kingdom's spires, marking the start of a very long day. He's exhausted. Honestly, this whole search is turning into a massive headache. The system says they're close, but doesn't give a specific house number. Great. He's standing there wondering how on earth he's supposed to find one specific manor in a sea of noble estates. He takes a deep breath and sighs. Maybe Lady Luck just isn't on their side today. He decides to call it time to find an inn and crash for the night. But just as he says that, crack, the unmistakable sound of a flintlock pistol ringing out nearby. Move it, faster! Someone is screaming. A frantic group of survivors bursts into view, led by a man in spectacles who's losing his mind, yelling at everyone to keep running for their lives. Our hero doesn't hesitate. He barks an order to his girls to hold back the approaching husk walkers while he goes in to pull those civilians out of the fire. The girls move like a blur. Alara and Beatrice dive straight into the undead horde, dropping from the rooftops with icy, murderous stares that would freeze a man's blood. It's a beautiful, violent dance. One of them is shattering skulls with her fists, while the other clears the path with lethal, high-velocity kicks. The survivors are floored. Who are they? Where did they come from? One asks, breathless. The other just shakes his head, terrified but impressed. Whoever they are, they're insanely strong. Suddenly a shout. One straggler, a stray husk, is closing in right behind them. Thud, before it can strike, our boy slams down from above, pinning the monster to the dirt with his brand new broadsword. The two survivors can only stare, completely stunned. He flashes them a calm smile. "Everyone okay? Can you stand?" One of the guys is actually trembling, his jaw practically on the floor as he stammers out that, "Yeah, they're unhurt." Still smiling, our hero plays it humble. He tells them they were lucky. A few seconds later, and it would have been game over for the both of them. The guy with the glasses looks up, desperate. Can you help us?" Our boy looks doubtful for a second, weighing his options. Then the system chimes in. New mission. Difficulty, high. Task, listen to the survivors' plea and hunt down a legendary werewolf. A werewolf. Our hero narrows his eyes. Is it an actual lichen or just another freakishly mutated zombie? The survivors don't have answers, only fear. They've been pinned down in this hellhole for 4 days, all because they made the mistake of looking at the beast. Now he's interested. The leader makes an offer: protect them until they reach their camp, and our hero can take whatever treasure he wants from their stores. "I'm going to hold you to that," he says with a smirk. The man in glasses nods frantically. It's a blood oath promise. Suddenly, the air changes. The sound of absolute carnage starts echoing from the cathedral-like building right in front of them. It's him. The werewolf they were talking about just made his entrance. Our hero doesn't waste time. He tells Alara to go in and handle the beast. He puts Beatrice on guard duty for the survivors while he moves to cover the flank. Then, out of nowhere, one of the helpless survivors whips out a hidden pistol. Our hero spins around, totally confused. The guy with glasses has shifted. His eyes are wide and manic, staring straight through the chaos. "Go now," he screams. Suddenly, every single person in that survivor group is pulling out a firearm or a heavy crossbow. Our boy is lost. What the hell is happening? Meanwhile, Alara is in the thick of it, striking the werewolf right in the chest with a furious flurry of blows. The survivors see their opening. They don't aim. They just start unloading their weapons, sending a hailstorm of lead and bolts toward the beast. "Wait, cease fire," our hero roars. His maid is right in the line of fire, but they don't listen. They keep pulling the triggers, completely ignoring Alara's safety. "Alara, move, now," he screams. She looks back, her expression blank as usual, but her instincts kick in the moment she sees the lead flying toward her. It's a miracle. With a desperate burst of speed, she ducks behind a rusted carriage just as the air where she was standing is filled with holes. The werewolf gets absolutely shredded, riddled with bullets from the survivor's frantic volley. Our hero has seen enough. He lunges forward and grabs the leader by his collar. He is livid. "My knight was right in front of that thing. You almost killed her, you idiot." The guy just stammers, I was just trying to help." Annoyed and disgusted, our boy shoves him away, letting go of his shirt with a snarl. He tells the survivors to find a hole and crawl into it. With that much noise, every husk walker in the city is going to be descending on this position within minutes. Arthur proves he's a man of his word. He honors the pact he made. He looks over at Alara and gives the command, "Go after them." The great citadel is in ruins. Smoke chokes the skyline where the high towers once stood. War has arrived. A massive beast, a werewolf, tears through the alleys, howling in pure fury. Serafina is hot on his heels. The beast sees a wreckage, an old iron carriage, rips the heavy door off its hinges and hurls it straight at her. Serafina's eyes go wide. That massive sheet of metal, it's flying through the air like a blade aimed right for her head. But she's faster. With godlike strength and agility, she catches the door midair, spins like a whirlwind, and launches it back. It smashes right into the beast's arm. The impact is insane. The force of the blow sends the werewolf tumbling through the air for several yards. He's tough, though. He hits the stone wall, braces himself, and continues his desperate escape. The chase turns into a deadly game of cat and mouse through the floors of the crumbling manor. Arthur knows he's wounded. "He's hiding on one of these levels," he says. Moments later, the air changes. The beast's scent is so thick even Arthur can sense it. "He's here, no doubt about it." Arthur looks at Alara and gives the order, "Kick the door down." One powerful strike and the heavy oak splinters like paper. But inside, it's not a monster. It's a woman and a terrified child. Arthur is stunned. This makes no sense. Suddenly, his glowing scroll flickers with a mission update. He's finally arrived at his destination, the estate of Commander Blackwood. A long silence follows. Finally, our hero asks if that beast actually saved her. The woman looks up, trembling, and says yes. She escaped the camp, and he protected her. She explains the camp is run by a band of raiders, monsters in human skin who captured her and cast out the elderly. They kept only the women and the children for themselves. And they made it very clear. It was all for sport. She looks Arthur in the eye and says she'd rather be torn apart by the blighted than stay another hour in that place. So she took her chance. During a night of chaos and a blighted attack, she ran into the darkness. She was desperate, caught in a nightmare between the walking dead and those savage bandits. That's when she met the werewolf. Meanwhile, Arthur scouts the room. Around a corner in the chambers, he finds a tattered scroll, a certificate of honor for a hunting hound named Buster. The truth hits him. This wasn't just any dog. It was the loyal companion adopted by Commander Blackwood, now evolved into this creature. In the next room, Seraphina watches the werewolf carefully. Arthur realizes the truth. The werewolf didn't appear that night to kill. It thought they were in danger and wanted to save them. A tragic existence. The poor creature tries to help as many souls as it can, but the reality is cruel. Most of them just end up turning into the blighted anyway. Arthur looks at Seraphina, her own past flashing through his mind. "He reminds me of someone," he whispers. Suddenly, a scream, high and piercing. Someone is calling out for Buster's help. A raider in spectacles is there, holding a flintlock to the woman's face. He's shocked to see Arthur there, but tells him not to worry his head about it. Then he spits an insult at the woman, claiming she's his property and belongs to him. "No!" a cry echoes through the stone halls. 3 men stand at the entrance of the chamber, peering inside with cold, hungry eyes. The man in spectacles grabs the little girl by her hair. "I'd search the ends of the earth to find what's mine," he sneers. "Let her go." Arthur steps into the light. The raider just laughs ironically. "Well, look at this. Our noble knight has finally appeared." The outlaws level their weapons at the boy. Arthur doesn't flinch. "No one in this world wants to see this," he says coldly. The man smirks. "Just kill the wolf like you promised and we'll pay you. Hell, if you want, I'll even let you keep the girl." Pure evil. Arthur takes a long, slow breath. He tells himself that this is it. He's finally facing the true face of the apocalypse. The werewolf is snarling in a blind rage, but Seraphina blocks his path. She won't let him pass or hunt these men down. Not yet. Arthur's mind is dark. Hounds became human, he thinks, but humans, they've become worse than beasts. "Is that your answer?" the raider asks. He shakes his head like it's a pity. "What a shame. I was actually going to let you live." The man points his finger. "Get them!" The other raiders charge forward as he yells to seize both women. Arthur is calm, dangerously calm. He calls out to Seraphina and Alara with a look that is absolutely insane. "End them!" The survivors rush the girls. A blur, a flash of movement near their heads. Before anyone can blink, the girls have moved, and the men's heads are snapped at angles no human body can survive. A heartbeat later, the 2 women land perfectly in front of the fresh corpses. Graceful, deadly. Then they let out a scream, a terrifying, blood-curdling sound that isn't human. The other raiders freeze. The realization hits them like a hammer. These aren't just girls. They're zombies. And Arthur, he's been traveling with monsters. They turn and run in pure desperation. The werewolf lets out a low, guttural howl. He wants blood. He wants to hunt them down. But Arthur stops him. "Stay," he commands. "A loyal hound shouldn't go against its nature. Leave the killing to us." One raider is sprinting for his life, shouting that anyone who keeps zombies is a madman. He's so panicked he doesn't see what's coming. He slams straight into something solid and hits the dirt. He looks up, trembling. His heart stops. Serafina is standing right there, staring down at him. He scrambles to run the other way. But it's over. He turns around only to find Alara waiting for him on the other side. There's nowhere left to run. The boy's screams echo through the stone corridor, raw and desperate. No exits, nowhere to hide, and those two cursed maidens, they're closing in. He's howling now, but they don't care. They pin him by the shoulders, cold, iron grips, and decide it's time to claim their prize. Piece by agonizing piece. Elsewhere in the decaying manor, another survivor is sprinting for his life. He rounds a corner and catches it, a flicker of something dark, a blur. He spots a heavy oak door left ajar and dives inside. Panicked and gasping, he slams it shut, the iron bolt clicking into place with a deafening thud. The man is spiraling. He curses his companion for leaving him without a blade, realizing, too late, that he was meant to be the bait all along. Then the realization hits. He slammed the door too hard, way too hard. He claps his hands over his mouth, eyes wide with terror. Silence. He tries to kill his own breath, listening to the slow, heavy thud of footsteps pacing the hallway just outside. They're coming, closer. Each step vibrates through the floorboards as he stares at the wood, waiting for the nightmare to break through. But then, the footsteps start to fade. The silence that follows is even worse. He's drowning in his own desperation. It's too much. The terror breaks him and he feels the warmth of his own shame soaking his britches. He whispers to himself, "Is she gone? Am I safe?" That's when he hears it. Drip, drip. The sound of his own fear hitting the floor because, the moment he relaxed, he lost all control. A heartbeat later, boom. A hand smashes through the timber right next to him. Through the jagged hole, Eloin's pale, lifeless face is staring right at him. She sees him. A faint, sickening smile touches her lips. Meanwhile, the merchant with the spectacles is still sprinting through the castle's lower levels. He spins around, leveling his flintlock down the hall. He screams at Caleb, asking if he has no honor, hunting his own benefactor like a common beast. Caleb doesn't blink. He tells the man straight up, "You stopped being human a long time ago." To him, this isn't a murder, it's an extermination. The merchant's heart sinks as his pistol clicks empty, out of lead, out of luck. He hurls the useless iron behind him, still running. He bellows that in this fallen kingdom, men risk their necks providing walls and bread for the weak. He rounds a sharp turn, shouting back, "What's wrong with taking a little payment? Using them as toys is just part of the trade." Caleb is right on his heels. He clears the corner like a shadow, closing the gap in seconds. He bursts into a side chamber, but it's a trap. The merchant is waiting in the dark, dagger drawn, watching the young warrior pass by. The coward lunges. Caleb didn't see the blade coming. It's a dirty, desperate strike from the shadows. The survivor leaps out, blade high, screaming like a madman about sending Caleb to an early grave. But Caleb is faster. He plants his boots firmly into the man's chest, kicking the absolute wind out of his lungs. The merchant recovers, swinging wildly. The steel whistles past Caleb's nose, an inch from death. Then, a sickening crack. Caleb stands tall, unmoved. The merchant is sent flying backward, landing hard on the cold stone floor, gasping for air. "I'm not just stopping you," Caleb growls, wiping the grime from his face. "Every last rat in your camp is going down, every single one." The merchant starts cackling. He tells Caleb that the cow might have two monsters on his side, but his men have cannons and killers from the darkest dungeons. Caleb's response, "None of that matters, not the guns, not the psychos, nothing." He draws his steel. The sound of the blade makes the merchant start shaking. He screams that everyone in this hellscape has gone completely insane. Caleb is stone-faced. The merchant loses it, cursing and charging like a wounded animal. Caleb just reaches out and catches the man's face in his palm. Using his momentum against him, Caleb slams the man's head straight into the dirt. Total shutdown. He drives his sword into the floor inches from the man's ear. "The law is dead," Caleb whispers. "Now men just follow their own twisted nature." He's not claiming to be a hero. He's no champion of justice or knight of the realm. But my rules, Caleb raises his blade high, they're the exact opposite of yours, and that's all he needs to be. A single, blood-curdling scream rips through the hall. Caleb stands over the body. Time for the next step, he says. Outside, a man is hanging by his ankles from a gallows pole. Below him, a swarm of ghouls snapping at the air, trying to reach his throat. He's begging, pleading with the heavens for someone, anyone, to cut him down before he's eaten alive. Up on the ramparts, a brute looks down at a girl tied at his feet. He mocks her, asking how it feels to watch her lover become a feast for the undead. Her voice is a broken whisper. She begs for mercy, promising she won't run. The brute just grinds his heel into her face. Shut your mouth. The only reason you're breathing is because you're useful to me, he snarls. How dare you speak back to your master? The girl is inconsolable. She screams for help, her voice cracking against the wind. The brute reaches for her, a dark grin spreading across his face. Let's have some fun, he says. Then whoosh, his hand is suddenly flying through the air. He howls in pure agony. Standing there on the adjacent rooftop are Caleb, the great lichen, and the two revenant girls. The cavalry has arrived. The brute loses his balance and tumbles from the rooftop, crashing down near his cronies. They scramble over, shouting, "What happened?" One of them stares at the bloody mess on the ground, confused. The other points, his voice trembling. His arm! His whole arm is gone. One of the thugs looks up, trembling. Who's that? Our hero, Sir Alistair, stands tall. His answer, cold. I'm the one who's ending every last one of you. And a fair warning. If they dare call him Lord Alistair, he'll send them to their graves even faster. Talk about a badass entrance. Then chaos. His two cursed maiden ghouls launch their assault, snatching one of the bandits right by the face. Brutal. Seraphina slams the guy into a stone wall like he's nothing. One idiot thinks he's brave enough to lunge at Alina, but big mistake. She sidesteps him like a shadow. A heavy strike from behind, and boom, he's sent flying straight into the masonry. Next thing you know, these guys are literally hanging out of the building. Half in, half out, absolutely wrecked. Inside, the prisoners are panicking. One girl screams about the fight, but another tells her to stay down before she catches a stray arrow. Then, clang, the iron bars slam shut. Get down, she repeats, but too late. The heavy door behind her doesn't just open, it explodes. A bandit comes crashing through, hitting the back wall with a thud. And stepping through the smoke, our lichen warrior, Fenris, looking absolutely lethal. The little girl's eyes practically pop out of her head. Is that the monster? Yeah, kid, the good kind. Outside in the courtyard, it's a total mess. One thug is shaking like a leaf in the corner. He tells his boss they can't win, not against Alistair. The boss just scoffs. He thinks Alistair is the only threat. And that the others are just ghouls the boy controls. He's confident, thinks their new siege weapons will make even the best undead tremble. Bring it out, he roars. Meanwhile, Alina smashes a glass vial on the cobblestones, pure defiance. She hurls the shards right into a henchman's face. No hesitation. She and Seraphina keep moving, tearing through that cursed bandit camp like a whirlwind. But then, danger. A heavy repeating ballista swivels around, locking onto the girls. The gunner grits his teeth and pulls the lever. Thwack! The girls leap away just in time, and the bolts, they shred one of the boss's own men instead. The armored war wagon keeps rolling, though, relentless, just raining fire and iron. From above, the courtyard looks like a war zone. Caleb glances at the terrified villagers he just saved. Stay put, he commands. Don't move no matter what. He turns to his loyal lichen. I'm leaving the rest to you, Fenris. The beast man nods, his eyes locked on the enemy. Meanwhile, the wagon crew is screaming, taunting Caleb to come out and face them like a man. Their leader is losing it. How dare you invade my kingdom? He screams, ordering his gunner to fire every last bolt. But wait, the lichen is already there, moving like a blur along the building's edge, closing in on the wagon. The gunner spots him. Think you're immortal, mutt? He lets loose a volley. Fenris takes the hits, bolts burying deep into his chest and limbs. But here's the twist. Fenris remembers Caleb's words, an alchemical serum. One shot, and his body would heal faster than any mortal alive. Caleb had injected him personally. "Protect them," he'd said. "This is your duty now." And just like that, the wounds literally seal up in seconds. The bolts are pushed out as his flesh knits back together. Unreal. Now fully healed, the lichen circles the wagon like a predator. Alistair shouts the signal. Now, it's time for the maiden ghouls to strike. As they move into position, Alistair knows this is it. "Our only chance," he mutters. "We have to make this count." The bandit leader grinds his teeth. "These rats actually have guts," he snarls. He yanks the steering lever, spraying bolts everywhere. One bolt grazes Seraphina's hair millimeters from disaster, but she doesn't even flinch. She keeps charging. The man on the ballista is losing his mind, screaming as he fires wildly into the air. "Silence him. Elena's got it." She drops from above like a meteor, smashing a heavy iron manhole cover right onto his head. Game over for him. Then, a shadow falls over the armored wagon's window. It's Caleb. He reaches out, grabs the heavy iron door with one hand, and just rips it off. The leader is cowering inside now. All that bravado, gone. He begs for his life, promising Caleb anything, gold, land, whatever he wants. Caleb just looks at him, cold as ice. "Oh, so you finally know what fear feels like." He turns to walk away. "Keep that fear," he says. "Bury it deep in your soul." The man starts sobbing, thanking him for the mercy. But Caleb stops. "Actually, take that fear to hell with you." He spins around and crack. One strike to the head, done. A few hours later, the bandit nest is cleared. Every prisoner, freed, every monster, put down. They even tidied up Commander Sterling's old manor and locked the gates. Caleb stands there with a rare smile, his two ghouls at his side. "Time to move," he says. He tells the survivors to head toward the northern kingdoms. Hopefully, they'll find Lord Magnus's army. One of his strongest warriors, a man they call the Iron Tank, stays behind to make sure they get there safe. Caleb looks up at the vast blue sky. Deep down, he knows their paths will cross again someday. Mission accomplished. He watches the lichen and wonders. What kind of creature is he, really? A species the world hasn't seen in ages. But there's a bigger mystery. The ghouls, the plague. Caleb needs answers, and he's heading straight for the Grand Archives to find them. Just thinking about the massive effort needed to reach the royal citadel. No thanks. He gives up immediately, deciding to only deal with that headache when he absolutely has to. Ding. Mission complete. Our boy just pocketed 30 loyalty points for his trouble. He's all smiles now. Seriously, he can't wait to see what kind of madness happens once that loyalty hits 100%. But then ping, the grimoire calculates his daily interest. The payout, 413 points, not too shabby. Then comes the bad news. He canceled a rank B quest 3 days ago. The punishment? A brutal 10 times the original point value deducted instantly. Pure desperation sets in. Since he's short on points, the system slaps a 5% interest rate right onto his growing debt. Here we go again. It triggers a memory he'd rather bury. The time he walked into the Lord's treasury begging for a loan, only to get his request denied yet again. Nervous and flustered, he tells himself to just move on. Meanwhile, his two cursed maidens are just staring at him with completely confused faces. Time for a distraction. He decides to dive into Alara's memory fragment and trigger a fresh mission. "Activate memory fragment 2, he commands. A flash of blinding white light forces him to shield his eyes. When he can finally see, he's annoyed. These memories are always so bright. Note to self, buy some enchanted shades for next time. The scene opens on a massive, rainbow-colored birthday cake. There's her family, parents and brother, all wearing huge, happy smiles and congratulating her. Our lead just stands there, smiling. He wonders if this is really the family of the cursed girl he knows. Where is she, though? Suddenly, the mother's face sours. She's looking around irritably, snapping at everyone and asking where the feast is. Cut to the kitchen. There's Alara, chopping vegetables on the board like her life depends on it, apologizing and promising she'll be finished quickly. The little brother starts complaining to their father. He doesn't want the blue burial she bought. He wanted the red one. The red one. The dad doesn't even look up from his magical device. Aren't they the same thing? He asks. Big mistake. The kid starts making a massive scene. Yep, full-blown tantrum. Screaming, thrashing, and shrieking that he wants the red one right this second. Alara walks into the room and splash. The brat points his cup and soaks her face in ale. It's all your fault, he screams. She's caught totally by surprise. Ale is dripping off her chin, but she just tries to shield the plate of food in front of her. She just stands there, expressionless, cold liquid soaking into her face and blouse while her family watches. Instead of helping, the mother snaps at her for just standing there. She tells her to go buy the right elixir and clean up the mess. The mother actually doubles down. Do you think this is unfair? Your brother only got mad because you bought the wrong thing. You deserve this. Still standing there, staring in pure disbelief. Finally, she breaks. I understand, she whispers, her voice hollow. She storms out of the house, slamming the heavy door behind her. Watching the whole scene unfold, our boy's face turns dead serious. The memory shifts. Snowy streets under flickering lanterns. Alara steps out of a late-night alchemist shop, clutching a small parchment bag. Inside, just that one bottle of red elixir her brother demanded. In her other hand, she holds the copper coins of change. Her fist tightens around that change in pure, quiet rage. Suddenly, she spins around to re-enter the store. We see the street lamps again as the snow lightens. Then, a beautiful plaza appears under the cold, snowy night sky. A match is struck in the damp cold. A single candle flickers to life. Alara is kneeling by a stone bench, whispering that it finally lit. She's got a tiny little tart with that one candle stuck in the middle. Softly, she starts singing "Happy Birthday" to herself. She looks happy. She leans forward to take a bite of her birthday tart. Alastair watches her from the shadows. Make a wish, she tells herself. She wishes to save enough for the academy, find a good job, and get her own house. Clasping her hands tight in front of her face, she whispers it again. A real home. Our boy just watches from afar, his face serious. A few seconds later, she blows. The flame dies. Immediately, the system pings with a new mission. Celebrate Alara's birthday properly. Difficulty rank D. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He reaches out and gently rests his hand on the cursed girl's head. Mission or no mission, he says he'd still make a cake for her. He can't believe her only memory is this one sad birthday tart. World's ending. Doesn't matter. He swears he's going to throw her the most legendary party she's ever seen. Cue the montage. He's pushing her through the market in a delivery cart while she stuffs her face with every sweet in the store. She's way too strong for the games. She hits a toy and it literally explodes. Then, she's firing pop shots at cute targets with a toy gun. Next, she's in a ridiculous costume, dancing with a giant inflatable mascot while clearly drooling over a mountain of cotton candy. Seraphina gives her a fresh haircut, and they pick out some beautiful new traveling clothes. She looks like a completely different person. Meanwhile, our boy and Seraphina are in the back, grinning and holding up scorecards with a perfect 10. Sometime later, Alastair appears dressed as a giant red chicken. Alara drops her scorecard in shock, while Seraphina throws hers down in total frustration. While he's busy checking out the loot, the undead girl behind him is literally sharpening a knife. She's looking at him like he's a 5-course meal, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Then they spot a dusty old photo booth standing alone in the corner. Without a single word, the two zombie girls wander inside, their faces as cold and lifeless as stone. Arthur isn't about to miss the shot, though. He dives right in after them, squishing the three of them into the tiny, cramped space just as the timer starts. Suddenly, Alara grabs his head and shoves it right against the camera lens. Our guy is basically fighting for his life in there while the shutter clicks away. Flash, the photos print out, and honestly, they're hilarious. His face is totally distorted against the edge of the frame. Seraphina just stands outside, staring at the fresh prints with an unreadable look. Even with that hollow, blank gaze of hers, you can tell something is clicking behind those eyes. For the first time, she actually looks like she's deep in thought. "Hey, stop daydreaming," Arthur yells out, snapping her back to reality. It's time to move. She blinks, then immediately sprints after them to catch up. Arthur stops Alara before she can grab a cake from the shelf. "Put it back," he warns. "It's been 2 months since the world ended. That thing is basically a biohazard by now." Then he reveals the real plan. They aren't here to scavenge some stale leftovers. They're here to bake a fresh one from scratch themselves. Arthur's got it all figured out. Once Seraphina tastes a real cake, her loyalty is going to skyrocket. He's got the flour on one side and a dusty cookbook on the other, ready for action. "All right, Alara," our hero says, getting into full baker mode. "Bring me the eggs, carefully now." Splat, an egg flies past his head and paints the wall in a yellow mess. Arthur just sighs, wiping a bit of yolk off his cheek. "Okay, new plan. I'll handle the eggs myself." He turns around and freezes. Alara is standing there like a professional weightlifter, a massive sack of flour held high above her head, ready to dump the whole thing into the bowl. She looks genuinely offended that he's doubting her incredible help. Arthur just facepalms, realizing it's his fault for expecting a zombie to understand kitchen etiquette. "Maybe you should just go rest." It's a total disaster. Eggshells are everywhere. He dumps a literal kilogram of sugar into the batter, and then drowns the whole mess in way too much water. After sweating over the bowl, he realizes he was being totally naive. Thinking he could bake on his first try, he'd have better luck winning a kingdom on a roulette wheel. But then he remembers that flicker of a memory from Seraphina's mind, her sitting all alone on a cold bench. He can't help but give a soft, determined smile. He stretches his back, cracking his knuckles. "Fine, again, I'm not stopping until I get this right." Fast forward 100 years. Okay, more like 6 or 7 failed attempts later, and the kitchen looks like a war zone. Finally, Arthur stands proudly before a bowl of perfectly mixed cake batter. He actually managed to do it all on his own. Grinning, he heads for the door. All that's left is to bake it. He's got the generator ready, hand hovering over the plug. Time to bring this whole store back to life. With a satisfying click, he shoves the power cable into the outlet. The lights flicker on, but then, boom, loud music starts blaring through the rafters. Arthur's heart drops as he realizes the store's sound system is hardwired into the grid. The music is screaming from the speakers outside the store. Every single rot-walker in the district stops dead in their tracks and turns toward the noise. This is bad. Pure panic sets in. Arthur realizes he just rang the giant dinner bell for every zombie within a 5-mile radius. He knows exactly what's about to happen. A literal sea of zombies begins marching furiously toward the music, sprinting in a total frenzy. He rips the cable out of the socket, silencing the store instantly. "We were too careless," he mutters, drawing his breath. "Everyone get ready, we've got company." Seraphina, rocking her new gear, doesn't hesitate for a second. She blurs into motion, taking up a defensive position near the entrance. But Arthur stops her. He summons his sword, the steel humming with power. "Not today, Seraphina. Leave this mess to me and Alara." He shoots her a wink. "New company policy, employees get their birthday off. That's an order." He tells Alara to clear out the stragglers inside while he holds the line at the door. Alara doesn't need to be told twice. She starts tearing through the undead immediately. Arthur sprints to the main doors. Through the glass, he sees a horizon full of monsters closing in on their position. He slams the bolts shut just as the first wave hits the glass with a sickening thud. "Seriously," he groans. "Of all the days to give me trouble, they chose this one." He looks over and nearly has a heart attack. Alara is bludgeoning a zombie with a whisk. "Hey, that's for the cake, not for smashing heads." She tosses the whisk aside and grabs a heavy rolling pin from the counter instead, looking ready for round 2. "No, that also isn't a weapon," Arthur yells, desperate to save his kitchen tools. "Leave it on the counter, please." Suddenly, the system pings. It actually had to stop Alara because she showed the intention of attacking the boss. I worked on that batter for hours. Don't you dare ruin it. Fine, no tools. No problem. Still expressionless, she starts hurling plates and cutlery like high-velocity shrapnel, taking out every zombie with superpowered kitchenware. Amidst the chaos, Arthur pauses to think. Wait, just a plain cake is kind of boring, isn't it? A few seconds later, a brilliant idea hits him. Alara, take Seraphina to the top floor right now. I'll meet you both up there soon. Alara just waves and grabs the other girl's hand, leading her away from the fighting. Seraphina, when you get to the top, close your eyes and wait for me, he shouts. The two girls sprint toward the roof of the building. Outside, the street is blocked by abandoned cars and a giant truck. Arthur grins, confident in his plan. Time for a little strategy. Sometime later, Arthur is beaming. The cake is baked, the trap is set, and everything is finally ready for the big reveal. The system screen flickers to life, showing Alara's status. Arthur taps the screen, activating the collaborative work mode to finish the job. He'd never synced up with 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 like this before. Cake in one hand, he shifts his weight, getting ready for an all-out sprint. He takes off, and man, the feeling. Night and day compared to when he's linked with 𝒊𝒐𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆, With 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 it's different, it's total calm, absolute clarity. He eyes the swarm of ghouls blocking his path. One thought, I've got this. He's literally vaulting off their faces, cake held high. Nothing, he growls, is stopping this delivery. Then he roars it out. No one's going to keep her from her treat. He weaves through a ghoul's claws, shouting that she's waited long enough. He tosses the cake sky high. While it's midair, his blade becomes a blur, shredding ghouls left and right before the box even starts to drop. Boom, he catches it perfectly. Smooth as silk. Meanwhile, up on the roof, 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 is a one-woman army against the horde. Little Isolde is just standing in the corner, taking it all in. She follows Gideon's command with that blank, haunting stare and slowly closes her eyes. Gideon knows it's a waste of precious fuel, but honestly, making his team happy, that's the real priority here. He's rigged up these makeshift fuses with gasoline. He tosses a lit birthday candle back and yells, Isolde, look. She starts to open them, just as that tiny flame hits the fuel lines. The second they touch, total explosion. The entire street erupts, shooting brilliant, chaotic light everywhere, real end-of-the-world fireworks. Gideon's grinning now. Happy birthday, he shouts over the noise. Limited edition apocalypse style. The girl is speechless, wide-eyed. Even 𝑩𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅 stops mid-fight, still holding a ghoul by the throat to watch the display. Gideon rushes over, handing the cake to Isolde. Check it out, frosting's still perfect. He shows her the treat and makes a promise. As long as he's drawing breath, she gets a cake every year. Now, he says, make a wish. The girl, usually so stoic, actually demands he smile. So our hero starts belting out the birthday song. Candles go out, the system pings, apparently the cake tasted a bit off to her, but she's sweet, so she keeps that to herself. Looking out over the Sunport coast, you can see how much the place changed. High-end industry really put this kingdom on the map. The boom meant the old district turned into housing, while all the heavy gear moved to the new city. But now, those resources are just the scraps left over after the world fell apart. So Gideon decides to hit the old district. Quick recap, he's been busy. 6 weeks in, and he's already smashed 89 out of his 100 missions. Suddenly, a voice calls out, it's a kid. It's Leo. Gideon ran into him by the river a few days back. The kid's asking about the bridge. Bad news, though. The bridge is trashed. Even with ropes, there's no way they're crossing that gap. They head back to where Leo's people are camping. The leader, Captain Cedric, has been under Gideon's watchful eye since they met. Cedric thanks him for the intel. Gideon just wants to know if they've found a way out. One of the scouts chimes in. He found a ship near the docks. Gideon's shocked. A ship, and it's not a wreck. It's a massive galleon. The hull's solid, but the engine is bone dry. No fuel. Without fuel, they're stuck. And the base? They've only got maybe 2 or 3 days of food left. Cedric gives that smile. He asks Gideon to handle the fuel run, since his lovely guards are basically walking tanks. Gideon sees right through him. He knows Cedric wants to save his own strength for the civilians. "Just be direct next time," Gideon mutters. Cedric laughs, calling him a straight shooter, and promises a hell of a reward. Gideon turns to leave. "Keep moving the supplies," he says. "We'll have this ship ready by dark." He whistles for his ghoul girls. "Come on, ladies, we're going hunting." Leo watches them go, looking curious, and then he's running after them. "Wait, I'm coming too." Gideon just looks exhausted. The longer this apocalypse goes on, the more annoying people get. Anyway, they find a gas station crawling with the undead. Isolde doesn't hesitate. Her fist glows with that jagged red energy as she dives straight into the horde. Her punch literally carves a trench into the stone, sending ghouls flying. Most of them just vaporize on impact. The system confirms it. Isolde just unlocked Heavy Cleaver. Huge power boost, but it's got a bit of a cooldown. Gideon just stands there, looking like a proud dad. Kiera's new power is absolutely terrifying, rivaling her prime strength. Sir Alistair watches, stunned, as Arthur gushes over her skill, begging to know if it's some ancient knightly art he can learn. Alistair isn't in the mood for games. He grabs the boy by the collar, asking why he's so obsessed with training when they have a job to do. "Move it, kid. We need that alchemical oil now." Meanwhile, the blighted servants are already deep in the fray, clearing a path through the undead horde with ruthless efficiency. They reach the apothecary outpost, and Alistair takes point. He tells Arthur to stay sharp and scavenge for supplies while he clears the interior first. Arthur is wide-eyed with admiration. He calls Alistair a saint, saying he's never seen a man volunteer for the front lines of this nightmare so selflessly. Alistair just scoffs. "Saint, hardly. I'm a businessman, kid. I solve problems for a price. This isn't about kindness, it's about the bottom line." Arthur doesn't buy it. To him, the fact that Alistair even bothers to negotiate is proof of his good heart, especially since he's strong enough to just take what he wants. With power like that, he could rule this wasteland without ever breaking a sweat or asking permission. Alistair just stares at him. "You really believe that? Man, it's a miracle you've lasted this long with that kind of naive thinking." But deep down, Alistair is actually impressed. The kid talks way too much, but his eyes are sharp and he knows how to follow an order when it counts. For a brief second, the mercenary's hard exterior cracks. He gives Arthur a small smile. "I'm glad you're still breathing, kid." Arthur's serious face melts into a grin of pure gratitude. "I'm glad, too. Mostly just happy I didn't end up in a shallow grave today." Alistair misses the joke entirely, prompting Arthur to lie through his teeth, claiming he just said Alistair looked like a legendary hero. That's the breaking point. Alistair's patience snaps from the boy's constant chatter. To get some peace, he points toward a wrecked carriage at the gates and tells Arthur to go check its essence tanks for fuel. Arthur snaps a quick salute and bolts toward the carriage, leaving Alistair to finally enjoy a moment of blessed silence. The boy reaches the wreckage and realizes he has to climb the back to get a good look. He sets his canister down and starts scrambling up the wooden frame. He doesn't see it. Beneath the carriage, a pale, rotted hand is reaching out, tracking his every movement. Then a shriveled, undead face emerges from the shadows. Arthur keeps climbing, completely oblivious to the monster inches from his feet. Suddenly, snap! Arthur screams as he leans on an iron grate that's been rusted through for years. It gives way instantly under his weight. Before he can plummet into the darkness, Alistair is there. He catches the boy by the ankle in a split second. "Real cautious of you," Alistair deadpans. Arthur is trembling, pointing wildly. "Zombies under the carriage, watch out, sir." Alistair just growls. "Why the hell are you worrying about me right now? Focus on your own skin." He's already dealt with the crawler below, but something worse is coming. Arthur asks how bad it could be, while the girls continue their work nearby. That's when we see it. Perched on the outpost roof is a massive, mutated titan of a beast. It exhales a thick, noxious smoke from holes in its flesh, its eyes glowing with a hellish light as it locks onto the girls. Arthur's face goes pale. What? What is that thing? The monster doesn't answer, it just lunges, preparing to crush them all. Its fist ignites with raw energy, unleashing a massive explosion. Kiara barely dances out of the way of the devastating blast. But the beast is relentless. Before she can even breathe, it's on her again, its fist glowing with that same terrifying power. It strikes again, and though she dodges, the blast is headed straight for the essence pumps. Alistair sees the disaster coming. He grabs Arthur and dives into a desperate leap, just as the energy hits the fuel. Boom, the outpost erupts in a massive fireball. Seconds later, a soot-covered Alistair asks if the boy is alive. Arthur can only stammer a shaky, yes. The kid is terrified. Sir, what do we do? That monster is way beyond us. Alistair doesn't argue. He looks at the Titan and realizes they're in a fight for their lives. He stands up and orders Arthur to run. Go! If you stay here, you're just a target. I'll handle this. Arthur knows his place. He grabs what little fuel they've salvaged and prepares to make a break for it, trusting the night. As he retreats, he shouts back that he'll be waiting. Alistair draws his steel, takes a breath, and centers himself for the clash. He charges. In a flash of steel and shadow, all three of them throw themselves at the mutant Titan at once. But this thing is a mountain. It takes on all three attackers simultaneously, blocking their strikes with ease. Alistair can't believe it. He's never seen a monster with the reflexes to stop a coordinated assault like this. The beast grins a rotted smile, exhaling smoke into Alistair's face before detonating the cloud in a blinding explosion of fire. Selene is thrown back, clutching a badly injured arm. Yvain is reeling, struggling to find her footing after the blast. It's bad. This mutant is leagues stronger than anything they've faced. If they keep this up, they're all dead. Alistair glares at the beast, his mind racing. At the very least, he has to take those massive arms off the monster to survive. Meanwhile, miles away at the quiet docks of the camp, the boat sits waiting in the morning mist. The scout reports to the commander. The oil is loaded onto the galleon, and the signal flares have been fired to alert the mountain camp. Sir Julian smirks, finally satisfied. Perfect, he says. Now they just need to wait for the survivors to board and for Caleb to finish slaughtering that massive abyssal Titan. The Lord Commander blinks in confusion. What Titan? Then, from the deck, they look toward the shoreline and see thick, black smoke choking the sky. Look closer. There's Caleb and his squad, sprinting for their lives with that towering monstrosity right on their heels. Julian grins at the commander. Check it out. Our hero is finally making his entrance. The commander narrows his eyes, watching the chaos. Caleb's group is moving fast, and that beast chasing them. It's already missing an entire arm. But then, the unthinkable happens. The Titan snatches a wandering corpse and shoves it into the bloody stump where its arm used to be. The flesh begins to fuse. It's literally knitting itself a new limb. Caleb grits his teeth, wondering if this thing can absorb any undead it touches. At least the path ahead looks clear for now. He tells himself one thing, just reach the galleon. That's all that matters now. He finally stops, looking out toward the horizon, and there it is, the ship. His breath hitches and his voice trembles as the truth sinks in. They actually sailed away. A notification from the Divine Ledger flashes. Rank B mission, escort the High Chancellor, successfully completed. Caleb goes silent, a cold fury taking over. He calls out to his two cursed guardians. Execute Tactic C, he roars a curse, drawing the Titan's gaze right onto him. It's a standoff, man and monster locked in a deadly gaze. The beast loses patience and lunges, but Alara is ready. She hurls an explosive flask straight at the Titan's chest. Direct hit, right in the heart of the giant. Suddenly, Seraphina drops from the sky, her hidden blades primed and ready to strike. The monster manages to catch the blow with its forearm. But wait, a jagged tear begins to rip open across its massive shoulder. A wet, sickening sound follows. A massive, bloodshot eye blinks open from within the monster's shoulder. No time to breathe. Caleb lunges forward, sword swinging in a lethal arc, aiming to take off the beast's remaining arm. He glances at the distant ship, bitterness burning in his throat. He actually believed them, fell for their hollow promises and their web of lies again. Every strike is fueled by pure rage. Fake friendships, empty loyalties, the same cycle of betrayal that has always plagued this kingdom. He stands over the fallen beast, panting. "I'm done with this." But then, a sound. He looks back and sees a sea of undead surging toward them. It's not just monsters. Desperate survivors are screaming, crying out that the galleon abandoned them. Now they're trapped with nowhere to go. They scramble through the dirt, wailing and begging Caleb to save them from the slaughter. One man is finally tackled, the undead sinking their teeth into him as he screams Caleb's name one last time. Caleb watches him fall with eyes like ice. He doesn't move. He doesn't want to play the hero anymore. We see the carnage. A group fleeing in terror while one poor soul is left behind, buried under a mountain of rotting flesh. In the old legends, Sisyphus was cursed to push a boulder up a cliff for eternity. Every time he reached the peak, it would just roll back down. Round and round in a cycle of futility. Caleb stares at the massacre. He refuses to be like Sisyphus. A new notification chimes in his mind. Mission, protect the innocent. Difficulty rank C then. Another. Dozens of windows flood his vision with the same plea. Caleb hesitates. If he saves them now, what happens tomorrow? They'll just run out of bread. They'll get sick. They'll turn on him. The boulder will never stay at the top of the mountain. A young girl finds herself cornered, sobbing and screaming for anyone, please, anyone to save her. Suddenly, Caleb is there. His blade flashes through the air, decapitating the two monsters closing in on her. The girl huddles on the ground, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the end. She trembles, slowly opening one eye to see why death hasn't claimed her. She looks up at Caleb. His eyes are empty, expressionless as he carves through the undead. Even he's wondering, what on earth is he doing? His body is moving on instinct, saving a life while his mind searches for a reason that isn't there. He knows this is all for nothing. Two more rotwalkers rush him, jaws snapping, eyes wide with hunger. But before they can reach him, his two guardians intercept them, tearing the monsters apart in a blur of violence. They move in perfect sync, clearing the field. Caleb watches them, his thoughts drifting. "So," he whispers, "this is how it's going to be." He thinks of his old comrade, Benedict. He's finally starting to understand the cold truth in his words. Benedict always said that useless filth belongs in the gutter. It's the curse of power. Once men get a taste of gold, they lose their empathy. Once again, he remembers Benedict and realizes he almost became the very monster he hated. He won't let that happen. The girl watches him, sensing he's lost in thought. She gasps, pointing a trembling finger behind him. "Look out, there's a monster." From beneath the shattered stone and rubble, the abyssal titan claws its way back. It stands tall, its shoulder ice scanning the area before letting out a bone-chilling roar. Arthur smirks, signaling his two undead guardswomen. On his command, they lunge back into the fray with bone-chilling speed. That mutated abomination isn't backing down either, charging head-on. But the girls are ready. They leap high, synchronizing for a massive aerial strike. Moving as a single, lethal shadow, they descend like falling stars, burying their kicks deep into the beast's flesh. Meanwhile, Arthur isn't just watching. He hurls a heavy coil of rope with pinpoint precision, snagging the creature's massive wrist in mid-swing. At that exact heartbeat, he's in the air, blade drawn for a killing blow. Up on the beast's shoulder, a grotesque eye seems to track his every move. It's eerie. Clang, the monster actually parries his blade. Thinking fast, Arthur shouts for Beatrice to step in now. She doesn't miss a beat, her fist glowing with the sheer intensity of a heavy-charged shatter strike. She vaults behind the beast and lets fly. One strike, and the monster is literally split down the middle, half here, half there. As the dust settles, Arthur looks at the carnage and reflects, even in a world this broken, and even with power that makes him more monster than man, he's determined to keep his humanity intact. Suddenly, one of the survivors lets out a shout, pointing toward the horizon with a grin that stretches ear to ear. "Look!" It's the galleon. It's actually coming back. And there's Henry on the deck, screaming Arthur's name at the top of his lungs. So, hear us what happened 10 minutes ago. Someone ran to Lord Blackwood, the old gang leader, saying the ship was failing. Blackwood just barked at Henry to fix it, and fix it fast. Then, the old man pulled a flintlock pistol, trying to act the tough guy, claiming he was handling the situation personally. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots echo out. Another scout rushes over, heart pounding, asking what the hell just happened. He stops dead in his tracks. Did you just send the Lord to his grave, Henry? Henry doesn't even blink. He just asks if a piece of trash like that ever deserved to lead in the first place. The scout is reeling, totally lost, but Henry spells it out. That leader abandoned the group to the ghouls today and tomorrow. He would have done the same to the scout. He makes it clear, stick with a coward like that and everyone ends up as monster bait. No exceptions. With a smirk, he says their only real shot at surviving this hell is with Arthur. Cut back to the present, the ship is pulling into the docks. Henry plays it cool, joking about how the unfortunate leader just tripped and fell into the dark waters, while Julian looks on, still in total shock. Arthur's just relieved they brought the boat back. Julian admits they were all terrified of Blackwood, but they never actually wanted to leave Arthur behind. Grinning, Henry turns to the scout who saw everything. Right. The guy is sweating buckets, nodding way too fast. Oh, yeah, totally, that's exactly what happened. Arthur laughs, noting that Henry's finally grown a spine, and the kid has the nerve to ask for a reward. Arthur's response: he'll share one of his rare, high-quality rations. Generous, right? Fast forward, and Arthur is back to business, carving through ghouls like butter. He's now leading a whole caravan of survivors through the ruins. They used the galleon to reach the old citadel, where they found a desperate group that had crawled out of their holes looking for a savior. And because he's Arthur, he couldn't just leave them to rot. Scanning the horizon, he spots a plume of dark smoke rising behind a cathedral. That's got to be the camp they were talking about. Rumor has it there's someone there who can actually cure the infected, and a few people in his group are running out of time. Honestly, he thinks it's a fairy tale, but a slim chance is better than none. And if it fails, well, at least he can give them a merciful end. Thud, a mutated giant collapses before them. The crowd panics. That's the 3rd mutant they've run into just today. Arthur realizes the grim truth. The longer this plague rots the world, the more these twisted abominations are going to evolve. He tells Henry and Julian to push the group toward the smoke, while he and Beatrice hold the line. A 2-headed nightmare lets out a bone-shaking roar, squaring up to crush them. Boom, a massive explosion of dust and debris chokes the air. Suddenly, a volley of gunfire hits the dirt right at Henry's feet. He freezes, teeth gritted, heart racing. He looks down, terrified at the massive crater that bullet just left in the cobblestones. A sentry from the camp wall screams down at them. No orders, no entry, stay back. He warns them he'll open fire if they take another step. Henry shouts back while parrying a ghoul, pleading that they aren't enemies, they just need a place to hide. The guard isn't moved. He says the high commander is away. And he doesn't have the rank to let a mob in, especially with a horde of undead nipping at their heels. Arthur steps up. I'll clear the trash if that's what it takes, just open the gates. The guard finally compromises, kill every single monster out there, and then maybe they can talk. But one wrong move, and he'll pepper them with lead. Beatrice watches the exchange, thinking that his cold logic is actually pretty fair for a world like this. Arthur just shrugs. Defeat every monster in sight, easy enough. He signals Julian for a combo. He tosses her a heavy line, shouting, "Execute code, Iron Serpent," as she snatches it out of the air. And just like that, she's a blur of motion, dancing through the horde and using the line like a razor-sharp whip to tear the undead apart. Cedric roars for everyone to move, clear the path or hit the dirt. Hadrian grits his teeth, spotting the danger, and drags a survivor to safety. This is it. Cedric and Gareth, clutching opposite ends of the heavy rope, sprint in a wide arc to encircle the entire rotting horde. They're closing the distance fast. Look at that. They've successfully trapped every single risen within a massive hempen loop. They cross paths, tightening the cord. The undead are crushed together, becoming one massive, tangled mess of decaying limbs. Cedric signals Alara. "Your turn! Give him hell!" She begins channeling raw mana, glowing with power before launching herself into the air. Her boots hit the earth with a thunderous crack. Using her heavy cleave and a devastating kick, she sends a massive arc of crimson energy tearing through the air. Perfection. That red energy wave slices clean across the necks of the risen trapped within the stone enclosure. The dust settles. Silence. Cedric looks out to see a field of fallen monsters, not a single one left standing. But wait, more of them. A lot more. Cedric spots another wave of undead approaching and warns the group to ready their blades. Our hero looks at the girls. They've been fighting non-stop since crossing the river Avon. They're exhausted, but there's no time to rest. It's a never-ending nightmare. The risen just keep coming in impossible, soul-crushing numbers. Cedric draws his steel, ready to die fighting. Suddenly, boom, a different beast entirely drops from the sky, shattering the ground beneath its feet. Then another. Same impact, same crater. The sheer force of the landing sends a cloud of debris choking the air. Plot twist. These new monstrosities aren't attacking our heroes. They're tearing the regular risen apart like tissue paper. Total carnage. Dust everywhere. Cedric watches in shock. He's never seen this species of monster in all his years in the kingdom. In the eye of the storm, 3 figures in heavy mage's armor watch calmly. "Acceptable results," one mutters. "First combat trial is a success." One of the armored men approaches a girl, checking her for wounds. "Are you all right, child? Any injuries?" She points to a small mark, just a scratch. The mage isn't worried. They've developed a holy cure, and he promises everyone food and sanctuary. Kay looks up hopeful. "Are you the lord of this camp?" he asks, thanking the man for their lives. The man behind the visor chuckles. "You're too kind. Actually, I'm the one who owes you." Cedric narrows his eyes. Something doesn't feel right. What could a man like that possibly owe them? Then he sees a familiar face, his old friend Julian. "Cedric, it's been ages since we walked the academy halls together." Flashback time. A bully is sneering, yanking a boy's hair and demanding gold. "You holding out on us, peasant." A boot is pressed into the boy's cheek. "Where's the coin for our ale?" the bully barks, while the victim pleads for mercy. The lead blonde noble claims it's not about the gold, it's about the kid's lack of respect. The poor boy can only stammer apologies. The noble doesn't care about tomorrow. He just wants to enjoy the sound of bones breaking right now. But then the ultimate disrespect. The boy on the ground, terrified, accidentally soils the noble's expensive boots. The blonde loses it. Disgusting filth. Nearby, another student is just finishing his business at the latrines, completely unbothered. It's Cedric, 17 years old and done with the nonsense. "That's enough," he tells the blonde. "Walk away." The bully is seeing red. "I'm sending you to the pits of hell," he charges, but clang. A stall door slams right into his face as Julian steps out. Cedric hears the flush and looks at the newcomer. Julian stands there, looking bored. The rest of the bullies are frozen. They've never seen anyone disrupt a beating with such timing. Julian sighs, looking at the thugs. "I was wondering what that noise was, just a bunch of rats squeaking in the dark." He turns to Cedric. "Need a hand?" Cedric nods. "Can you swing a blade?" Julian just smirks. "Better than these lot." The blonde noble, face already swelling, screams at his goons. "What are you waiting for? Kill them both." 2 lackeys grab wooden practice staves and charge with a roar, desperate to reclaim their pride. Cedric and his new ally don't hesitate. They charge right back. Outside the training hall, all people can hear are the desperate screams of the bullies. A few minutes later, it's over. Cedric and Julian are standing tall while the bullies are slumped over the latrines, nursing their broken egos. The boy they saved is shaking, tears streaming down his face. Thank you so much." "It's over now, get going," Cedric says gently. He turns to Julian. "Thanks, might have been a tough one alone." Julian shrugs. "No worries, I just can't focus on my business." when there's a circus going on outside the stall. Cedric laughs. Most people would have run for the hills. Julian grins back. Not me. Introductions are made. Julian, second year, House of 3. Our hero bows slightly. Cedric, second year, House of 16. They go to shake, then realize their hands are, well, they haven't washed yet. They both bolt for the basins. And that was the start. From that day on, the two were inseparable, leaving the academy together as the closest of friends. These two were always at each other's throats, competing for the best marks by day and battling in the same games by night. Fast forward a few years, and there they are, grown men still glued to their screens, likely fighting the same digital wars. Fate apparently loved a rivalry, because they both ended up at the same prestigious university just a few years later. Our hero, Arthur, absolutely crushed it, taking first place in the university's top app development contest. But it wasn't all glory. We see the two of them absolutely knackered on the train, leaning on one another just to catch a few seconds of sleep. The scene shifts to the city's skyline, shimmering under the night lights, before cutting to the pair grabbing a bite at a local pub. Arthur, talking with his mouth completely full, insists his theoretical biology app is flawless. He blames the judges for his loss and grumbles that he'll have to rework the whole thing now that the contest is over. His mate Julian, also shoveling food down, asks if he's still planning to launch that startup. Arthur's face falls. Things at home are a mess. Between the lack of funds and his mother's mounting medical bills, starting a business is a pipe dream he just can't afford. He turns the question back on Julian, asking how things are going with his father's massive estate and the family firm. Julian drops a bombshell. He's out. Arthur is stunned. Why walk away when he's practically a natural at managing people? Julian goes quiet for a second, lost in thought, before telling Arthur that his app idea is actually brilliant, a proper goldmine worth every penny of investment. Then comes the pitch. He suggests they team up and build the company together. Arthur handles the tech, Julian handles the business side of things. Arthur smirks, knowing full well Julian's the only one of them with the head for administration. Partners again. Julian promises they'll crack the top 500, and they clink their glasses, grinning at a future that looks brighter than ever. And they actually did it. They built the team, coded the app from the ground up, and brought in the big money investors, even catching the eye of a massive corporation. But then the dream shatters. We see Arthur being shoved back by a security guard, shouting at Julian, desperate to know if their friendship meant anything at all. Julian doesn't even look back. He just stands there, cold and silent. After a long pause, Julian finally speaks, comparing Arthur to the sun, a light that shines so bright it makes everyone around him stronger. He turns to his assistant, Beatrice, and continues, mocking Arthur's relentless positivity and that never-give-up attitude. He looks at his former friend with pure, unfiltered malice, wondering aloud if Arthur has enough left in him to crawl out of the gutter one more time. Arthur is left on his knees in the dirt, watching in total silence as Julian and his entourage walk away, leaving him in the shadows. Eventually, the group reaches the main outpost. Hugo pulls off his helmet, breathing a sigh of relief that they've finally made it back. The crowd goes wild, cheering for their return and asking if Arthur, the man they've been waiting for, is truly back in the fold. A young girl runs up to Julian in tears, sobbing that some little brat called her useless and threatened to kick her out of the camp. Julian just smiles, playing the benevolent leader. He tells her no one's getting kicked out and reminds them that they're the future of this camp, so they'd better start playing nice. Arthur watches this performance, the memory of Julian's true face burning in his mind, the man who said trash belongs in the bin. As the saintly Julian carries on, an elderly woman asks if a useless old soul like her can really stay. Julian gives her a reassuring nod, promising she'll never be cast out. He rouses the crowd, announcing that they have new survivors joining the ranks and ordering everyone to get food and water ready. Arthur stands there, completely paralyzed, watching the man who ruined him play the part of a hero. The memory of Julian and his secretary telling him to disappear forever loops in his head like a nightmare. Boiling with silent rage, Arthur decides he's had enough of Julian's lies. He calls out to Evelyn and Beatrice, telling them they're leaving this place immediately. But as he heads for the gates, beep, two sharp notifications hit his ears. The system has a new mission: stay at the camp and wait for activation. Then the system's voice turns cold. It's not a request. If he refuses, he'll be forcibly removed, which is basically a death sentence in 30 seconds. Arthur freezes, his mind racing. He's reeling. Why now? Why this specific mission? And why on earth is the penalty so much more brutal than anything he's faced before? He's left with one terrifying thought. Is the system actually trying to save him, or is it just playing a sick game with his life? Suddenly, Hugo, who's apparently been screaming at him for half an hour, claps a hand on his shoulder and bellows his name right in his ear. Finally snapping out of it, Arthur looks up as Hugo explains they're moving the bodies to the infirmary for examination. He asks if Arthur is coming. Arthur realizes he's trapped. If the system won't let him leave, he'll have to play along for now and see where this rabbit hole leads. He calls out to Julian, masking his suspicion. Arthur says he'll stick around just to have a look at the place, asking if that's a problem. Julian flashes a perfect, fake smile and says the doors are open to everyone. He welcomes them into the meditation room, leaving their dark history completely unmentioned. We see a heavy, reinforced door marked Temporary Examination Ward. Inside, a man is strapped to a gurney, screaming in agony as he fights against the leather restraints. A doctor nearby looks worried, noting that his vitals are failing. It's happening. He's officially entering the third phase of the mutation. Professor Knight calls for a double dose, telling the nurse to hit him with the stabilizer first. He's terrified that the shock alone might trigger a violent stress reaction. With the syringe ready, he tells the girl to grab the patient's files. But behind him, the man on the bed suddenly snaps the heavy leather strap like it's nothing. Julian's jaw drops, stunned. How did he move that fast? The doctor doesn't even have time to blink. Cedric is already there. He's pinned the blighted creature to the dirt, then turns back to check if the healer is safe. She's okay. The squire is in total disbelief. Our hero moved so fast that the world seemed to stand still. Cedric asks Lady Sarah if the victim can be saved. She says it's possible, but only if they act within the first hour of mutation. Time is running out. Cedric barks at them to move, now. They finally plunge the serum into the man's veins. Slowly, the horrific screaming begins to fade into silence. Everyone is breathless. Did it work? It did. The gray, dead skin is actually turning back to a healthy pink. Cedric stands there, a spark of hope in his eyes. Maybe humanity survives this. Is this why the mark sent him here? A while later, Lady Sarah finds our hero outside. She offers her sincere thanks. Without him, she'd be a corpse. Cedric just smiles, it was nothing. He still hasn't even learned her name. Julian steps in to introduce them. He explains how he was a lost soul before finding these two scholars in the chaos. The professors chose to stay in the city to forge an antidote, eventually turning this old laboratory into their fortress. They built this sanctuary from nothing. Julian's job, venturing into the wastes to bring back survivors for the camp. But there's a catch. Cedric asks about the antidote, only to learn the success rate is still under 50%. Our hero realizes the truth. His mission from the mark must be tied to perfecting this cure. Julian stands there, frozen. He hesitates for a long moment, then calls out to Cedric. He's stammering, trying to bring up their dark past. Silence hangs heavy. Then, suddenly, Julian shouts a desperate apology. Cedric is caught completely off guard. Julian confesses everything. He admits he was a snake, a traitor who shouldn't be trusted by anyone. Cedric just turns away. "Forget it," he mutters. He isn't interested in this disgusting, dramatic display of regret. Julian won't let it go. He chases after his old friend, swearing on his life that he's telling the truth. Suddenly, a little girl runs out. She's sobbing, reaching out for Julian with tears in her eyes. She's heartbroken. "Where's my mama? Is she going to be okay?" Julian drops to his knees to comfort her. He promises her mother is just resting, and they'll be reunited very soon. He sends her off to play with the others. She wipes her eyes and waves a cheerful goodbye. Cedric scoffs, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What did you do to her mother? Toss her out because she got sick? Julian looks pained. He explains that this sanctuary only survives because every person plays their part. Everyone has a role. Everyone contributes. That is the only reason they haven't been overrun yet. Many people volunteered for the cure trials. The little girl's mother was one of those brave souls. Testing is a death sentence, but he's desperate to finish it so families can finally go home. Julian sighs heavily. He admits he only started understanding Cedric once he joined the research. He used to be so incredibly narrow-minded. These survivors taught him a hard lesson, that we only live another day if we stand together. Before the fall, he only cared about gold and titles, just like his father before him. But when the world ended, he realized those things were worthless. He shouts in rage at what a fool he was. He isn't begging for Cedric to forgive his sins. He just wants him to know the regret is real. Cedric is skeptical. So what do you want from me? Julian is desperate, but Cedric isn't buying it. He demands to know what the real angle is here. Fine, the truth. Julian explains that a master scholar worked at the Great Archive, a place now crawling with the undead. He needs Cedric's steel. He wants them to work together to recover the lost data hidden inside. Julian bows low, a nobleman begging a knight for his help. The cure is our only hope, he pleads. Cedric watches him, still convinced this is all just a well-acted lie. Julian is dead serious. He'll even kneel in the dirt if he has to. Cedric tells him to save his breath. Julian reaches out his hand. Remember the old days? Together we were unstoppable. We could do anything. Cedric looks at the hand. Julian is right about one thing. If they keep living like this, the world is doomed. Even if the world never returns to its former glory, things might finally change. With the alchemical cure, there's hope. Hope for a peaceful life and a slow recovery for the kingdom. Our hero wonders if this is exactly why the system kept him here, and honestly, he's dying to know how they managed to tame the blighted. He takes a moment, weighing his options, then gives his answer. He'll help his former friend. The man rushes in for an excited hug, but Arthur stops him cold, telling him to stay back. He looks him in the eye and makes it clear, no forgiveness, no peace. This partnership is strictly for the cure and nothing more. Julian nods, understanding the weight of his betrayal, and thanks Arthur again for the help. A bit later, the command rings out, time to move. The knights confirm, armor clinking. Then the system window flashes with a new objective: recover the lost research scrolls. On a morning with a sky so blue it looks fake, the undead are literally being tossed into the air. Look at that thing, a hairless, twisted creature with its jaw unhinged, moving with terrifying speed. The beast pins a blighted soul to the dirt, while others are sent flying like ragdolls through the air. Kaelin watches from a distance, totally weirded out, and asks what those two monstrous hounds are. Julian explains that those beasts are the crown jewels of their research. According to Grand Meister Kendrick, these two aren't mindless. They have a spark of intellect and can follow basic commands. Here's the crazy part. They've had control gems implanted into their skulls. If they ever disobey or snap at a human, they get hit with a massive surge of magic, pure pain. Julian warns that this mission is a death trap and asks why Arthur didn't just leave the two women safely back at the fortress. Arthur's response: they're his crew, and frankly, their combat skills put these monster dogs to shame. Helen appears out of nowhere, calling them war machines, while James adds that Arthur's been putting up with that guy since long before the world ended. Duncan looks over at the ladies, thinking to himself that Helen might actually be a pint-sized powerhouse. Time to move. The group finally stands before the massive gates of the Royal Archives of Alchemy. The Meister says the scrolls they need are tucked away on the 4th floor of the research wing. It's a total mystery how many undead are lurking inside, so stealth is the name of the game. Someone asks if the Meister forgot to draw them a map before they left. Julian says he did, but let's be real. The place is a labyrinth, and a piece of parchment only goes so far. Arthur notices the stairwell is absolutely crawling with the blighted. Looking over, Kaylin is stunned to see they've actually got looking glasses to scout ahead. They huddle up, debating the safest way to reach that fourth-floor lab without getting eaten. Strategy set, Julian gives the signal. It's go time. Arthur mentions that since entering the lower ward, the undead look different colors than the ones in the royal citadel. Stepping over the fallen husks on the ground, he notes that the corruption here looks strange, wrong. Helen adds that the number of mutated blighted is skyrocketing. Julian explains the Meister's theory. These aren't just walking corpses, they're an evolving species. Every day, new varieties pop up, and they've categorized them into two groups, the common blighted and the mutants. The evolved type, those are predators. They enhance their own bodies, keep their primal instincts, and they only want one thing, fresh, living meat. Then you've got the fusion types, absolute abominations that merge with other creatures. They come in all sizes and will eat literally anything in their path. Duncan explains that their guard dogs are actually fusions, a twisted mix of hound and man. Usually, it takes 5 skilled knights to bring down one evolved type, but a fusion, that could take anywhere from 1 to 10 men, depending on its size. He admits that the evolved ones are the real nightmare, because they're actually smart enough to hunt you. But look, it doesn't matter what kind of monster they are. They all have the same 2 weaknesses. Sunlight and the brain. Duncan stops, pistol drawn and ready, saying the lesson is officially over. They've finally made it to the 3rd floor. He inches the door open and wow, the room is packed with countless undead. Kaylin whispers for everyone to shut up and move like shadows. One wrong step and it's over. Arthur is internally panicking, wondering why there are so many and how on earth he's supposed to keep everyone alive as they weave through the crowd of monsters. They move in total silence, every muscle tense, waiting for a single sound to break the peace. One guard thinks to himself that if he'd known it was this bad, he'd have stayed in bed. He's already planning his transfer to the supply wagons the second they get back. He also thinks that if he survives this, he can brag to Lady Sophia and the others. Maybe then she'll actually look at him with some respect. Distracted by his own daydream, the tip of his spear clangs against the stone wall. Silence, then chaos. The undead snap their heads toward him as Kaylin screams that they're dead meat. Run. Helen shouts that they can bait the horde into the research wing on the opposite side. There's an emergency exit there they can use. Kaylin tosses a magic alarm chime to Lady Yanji, yelling for her to use it to draw the monsters to the right side of the hall. The plan: survive and regroup on the 4th floor. According to the mark, Serafina actually thrives on this kind of high-stakes danger. She slams the magic chime, waking every beast in the area. Alastair and Julian bolt instantly, shouting they'll meet up with her later. She sprints through the halls with the bell ringing like crazy. Finally, the pair spots the crest marking the entrance to the 4th floor. They burst inside and slam the heavy doors shut. Julian is gasping for air, saying they won't be able to hold this position for long. Tristan looks to Lord Cedric, wondering what the plan is. Cedric orders Alastair and Julian to head straight for the inner sanctum at the very end of the hall. Our hero smirks, asking if the noble truly trusts them that much. Cedric just smiles back. This is his way of showing he's dead serious about their alliance. A few seconds of tense silence pass. Then, Alastair turns and barks at Julian to move, catching the kid totally off guard. They head inside, telling Isabella to keep watch at the door. As they pick through the archives, Alastair asks about Julian's leg. The boy shrugs it off, nothing serious. Then our hero drops a heavy question. What does the kid think of Lord Cedric? Julian's confused. Why ask that now? Alastair notes that the man seems steady. Keeping a fortress of this size, running isn't a job for the weak. But Julian isn't buying it. He thinks Cedric is hiding something, that he's just a mirror of who Alastair used to be. Our hero snaps instantly, yelling at him to never make that comparison again. He drops the subject just as fast. "Find those scrolls," he growls. They don't know how much time they have left. Julian is digging through one stack while Alistair grabs another. Suddenly, they both yell it out at the same time. "Found it." Cut to the hallway, where Cedric's men are huddled by the door, waiting and praying. Julian comes charging out, waving the documents. Cedric beams. Honestly, he didn't think they'd actually pull this off. Tristan checks the satchel and confirmed they got everything. Cedric is genuinely stunned that they managed to secure every single scroll. He expected some to be lost to the chaos. He flips through a tome, double-checking the boys didn't grab the wrong records in their rush. Julian hands him one of the books, pointing out that the magical seals are all perfectly intact. Everything is in order. Cedric says it's time to move out, but then a low tremor shakes the stone beneath their feet. For a second, they think the walls are buckling, but it's the ground. The floor literally explodes, sending everyone flying through the air. Alistair manages to roar at Julian to cover his head. He wonders if Seraphina caused this. Did she finally find a monster that could actually fight back? He finds her standing right in front of him. "Is it an enemy?" he asks, breathless. Then he sees it, a horrific mass of twisted aberrations fused into a single nightmare. What in the hell is that thing? Alistair studies the creature. It looks insanely powerful. They have to kill it now, or none of them are leaving this spire. He yells to Seraphina, who's already hoisting a massive boulder. "Aim for the face!" She hurls it just as the beast starts ripping a jagged iron bar out of its own chest. With a sickening screech of metal, it finally pulls the iron free. A massive cloud of debris chokes the air. Julian whispers that if they'd been even a minute later, the fusion would have been complete. Now they're facing a new nightmare. 3 heads, 6 arms. Lord Cedric doesn't hesitate. He orders his 2 thralls to attack. The thralls lunge forward, but the beast is faster. It effortlessly snatches one of them out of the air with 3 of its massive hands. In a heartbeat, it crushes the first thrall into nothing. Then, it does the exact same thing to the second one. Alistair triggers soul resonance. He commands his spirit warriors to strike hard. They can't let this thing evolve any further. Isabella leaps at the creature, but it opens one of its many mouths and lets out a scream that shakes the very soul. It charges with terrifying speed. In less than a blink, it's right on top of Alistair, delivering a brutal blow straight to his face. The sheer force of the impact sends our hero skidding across the floor for several meters. He barely managed to block that hit, and his head is spinning. Why is it so fast? Before he can even recover, the beast is looming over him again, jaws wide. But then, boom, Seraphina comes in swinging with a jagged slab of stone, catching the creature right in its side. The power behind her hit is unreal. The monster is sent flying, crashing through the far wall with a deafening thud. Alistair knows this thing is a top-tier threat. He needs to go all out, but the survivors are still trapped in the room. He shouts to Lord Cedric, who's scrambling to help the others. "Get them out of here. I won't have Julian dying in this hole." Cedric hesitates, shouting back that there's no way he's leaving his friend behind. Hand on his sword, Alistair barks at him to go now and save the elixir. He's not going to be dragged out of here like a coward. Cedric pauses, looking at his friend with a heavy expression. He nods, respecting the warrior's choice. "See that you return soon," he says. Alistair watches them finally clear out. He exhales. He really didn't want them to see what was about to happen next. Seraphina hurls another projectile. Then Isabella follows up, striking the monster's chest with every ounce of her strength. But then the nightmare starts. The wounds they just carved out begin to knit back together instantly. The beast lets out another bone-chilling scream. Kane realizes the beast heals way too fast. One hit. They need one massive, earth-shattering blow to end this nightmare for good. But look at the state of the team. Elena's arm is wrecked and Sierra's magic, stuck on a long cooldown. Not a great spot to be in. That's when the gears start turning. Kane begins plotting a way to bypass Sierra's magic timer once and for all. He shuts his eyes, takes a deep breath, and decides they have to risk it. It's now or never. "Sierra, now," he yells. Valkyrie Rage and Titanic Cleave trigger them both at once, and she obeys instantly, unleashing both powers. A massive crimson glow erupts from Sera's body, but then she starts coughing. Using that much power, it's clearly tearing her apart. Kane panics. He tells her she's done enough and screams for her to get out of the blast zone immediately. Too late. The blow lands, slamming into the beast and carving a massive, jagged hole right through its chest. But holy hell, the monster starts knitting itself back together instantly. Kane sees it worked, but the power just wasn't enough to finish it. Then he catches her stance. Wait, is she really about to go again? He realizes it. While her Valkyrie Rage is active, her other cooldowns are completely gone. Sera doesn't hesitate, diving back in for a furious second strike. Kane is absolutely floored by the carnage. She's not stopping. It's just a non-stop, brutal assault on the creature. Suddenly, the floor gives way. A crack rips through the stone, widening in seconds until the entire level just explodes. Moments later, she's standing there amidst the rubble. Even after all that effort, she's got that same blank, expressionless look, typical Sera. Kane realizes things are going south fast. She went way overboard, and the entire stronghold is about to collapse on their heads. They need to move. That's when he sees it. Sera has completely collapsed on the cold ground. She's out cold, total exhaustion. That combo drained every bit of her energy. With Alina's arm busted, she can't help, so Kane knows he has to be the one to save them. But here's the thing. The system confirms that Alina flat-out refuses to leave her friends behind. Kane isn't having it. That's an order, he says, looking her right in the eye. Trust me. No room for arguments here. She just stares at him for a few tense seconds. Finally, she decides to listen and bolts for the exit. Our boy finally takes a breath. Huge sigh of relief there. He quickly switches the link system over to Alina. He's tested the range before. As long as he's within 1 kilometer, it'll hold. Connection confirmed. Now it's time to run. Kane starts sprinting through the crumbling ruins. Dust and stone rain down around Sera, who's still unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, the ground vanishes, and her body starts sliding right into the abyss. She's falling. Without thinking, Kane lunges after her, his hand snapping shut around hers just in time. He catches a heavy pipe with his free hand. There he is, dangling over a void, holding Sera with everything he's got. She starts to stir, her eyes fluttering open. Kane just gives her a small smile. Gotcha, don't worry, you're safe. I'm never letting go, he promises. Then he looks around and realizes, yeah, probably not the best time for a heart-to-heart. He drops from the pipe, scoops her up in his arms, and tells her they need to get the hell out of there. They hit the ground hard as the dust settles. Then, Kane takes off like a shot, carrying her at an insane speed. He's flying downstairs, charging through a total disaster zone. The ceiling is literally coming down on their heels as they sprint for the door. He focuses every bit of his will. Just a little further, he grunts. Almost there. He sees it, the light of the exit. It's getting closer, brighter. And then, suddenly, he's waking up in a bed covered in bandages. Man, waking up hurts like crazy. Arthur is right there at the foot of the bed, telling him it's been 2 days since Alina brought them back. Kane's first thought, the girls. He immediately asks how Sera and Alina are doing. Arthur tells him they're perfectly fine. Outside, we can see the kids actually playing and having fun with the 2 cursed girls. But then Kane hits a wave of panic. Were they examined? If a doctor saw them, the secret that they're actually undead would be out. Arthur just gives him a look and doesn't say a word at first. Then he tells him to relax. He didn't let any doctor near them. Besides, Kane's wounds were way more severe anyway. He was the priority. Arthur figures if the boy has enough energy to worry, he's fine. He heads off to help the rest of the camp, while Kane just smiles and thanks him. Arthur waves it off, no need for thanks between brothers. Once the door clicks shut, Kane just sits there, lost in thought. He finally lets out a breath of pure peace. Their identities are safe, and the girls aren't seriously hurt. That's all that matters. Time to get back to work. He taps the air to open the system window. He starts checking the loot and mission rewards. Then he sees it. Sierra's loyalty has hit 99%. One more spin of the wheel and he gets a memory fragment. The window blinks, asking for one simple thing. Does he want to confirm the roulette spin or not? Arthur took the plunge. He actually accepted the fate wheel's spin. He couldn't believe he really did it. See, here, that's how it works. Once someone's loyalty hits a certain peak, a memory fragment is triggered. He wondered if the system was testing him, showing him what happens when an ally gives their all. But then he shook it off. It didn't matter. The moment he touched that fragment, a blinding light erupted. A voice echoed out, claiming all they needed was a connection to the magical currents. Suddenly, he's seeing it, the Ethernet. Augmented visions, virtual echoes, and magic all weaving together into one perfect virtual world. It's more than a spell, the voice continued. This will forge a brand new path for every merchant and mage in the kingdom. Arthur found himself standing before the council doors. He peeked inside, hearing his past self argue that even with the risks they had to push forward, they'd poured the entire house treasury into this. The hall was packed. His voice, was honest with them. The base pay was barely enough to buy bread. But the real prize, deeds to the company itself. Everyone who stood with them would receive a massive stake in the future. Present-day Arthur stared, his jaw literally hitting the floor. As he looked up, his past self begged the crowd for their faith, promising they'd conquer the world together if they just worked hard. The crowd went wild. They were all in. Past Arthur actually started crying, vowing not to let them down and thanking them from the bottom of his heart. Arthur realized something. If this was Isabella's memory, then she had to be there. And sure enough, he found her right in the middle of the cheering crowd, smiling up at his past self with pure devotion. It hit him. Why didn't he have any memory of this moment? The vision shifted to a room full of scribes working day and night. Was she part of the core team too? He finally spotted her. Right, she was a new hire in administration. Back then, he was so obsessed with the project he never even looked her way. He remembered those early days. Everything was perfect. But then the cracks formed. The magical catalysts provided by their partners were complete garbage, and because of that, everything ground to a halt. It was an easy fix, really. But the other lords on the council, they wanted the whole project dead. Arthur remembered heading to the chambers with Cedric to fight for their lives. In the memory, he told Cedric that if they could just get the council to agree, they could sign a new smith and see results in weeks. A guard caught Arthur opening the doors. "What are you doing here?" he barked. The guard told him the council had already decided to kill the project, but Arthur pleaded for just 5 minutes to explain. He started his pitch. Cloud magic was everywhere now, and if they led the way, their influence would soar within years. Arthur poured his heart out, explaining his dream of a new world built on these spells, the 𝑣𝒂𝒂𝒚𝒆𝒅. Isabella was there, backing him up. She said this was the heart of the house, fixed the supplies, and the future belonged to them. One of the High Lords turned to Cedric. "And what about you, Lord Cedric? Do you agree?" They locked eyes. Arthur gave him a subtle nod, trusting his friend completely. A heavy silence followed. Then Cedric spoke. "No, I agree with the council. End the project before we lose everything." Arthur was physically shaking. "Cedric, what are you saying?" But Cedric didn't stop. He told the lords he never expected things to get this bad, blaming it all on his misplaced trust in Arthur. Bowing low before the High Council, Cedric apologized for the massive losses he'd allowed Arthur to cause. The lords just nodded. "If that's the case, Cedric, you know what needs to be done." The eyes of the broken man in the memory merged with the eyes of the Arthur standing there now. The project collapsed. Everyone was fired. A woman screamed in Arthur's face, blaming him for her ruin, saying she only skipped the risk checks because she trusted him. Another man yelled back, "What risk checks?" Someone had funneled 80% of the gold to a corrupt supplier. Arthur was reeling. It wasn't like that. It couldn't be. Maybe he was a con artist from the start. Someone shouted. "I'm not a scammer," Arthur cried out, but no one cared. One man yelled that he'd worked himself to the bone and now had nothing. He didn't even have coin for a meal. People spat as they walked by, calling Arthur a monster. Suddenly, Cedric appeared. He told the crowd he tried to sway the lords, but he couldn't save Arthur's vision, though he did save the guild. He told them if they wanted to work, they could all have their old jobs back under him. Just like that, the crowd started cheering for him. Lord Cedric is a hero, a man we can actually trust. Way in the back, Isabella stood alone. She didn't cheer. She just stared, silent and hollow, before dropping her guild badge in the dirt and walking away forever. Alastair snaps back to reality, leaving Julian's memories behind. He's shaking, pure, unadulterated fury. He wonders if his own recklessness was the spark that burned everything down. He keeps asking himself the same question. Was he the one who drained the guild's coffers and choked the life out of their venture? Was there truly no hope left? Did Arthur just cast him out like trash to save his own skin, or was Alastair really the failure they claimed? Then the system chimes in. New mission. Go to the old guild halls and beg his former men for forgiveness. He buries his face in his hands and just breaks. The tears start falling. Maybe he really is the villain of this story. Our boy finally steps out of Julian's shattered memory world. The portal closes behind him. He's devastated. As he leans against the cold stone, the system issues a direct command. Head to the mission site now. Oh, and there's a catch. A misery curse will be active the whole time. His voice is a wreck. He can already feel the weight of that negative energy dragging his soul down. His entire body feels wrecked and his heart completely shattered. He can't run from this. He tells Lady Alara to stay behind and keep herself safe while he goes to settle this debt. But then he drops a warning. He still feels like something is terribly wrong with that camp. We see the ruins of the city as he finishes his thought. He prays he's just being paranoid about that place. After hours on the road, Alastair and Silas finally reach the towering gates of the old guild halls. He can barely believe it. Nearly 10 hours of walking while under a literal soul-crushing curse. The sheer willpower is insane. He stops, stares at the house crest. Seeing that name again after everything, he doesn't even know how to react. He's there to apologize, but the halls are silent. Not a soul in sight. He's standing in a graveyard of his own making, lost. He wanders the empty halls for a while, gathering the scraps of the past, a badge here, a cup there. Small tokens of the people he failed. He recognizes some of the items, but the fear remains. Did anyone actually stay loyal to the end? He needs to check the master archive to be sure. Silas kicks open the Grand Manager's doors with a bang. The moment they step inside, Alastair feels the air thicken. Heavy, oppressive, something is waiting for them in the dark. He hooks up a monocell to Arthur's archive crystal. A few moments later, the glow flickers to life, demanding a password. Alastair actually laughs. He designed this entire security system himself. If Arthur thinks a few simple enchantments can keep him out, not a chance. He finds the roster and starts looking for a functioning scribe stone to print the list. But then he stops. The number of people fired after his exile, it's suspicious. Then he spots something truly bizarre. A hidden file about Arthur's parents. Wait, did Arthur despise his father? Curiosity wins. He starts breaking the encryption. He uncovers a mountain of lies, altered market reports, termination lists, and risk audits that don't match anything he remembers. He finds a secret record of a corrupted merchant supplier. There are even visual recordings of guild equipment being sold off alongside massive cancellation penalties. Then it hits him, the head of that corrupt merchant house. It's the same person as Arthur's private secretary. The truth is brutal. He was ruined because of a supply shortage, but it was Arthur pulling the strings the whole time. Even the shares Julian received, they weren't a gift. They were a chain. None of this was for the employees' welfare. It was a setup, from day one. His entire world was built on a foundation of carefully crafted lies. Was this why the system brought him here? To finally rip the veil off the truth? Alastair drops to his knees. The weight of the revelation is physically crushing. He's sick to his stomach. He leans on the wall, telling Silas to bring the scrying tablet as soon as the video loads. He walks toward the exit, dread pooling in his gut. He looks outside and gasps. A pile of remains, merged together in a horrific mass, covered in the crests of his former men. How, he whispers, clutching his head in agony, how did it end like this? Their voices flood his mind, the screams and confusion of the people who didn't understand why their lives were being destroyed. Arthur wanted HIM, but in the process, he butchered everyone else just to get to Alistair. They had nothing to do with this, he screams into the void. The tears are flowing now. He's begging, actually begging for their forgiveness. Suddenly, Silas runs over with the tablet. A recording starts playing. A voice asks, "Is this thing even recording?" The person on screen cheers when the crystal glows. She introduces herself as Lena, the team's messenger. She says the crew had things to tell him, but they couldn't reach him through the usual channels, so they had to go through manager Arthur. A knight steps into frame. "One thing, Alistair, stop being so damn reckless." Another man shoves in, complaining he couldn't even find Alistair to punch him before he vanished. Then a young woman speaks up. She saw him, begging for a measly loan at the Grand Bank. In the recorded message, the noblewoman mentions she has an aunt at the Royal Treasury who might be able to offer him a lifeline. But don't think for a second they've moved past his betrayal. She tells him straight up, "Start over, settle your debts to the house, and for heaven's sake, don't repeat those same sins." Voice after voice fills the air, all of them telling him the same thing: get back on your feet and make things right. They refuse to let him give up. Turns out, a huge chunk of his former house guard practically begged to be in this recording just to speak to him. Most of them admit the grudge is still there, and 𝒑𝒐𝒏. His voice is shaking as he whispers back that he knows. He knows he hasn't earned their grace yet. He rests a heavy hand on young Alois's head, his gaze hardening. Before he ever seeks their forgiveness, he has to make sure he doesn't die in a hole like this. Our boy's got a blood debt to settle with Lord Raven first. He leans back against the cold stone wall with a smirk and tells Alois to stay put. He's taking on this monstrosity solo. As he swings the door open, still grinning like a madman, he promises to wrap this up in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the system pings. Collaborative mode for the fallen war god has been triggered. We see the horrific mass of souls, all standing there in their tattered old uniforms. 𝒑𝒐𝒏 draws his blade, the steel singing in the silence. It's time to finally let these restless spirits find some peace. With a sharp kick, he shuts the door to keep Alois safe before lunging straight into the center of that nightmare, sword held high. He brings his blade down in a brutal vertical arc, splitting the entire mass of darkness clean in half. A silver crest falls to the floor, Sir Alistair. 𝒑𝒐𝒏 remembers how they built the foundation of the Night Order together, burning the midnight oil for weeks. Gritting his teeth, our hero mutters that he still owes the old man a round at the tavern. He pivots and delivers a massive horizontal slash. Another crest hits the dirt. This one belonged to Arthur, the guy who used to scream if he saw a spider. 𝒑𝒐𝒏 wonders if the lad ever managed to fix that receding hairline of his. Then there was Silas, a man who worked like a demon once he had an idea, completely forgetting to eat. 𝒑𝒏 wonders if he ever remembered his stomach tonic. Every blow that lands brings back a memory. He sees Julian, the squire who never failed to bring the morning ale. He keeps carving through the mass, a whirlwind of steel, as the crests of his fallen men go flying through the air like silver rain. He remembers the grind. They were all so close, just one final push away from legendary success. He charges back into the fray, heart racing. It was just one small step. So close. Our boy continues the slaughter, slicing through the nightmare over and over again without mercy. 𝒑𝒏's expression goes dead serious. He whispers a quiet apology to every single one of them as their badges clutter the floor. Our hero reaches down into the debris, his fingers closing around one of the fallen silver pins. Surrounded by a literal rain of crests, he thanks them. He actually laughs, realizing it was only through their blessing that he could stand here as his true self again. That's when Alois cracks the door open, just a tiny bit to check on him. The system flags that she was worried sick and decided to play guardian angel in secret. He just smiles at the girl and tells her he's doing fine. But the work isn't done yet. They've got a long night ahead, cataloging every single soul who was part of that ill-fated expedition. A few hours later, the scene is quiet. We see a small mound of earth with 2 crossed branches and a single badge pinned to the center. The entire clearing is covered in these tiny graves, each marked by the badges and belongings he managed to recover for his men. He bows low, promising they'll never be forgotten, while secretly praying that maybe, just maybe, some of them are still out there alive. Suddenly, a faint light catches his eye. Something is starting to glow in the dark. System alert. Phase 1 of the mission is complete. One of the crests begins to pulse with an eerie, brilliant light. The system announces that every single badge is now glowing, being digitized and stored within the Great Archive. He looks up, wondering if this is the system's own museum. Does it store items, or does it preserve things that actually hold a piece of someone's soul? Our hero realizes then that for these men, joining his house wasn't just a job. It was the most important thing in their lives. He looks at Alois and admits that ever since the expedition failed, he's been haunted by whether he was actually a leader worth following. He thinks he finally got his answer today, and because of that, he knows exactly which path he has to walk now. But first, he's going to carry the weight of all their hopes and settle things with Lord Raven once and for all. The system drops the hammer. The next objective is to execute Raven, and the difficulty is a straight-up S rank. Let's jump back 2 hours to the enemy camp. Inside the fortress, the Grand Alchemist announces that the dark elixir has finally been perfected. He explains that the gruesome results from the first 2 human trials were the key to this entire breakthrough. Lord Raven is tired of waiting. He wants to see the final result now. The alchemist leads him toward the testing grounds for the very last step. Raven stares into the shadows, his voice a cold echo. Yes, the final step. We see the 2 of them walking in sync, clutching briefcases full of death. Meanwhile, Cedric is lurking in the rafters, watching their every move. He remembers Selim's warning. The plague is coming back, and Lord Raven is definitely the snake behind the whole thing. Hugo knew he had to be cautious until he made it back. One wrong move, and the whole plan would crumble. Where were those 2 heading, and what exactly was this perfected elixir they kept whispering about? This was his only shot. While they were gone, he had to slip into the inner sanctum and uncover the truth. High up on the stone wall, a metal grate slowly creaked open as a pair of shadows reached through the darkness. Hugo dropped silently to the floor, knowing every second counted before the masters returned to the estate. He scanned the corridors for Lord Kendrick's private study, but froze when footsteps echoed outside. Is the heavy oak door bolted? Of course, a guard grumbled. We're always the last ones on duty, and now there's no ale left in the kitchens. The voices faded. It was now or never. Hugo moved like a ghost, heart hammering against his ribs. But then a voice cut through the silence. He spun around, and there she was, Lady Alara, staring him down. What is a boy like you doing in a place like this? Hugo's blood ran cold as he realized he was caught. Before she could scream, Hugo lunged, clamping his hand over her mouth. He drew his dagger. Forgive me, my lady, you shouldn't have seen this. The steel blade glinted as it swept down toward her. But Alara moved fast, blocking the lethal strike with her bare palm. Hugo pulled back, his face a mask of cold calculation. I'll take you wherever you want to go, she wheezed, clutching her bleeding hand. Just don't send me to my grave today. Hugo let out a dark chuckle. So you value your life after all. I figured a scholar like you was ready for the end. I have work to finish, she snapped, eyes burning with desperation. I cannot die until it is done. A tense silence filled the room. Finally, Hugo sighed, leveling his blade at her. Fine, lead the way then. What are you even looking for? She asked, leading him to the shelves. I've searched every tome and scroll in here. She gestured to the piles of parchment with her bandaged hand. It is all just alchemy and research notes. Hugo didn't blink. I am not looking for anything specific. I just want to see what is hidden in the shadows. Alara shook her head. The elixir was meant to save us. We worked tirelessly on it. There is no conspiracy here. Hugo stopped. Then tell me, what really happened to little Sophie's mother? The question hit her like a physical blow. Alara staggered, her confidence vanishing in an instant. She looked away, her voice trembling. The ritual failed. Her body rejected the magic and she passed away. It happened too fast, she whispered. Lord Kendrick handled the funeral himself because I could not bear the grief. She looked Hugo in the eye. I could not tell a child her mother was gone, but that does not make Kendrick a monster. Look at the world outside. It is rotting. Why would I lie to you about our only hope? Hugo narrowed his eyes. Maybe you believe that, but Lord Kendrick, he feels far more dangerous than you. He scanned the forbidden grimoires on the shelf, necromancy hidden among healing spells. Then, something clicked. Why is a common ledger hidden among high arcana? He opened the book, and a glowing memory stone fell to the floor. Hugo snatched it up with a smirk. So this is where the old crow hid his secrets. Clever. He walked to the viewing table and slotted the stone into the reader. Time for the truth. The projection flickered to life. Screams echoed as a woman begged for mercy, while a cold voice told her to hold on. Hugo realized this was the record of Sophie's mother. If this was a simple failure, why hide the memory? Alara kept denying it. Hugo grinned, a cold, sharp sound. Normal research isn't locked behind soul seals, Alara. Keep watching, it gets worse. The image shifted. A booming voice announced, Third combat trial, commence. There she was, Sophie's mother, but her skin was gray and her teeth were bared. The undead were released into her cell. Alara gasped in pure horror. Hugo leaned in close. You said she was buried, so why is she fighting like a beast in a pit? She kept shaking her head, her world crumbling. Combat trials, Hugo pressed. For a healing potion, explain that. The evidence does not lie, my lady. Just look at the screen. Are you still going to defend them? Alara sat in stunned silence, unable to look away from the gruesome display. Hugo kept digging through the hidden logs. Alara whispered, but, without this data, how could we save the kingdom? She remembered a man thrusting these scrolls into her arms while monsters broke down the door. Our last hope, he had said. Her jaw dropped as the truth finally sank in. Tears streamed down her face as the projections continued. She saw the old masters sacrificing everything for a future built on lies. Tears are streaming down her face now, dripping off her chin in a heavy, silent sob. It's that memory, the image of the village mother's smile, telling the lady she trusted her with her life, that breaks her. She can't take the guilt anymore and collapses into uncontrolled weeping as the horrifying truth of her alchemical experiments finally sinks in. That voice, the Archmage's cold command to leave the poor woman's funeral to the church, it's haunting her every thought. The lady vividly remembers Lord Thorne promising they'd find a sacred place for the burial so she wouldn't have to worry about a thing. Suddenly, the Archmage slams a fist onto the oak table, cursing everyone and shouting that they've been playing him for a fool this whole time. Arthur stands there, completely stunned by her sudden breakdown. She reveals that every time she flagged a flaw in the spell, the Archmage and Blackwood hid the dying knights from her. The lady let out a long, shaky sigh, trying to find some shred of composure in the middle of the madness. Her fingers start flying across the magical archive, and Arthur can only stare, asking what on earth she's doing. She bites down on a hair tie, her voice muffled but dangerous. If they want to build plague weapons using the blood of the innocent, she's got a surprise for them. I'm wiping this place off the map, she growls, pulling her hair back into a tight, determined ponytail. Arthur asks if they shouldn't save a copy of the antidote first, but she just shakes her head. The vital data is already secure. With total confidence, she says everything she needs is locked in her mind. Arthur just smiles gently, telling her she isn't his prisoner anymore. She gives a small smirk. Now, they're partners in crime. He'll burn the physical scrolls while she purges the digital arcane lattice from the crystal. Arthur gives a quick nod. Honestly, it sounds like a perfect plan to him. But then, a voice. Someone's outside, complaining that the heavy iron door won't budge and demanding to know who's inside. Arthur's heart skips a beat. Are they back already? The sound of them desperately rattling the handle is pure nightmare fuel. Lord Blackwood barks at the guards, telling them someone is definitely in there, and to smash the door to splinters. The lady screams at Arthur to hold the door with everything he's got. All she needs is to trigger the final purge and it's over. The boy shouts back, begging her to hurry because his strength is fading fast, and then boom, the door shatters off its hinges. Blackwood and the Archmage storm in, stopping dead in their tracks when they see Arthur sprawled on the floor. The Archmage is in total shock, demanding to know why she's in his private sanctum, but she just says it's time to fix her mistakes and hits the delete command. The crystal lattice pulses, executing the wipe, and the stored vials of 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 begin to bubble and hiss violently. From the floor, Arthur watches her. She made it just in time, while the Archmage lets out a blood-curdling scream, watching his life's work dissolve. He lunges toward her like a madman, raving about whether she even realizes the power hidden in those recordings. "Oh, I know exactly what they were," she spits back, eyes cold. "And that's the only reason I'm burning them." The Archmage keeps coming, screaming that this was for the future of the kingdom, but she yells right back that this isn't the future anyone wants. He sneers, telling her she's too blind to see that humans are weak and would never survive without his dark gifts. The man grabs a heavy wooden chair, calling her a pathetic fool for destroying everything he built. He raises it high, ready to crush her, when suddenly, a glint of steel. A needle is slammed directly into the Archmage's neck. Lord Blackwood stands there with a cold, calculating gaze, finished injecting the mystery serum into the old man's body. The Archmage gasps, glancing back in horror as Blackwood just smirks, asking if there's any of that special vaccine left over. He rips the needle out of the man's throat. The Archmage screams in agony, asking if he has any idea what he's just done. Blackwood just chuckles. The old man really should have saved that dose of the super serum he was brewing from the combat data. Then he drops the bombshell. He's going to store that power inside his own flesh instead. The Archmage starts shaking uncontrollably, his voice a pathetic, trembling mess as he curses Blackwood's name. Arthur demands to know why he'd create such a horror, and Blackwood admits he wants his own personal army because a mere human can't rule alone. But Arthur just tells him he's underestimating himself. The man just scoffs. Some things never change, whether it's a new world or an old empire. He keeps going. The only path to the future is the one that ensures survival. Period. It's the law of the land. The strong feed on the weak, and that hasn't changed since the dawn of time. Only the methods get bloodier. The weak have always been nothing but fertilizer for the strong to dominate the world, and his only goal is to win. He doesn't care if he has to use the young knight's skills or step over a mountain of fresh corpses to get there. The Archmage, dying on the floor, asks if Blackwood planned to weaponize the plague from the very first day they met. Blackwood just smiles. Yes, and thanks to the old man's help, it's finally a reality. Arthur realizes then that the volunteers were just sacrifices, like Silas's poor brother. Then, the monster himself asks a final, chilling question. Why would he ever stop using the nutrients he's cultivated himself? Arthur smirks. If that's how it's gonna be, he says, then don't go blaming the ingredients for this little rebellion. Then he drops something, looks like a tiny alchemical bomb. John blinks, screaming, "Smoke bomb, get down." John's fuming. This is exactly why he never liked Arthur, always too smart for his own good. Suddenly, a hand snatches his boot. Cut to Master Kendrick. He's spitting venom, telling Julian he'll never forgive him. Julian just looks down with those cold, dead eyes. He draws his repeater, tells the old man to stop fighting and just hurry up and turn into a monster. Then he pulls the trigger. Julian mocks him, remembers when Kendrick said he'd risk it all for science. Julian actually believed that crap, heart and soul. The master is on the floor, gnashing his teeth in pure agony. Julian just smiles. Humanity's gonna remember me forever after this. He's not done. From here on out, he sneers, the stage belongs to me. Kendrick's still cursing, teeth grinding together. His body starts to twist and mutate. Not like this, he thinks. But if I'm going down, I'm taking every last one of you with me. Outside the room, silence, then a scream that would turn your blood to ice. Arthur and Lady Catherine are booking it. Arthur's like, man, we're lucky those two started eating each other, or we'd be next. They finally burst out of the manor, gasping for air. He looks at Catherine. Now what? She's dead serious, tell the camp, warn everyone, because Master Kendrick is about to become a nightmare. A knight bellows at them. What happened? What you do in that laboratory? Arthur tells him to grab every weapon they've got. The guy is just confused. Weapons? Why? Why would Julian send us all to meet our maker? Catherine's not having it. No time for a history lesson, just trust me, we need to move, now. The squire thinks he's clever. The second the knight looks away, he's gonna kill him. But then, something launches itself into the clouds. And then, boom, it hits the ground with the force of a falling star. Arthur freezes. He knows that thing, it's Master Kendrick. Total chaos. A giant, twisted abomination is right in front of them. One man pulls his flintlock. What are you waiting for? Shoot the damn thing. Everyone starts unloading. Arrows, bolts, lead, everything they've got aimed at that massive, mutated beast. The monster lets out a bone-shaking shriek. Then, it charges, pure terror. People are literally begging for help. Light the torches, some yell, others just scream, run. Arthur tells Catherine to find cover, but she tells him to wait. Arthur's losing it. Wait for what? If we stay here, we're dead. I might have a way, she says, to send Master Kendrick for a little chat with God. Arthur's stunned. Wait, what do you mean by that? Next thing you know, wham, a heavy spiked mace slams into the dirt. Elinor's flashing back to Cedric's words. Trust me, he'd said. I'll be back. Just stay strong so you don't get taken down while I'm gone. And there she is, Elinor, spiked mace in hand, standing her ground against that mountain of a monster. She squares up ready to swing. The beast just stares back. No emotion, nothing. Then, a massive crash, dust everywhere. Survivors are screaming to run while rocks fly through the air like shrapnel. A little boy is running, tears streaming down his face. Wait for me, he cries, but those huge stones, they're coming right for him. Catherine moves like lightning. She screams and dives, shielding the kid just as a massive rock nearly crushes him. The boy blinks. Lady Catherine, she doesn't waste a second. Can you still run? He nods. Then be brave, she says. Run to the garden, find Sir Hugo. Inside, she's just praying Arthur is almost finished. Cut to a vial of glowing green liquid. Arthur's thinking about how he hid the first batch of the serum from Kendrick back in his quarters. This could be it, the thing that actually takes this monster down. But how's he supposed to get it into the thing? He's thinking. And then, Elinor is literally thrown right on top of him. Arthur realizes it's her immediately, but in the chaos, he drops the vial, the green liquid, it's gone. The capsule rolls away as they hit the dirt, and above them, that giant mutated horror, looking down, smiling. Arthur's mind is a mess. What do I do? Every instinct says run, but his eyes are locked on that green vial. He grits his teeth, thinks of Cedric. He finds that courage, lets out a war cry, and just bolts. The giant brings its fist down, a crushing, lethal blow aimed straight for the boy. Elinor's faster. She shoves him out of the death zone just in time. The monster's strike misses, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as Arthur rolls away. He scrambles up, yelling for Elinor. But look, she did it. She's got the vial. She dodged and grabbed it in one move. She rips the cap off. There it is, the needle sharp and ready. The mouth, Arthur screams. Throw it in its mouth. Elinor leans back, using every bit of strength she has to hurl that needle straight into the beast's maw. The silver needle shatters the beast's fangs, driving deep into its gullet. Lady Alara emerges again, her gaze icy and void of emotion as raw magical energy swirls around her. Arthur can't believe it. She actually landed the hit. The abomination collapses to its knees, its flesh twisting and warping in a grotesque mutation. Then, boom, a massive cloud of acrid smoke erupts. Elara stands guard beside the young lad, eyes fixed on the chaos. Through the haze, a mangled heap of flesh lies motionless on the shattered stone. Arthur realizes the nightmare is over, but the cost? Staggering. He never dreamed Archmage Kalen would become a monster by his own cursed elixir. Looking at the remains of his mentor, the boy calls out to Elara. There's no time to mourn. The other survivors are still out there and need their help. Suddenly, a chill runs down Arthur's spine. He spins around, sensing something terrifying right behind them. Crash, something slams him into the dirt. That pile of flesh, it's moving, it's taking shape again. The creature that was once a man, then a titan, has evolved once more. A jagged blade of steel stands embedded in the ground, a blood-red cloth fluttering at its tip. A clawed hand grips the hilt. Elara watches, her face a mask of calm amidst the rising horror. Standing before them is a new nightmare, a massive, crimson beast resembling a lion from the pits of hell. Cold eyes meet a dozen furious, glowing ones. The beast doesn't wait, it charges, swinging a fist with bone-crushing force. The blow shatters the earth, but Elara's already gone, sliding beneath the beast's reach. She springs up, a gleaming blade suddenly in her hand. She strikes, a precise, brutal blow to the monster's leg. The steel bites deep, leaving a gaping hole where its knee used to be. No emotion, just execution. She uses the beast's own back as a springboard, launching herself into the air in a whirlwind of steel. The lion beast lets out a deafening roar of agony. It looks up just in time to see the girl descending like a vengeful angel. She pierces straight through the monster's hide. For a split second, a blinding light flares right before her eyes. Then she unleashes it, a relentless, lightning-fast storm of slashes that tears into the creature from every angle. The beast takes the punishment without a flinch, then suddenly lunges. A massive paw swipes forward, but Elara's instincts are sharper. She clears it. But it's not over. A massive arm comes crashing down like a falling tower. All she can do is throw her sword up in a desperate parry. Clang, the blade is ripped from her grasp, vanishing into the chaos. For the first time, a flicker of genuine shock crosses her face. The beast pounces on her hesitation. A brutal kick catches her square in the face, sending her hurtling through the air like a rag doll. The world is a blur of pain. She struggles to keep one eye open, watching the ground recede as the sheer force of the impact carries her away. Then, in a terrifying flash of speed, the beast is right there beside her in midair, winding up for the finishing blow. Boom, the creature hammers her into the earth with everything it's got. The impact shatters the cobblestones, leaving Elara at the center of a massive crater. The monster lands heavily on top of her, a low, predatory growl vibrating in its chest. It looms over her, jaws opening wide to finish the job. But then, crack, a flintlock pistol fires. The lead shot catches the beast right on the nose. Arthur stands there, pistol shaking but aimed true. "Over here, you monster, look at me." The beast definitely didn't like that. It turns, letting out a roar so powerful it nearly knocks the lad off his feet. It leaps. A massive fist slams into the dirt inches from Arthur. He dives away just as a thick curtain of dust swallows the clearing. Arthur scrambles up, trembling. He'd always been the one who played it safe, the one who relied on others just to stay alive. He bolts, firing blindly over his shoulder. "It's all your fault," he screams at the beast. "All Kalen's damn fault." A bloody grin spreads across his bruised face. "If I don't make it back," he mutters, "you'd better throw me a hell of a funeral." The monster's claws are inches from his back when, wham! A massive collision and a blinding flash of light wash everything out. When the light fades, Seraphina is there, kicking the beast's massive paw aside like it was nothing. Arthur can't believe his eyes. He knows that face instantly. The lion beast is sent skidding back, reeling from the sheer force of the warrior girl's strike. Seraphina moves to Elara's side, offering her medicine for the recovery. Then, Sir Cedric turns to the boy. "You all right, lad?" Arthur gasps out the truth, The alchemists were trying to evolve the plague, and that monster is Kaelin. Cedric doesn't hesitate. Get Alara to safety, now. Terrified, Arthur hesitates. That thing is a god-tier threat. If Seraphina fights it alone, she's dead. But Cedric shuts him down instantly. You're the only one who can get her out of here, Cedric growls. Arthur looks at the ground, finally nodding. He understands his mission. Cedric catches his eye and gives a grim smirk. Don't sweat it, kid. I'm not going down that easily. As the pair retreats into the shadows, Cedric stares down the beast. He still has a few debts to settle before this day is over. But they aren't alone. High above, Lord Benedict stands at a window in the neighboring manor, watching the entire bloodbath with a cold, calculating eye. Honestly, a voice whispers from the shadows, why all the theatrics? They stood right at the gates of the Royal Academy of Sunhaven. The lady sighs, complaining about the endless hours of study, the healer's code, and the mountain of theory they have to climb. They are scholars of the academy, after all. Most of this stuff, they already know it by heart. She keeps pushing, wondering if a massive assembly was really the best use of their morning. Especially since they were forced to recite that old oath. Silas just shrugs, asking Alistair how that one proverb goes again. With a smirk, he says it's all about the weight of words, that speaking them aloud doesn't just remind you of the rules, it actually gives you the strength to follow them. Fast forward to the nightmare. A guard shouts out, the carriage's axle has been sabotaged, completely wrecked by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. She freezes, wondering if Julian had planned this entire betrayal from the very second they left the capital. Henry turns to Alina, his voice tight. With all the noise they've made, the cursed ones are likely swarming the perimeter of the camp. They're out of time. The survivors are starting to crack, whispering in terror that they don't want to meet their end in a place like this. But that massive abomination is still out there, tearing through anyone in its path. They turn to the Grand Master, desperate for an answer. Hide or run. She takes a beat, then points toward the inner vaults. Those walls are reinforced stone. It's their only shot. A grueling sprint later, they reach the second warehouse. Henry looks at the High Scholar, praying this is actually the right spot. She nods, screaming for everyone to keep their legs moving, because safety is just on the other side of those doors. Then it appears. The mutant abomination lets out a blood-curdling roar. The crowd falters, but the Grand Master bellows for them to never stop. Alice pales. She recognizes the monster. That tattered crest tied around its head. She knew who that man used to be. Arthur notices Alara suddenly swerve while running, her boots sliding on the dirt as she begins to tumble. He lunges forward to catch her, warning her not to overdo it. Deep down, he's terrified. If that beast reaches the crowd, it's a bloodbath for everyone. The Grand Master watches the chaos, realizing she's the only one who can actually stall that monster. She glances back. The entrance is right there. They just need 3 more seconds, 3 seconds to save everyone. Caitlin knows the serum research is all in her head now. She's the only one left who can decode the data, and she can't afford a single mistake. She reaches out, grabbing a passing survivor by the shoulder. She whispers a soft, "I'm sorry." The girl looks back, totally confused, but Caitlin is already gripping her clothes and shoving her toward the safety of the vault doors. "Keep running," she screams. And then the High Scholar does the unthinkable. She sprints directly toward the towering mutant. Eyes shut tight, teeth grit, she charges into certain death. Henry's desperate scream echoes across the courtyard, but she doesn't look back. In those final seconds, she thinks of the elders and the hopes they placed on her shoulders. She feels like she let them all down. But then, she realizes something. Every one of them would have made this exact same sacrifice. She remembers her initiation, the day she took the vow, and realizes that from that very moment. She had already decided that a single life was a fair price for the many. The monster unhinges its jaw to strike, and suddenly we see a white dove, its beak wide in a silent cry. The bird cuts through the thick dust of the battlefield, but the High Scholar isn't alone in this. A whole flock of white doves erupts into the air above her, soaring higher and higher until they disappear into the bright sky. Jonathan starts clapping. The courage you mortals show when the end is near. It's genuinely fascinating, he sneers. He glances toward a stone pillar. Wouldn't you agree? A cold voice from the shadows answers, completely. Killian steps into the light, cracking his neck with a look of pure, sarcastic malice. Finally, Killian and Jonathan stand face to face, their glares sharp enough to draw blood. The air is thick with killing intent. Killian focuses his energy, his hands moving in precise, calculated patterns as he readies his strike. The pressure in the room skyrockets, making it feel like the very walls are about to collapse under the tension. Losing his patience, Killian lunges forward like a predator, launching a savage, direct assault on his former friend. Jonathan is fast. He draws his flintlock in a blur, aiming it straight at Killian's chest. Our hero sees the hammer drop. He dives behind a heavy pillar just as the lead shatters the stone. He doesn't stop, zigzagging through the ruins while Jonathan keeps firing and missing. Teeth clenched in rage, Jonathan swings the heavy pistol for a point-blank shot, but Killian is just one step ahead. He slaps the weapon right out of the traitor's hand. A stray shot goes wild into the rafters as Killian winds up a massive counterpunch. With a look of absolute focus, our hero steps into the strike. Boom! His fist connects squarely with Jonathan's jaw. The traitor reels back, clearly stunned that a human could actually hit that hard, or that the punch landed at all. He tries to use the force of the blow to spin into a low counterkick, hoping to break Killian's footing. But Killian doesn't give him a single second to breathe, landing another punishing blow right to his face. Our hero is locked in. He's not stopping until this is finished. The young knight Caleb seizes Lord Julian by the tunic, finally demanding the truth that's been eating him alive. Why did his brother-in-arms burn it all down? Julian just scoffs, claiming the motive is irrelevant now. Our hero's voice trembles as he asks if it's really okay to just crush people's lives and honor like insects. Julian's face twists into a sickening grin. He couldn't care less about the weak. Caleb's eyes flare with a cold, murderous fury. In that moment, the last of his hesitation vanishes. He finally sees the monster his old friend has become. He slams him into the dirt and draws his steel, telling him to find some humanity in the next life. He raises the blade high. Farewell, Julian. There's no hesitation, no pity, just a cold, empty stare as Caleb brings the heavy blade down for the kill. The traitor only has a split second to react, flinching and squeezing one eye shut as death screams toward him. Then, total blackness. Lightning cracks across a rain-slicked sky as a monstrous fist collides with a girl's smaller, pale hand. The brutal struggle between the towering abomination and Lady Alina is far from over. The beast swings with world-shattering force, sending Alina crashing into the mud, before leaping at her with a fist wreathed in hellfire. It hammers a devastating blow into the earth, triggering a massive shockwave that rattles the very foundations of the area. Smoke clears, and there she is, the cursed maiden standing right in the center of the crater. She's completely untouched, steady as a rock. The creature lets out a frustrated, ear-splitting roar that echoes through the valley. Now it's her turn. She focuses her inner energy into her fist, dropping into a lethal, low-profile stance. Her strike connects squarely with the beast's gut, sending a rippling shock of energy straight through its spine. She stands there in the downpour, eyes vacant. The massive creature drops to its knees, its entire body shaking from the sheer impact of the hit. It's gasping, desperate for air, struggling to stay conscious after a blow that should have shattered every bone in its body. Just past the monster, we see the broken bodies of the survivors scattered across the battlefield like discarded dolls. The beast's pupils narrow, locking its hateful gaze onto a new target in the distance. Alina doesn't hesitate. She leaps through the air, landing like a silent shield between the monster and the helpless. With a burst of speed, she lunges forward again, putting every ounce of her cursed strength into the charge. She's ready to end this, but suddenly her senses flare. Something is screaming through the air at incredible speed. Silence, then boom. A deafening crash sends a wall of grit and stone flying, masking the entire area in a thick gray fog. We cut back to the ruins, where Julian stands over Caleb, mocking him. He sneers that the boy was a loser back then, and he's a loser now. Then, with terrifying ease, he snaps the tip of Caleb's masterwork sword with his bare, mutated hands. "Don't you dare look away," the villain growls. Caleb barely manages to leap back as a fresh cloud of dust chokes the air. That's when Caleb spots it, an empty vial on the ground. Julian laughs, confirming the final serum of his dark research has been injected. Alina retreats to catch her breath, while the man who used to be Caleb's brother-in-arms towers over the wreckage. He spits that to survive in this hellscape, you have to become the apex predator, a monster that never stops evolving. Caleb recalls a moment with Arthur, explaining how their little band works. He's the lead, and the girls are his specialists. They've only made it this far by watching each other's backs and sharing every scrap they find. He looks Arthur in the eye and asks him to join them properly, because he's got a plan to take back the kingdom. Arthur stands there, completely frozen, just processing the weight of those words. Then a small, knowing smirk plays on his lips. "Count me in. Let's do this." Back in the present, Julian's fist slams into Caleb's chest with the force of a battering ram, sending him skidding across the cobblestones. Julian mocks him, saying emotions are a poison. If Caleb had just finished him earlier, the serum never would have taken hold. Caleb staggers to his feet, spitting blood. He growls that killing Julian quickly would have been far too merciful for what he's done. Julian just smirks, claiming Caleb threw away his only chance to survive. Our hero just stares him down. "I don't think so." "Stubborn to the end," Julian roars, charging in. Caleb doesn't flinch, gripping a heavy iron rod and rushing to meet him head-on. The impact is massive. Buildings shake as a massive plume of dust erupts between the stone walls. High above, we see the glint of a rifle barrel. Arthur's hands tremble slightly. He wanted to help, but he never expected Julian to turn into this. The man has become a living nightmare, a true mutant. He watches as Caleb is forced into a desperate, defensive struggle. He knows a single lead ball probably won't kill a monster like Julian, but it might give Caleb the opening he needs. The catch, he's only got one shot. If he misses, he's dead. He takes a breath, sweat dripping down his face, and steadies his aim. Arthur's finger trembled against the crossbow trigger. He was a complete wreck, so nervous he could barely keep the weapon steady. With a twisted grin, Baron Valerius stood over them, hand outstretched. He told Sir Cedric this was the end of the road before grabbing his head and slamming it hard against the stone wall. Our hero felt the world spin from the impact, staring in horror at the terrifying, unnatural strength of his corrupted friend. Meanwhile, Arthur used that split second to finally lock his aim. He saw the opening, the perfect shot, but in that exact heartbeat, Valerius turned and looked him dead in the eye. Panic surged. Arthur realized his position was blown, and in a desperate reflex, he pulled the trigger and fired. The bolt blurred through the air at lightning speed. Impact. Arthur let out a breath, shouting that he'd actually landed the hit. He dropped the crossbow and bolted, knowing his cover was gone. He risked one look back, but all he could see was Lady Alara collapsed on the cold ground. Valerius, nowhere to be found, vanished. Confused, Arthur's heart hammered. Where could the Baron have gone so fast? Then stab. Something sharp tore straight through his torso from behind. Still in shock, Arthur looked down, watching his own lifeblood spill in total disbelief. Valerius materialized right in front of him. "Looking for me?" he mocked. He laughed off the bolt, saying a little steel wouldn't stop him, though he was surprised it didn't even sting. Arthur was spiraling. Pure shock turned into desperate rage as he reached into his belt and pulled out an explosive flask, ripping the seal off. Fuming, he screamed that they were both going to the pits of hell together. But then, his arm was gone, just flying through the air. Arthur stared at the bloody stump where his limb used to be, his mind failing to process the horror. Valerius just stood there, cold and lethal. Seconds later, the explosive went off nearby in a deafening roar. Cedric, still struggling on his knees, screamed Arthur's name. He was fading fast from his wounds, but he gritted his teeth, whispering to himself that he had to move. That's when Valerius yanked his jagged, mutated tail out of Arthur's chest. He looked down and sneered, asking if Arthur agreed that ambushes were a terrible idea. With a fading, ragged voice, Arthur choked out that if the Baron meant he was a failure. Then he admitted he was still just a green squire with a lot to learn. Valerius chuckled. "Allow me to teach you something then, boy." The tip of his tail split open, revealing a grotesque, tiny maw. He hissed that he was going to show him what it truly meant to use every part of a tool. He struck again. The tail plunged deep into Arthur's stomach. The boy's scream echoed through the ruins. Valerius wondered aloud if he could control the very ghouls he created. Just then, Alara and Thorn arrived, ready to face the nightmare head-on. Feeling their presence, the man slowly turned his head, his predatory gaze locking onto the approaching threat. Alara swung a heavy iron bar, bringing it down with everything she had. But Valerius was too fast. He caught the heavy metal midair with a single, firm grip. He looked at her with pure disdain. "Far too slow," he spat. "You're not even a real opponent." He countered instantly, grabbing Alara's arm and twisting it until the bone gave a sickening, loud crack. Even with her arm shattered, Alara didn't flinch. She just raised an eyebrow, the only sign of emotion on her otherwise stone-cold face. With brutal force, she was hurled back into Thorn. Her arm hung limp, nearly torn from the socket, as a massive cloud of dust swallowed them both. Cedric, broken and bleeding, crawled toward Arthur. He called out the boy's name, his voice thick with grief and pain. "Don't speak," Cedric urged. He promised there was a medicine that could save him, desperately calling on the oracle to spin the wheel of fate. Arthur just smiled weakly. He told Cedric to listen. Before the kingdom fell, Valerius had framed him, and he only realized the truth after he was fired from the guard. But back then, he was a coward. He was too scared of losing his status to warn the directors or reach out to Cedric. He went on, saying that even after the plague changed everything, seeing the Baron again made him realize he still lacked the courage to come clean. Arthur confessed the dark truth. When they first found the Baron, he only wanted to kill the man to avenge Cedric's honor, planning to disappear afterward, too ashamed to ever stay by his side. But when Cedric spoke of starting a new order, his heart changed. He truly missed the days when he could follow someone like Cedric. His vision began to blur. With one last smile, he whispered that he really wanted to build that new order with him. Then, silence. Arthur's eyes closed, a serene look on his face. Cedric clutched his friend's arm and finally broke, sobbing uncontrollably. Cedric stayed there, frozen. He stared at Arthur's lifeless body in total disbelief. He searched for a pulse, but there was no doubt. Arthur was gone. The camera slowly pans down to the boy's cold, motionless hand lying on the dirt. Suddenly, snap. The hand clenched into a tight, unnatural fist. Cedric recoiled, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. He looked up and horror struck. Arthur was standing, but he was now a mindless ghoul. A sharp sound from behind grabbed Cedric's attention. He spun around, teeth bared. Valerius barked an order, commanding the undead Arthur to eliminate Cedric without hesitation. Cedric lost it. Consumed by pure, unadulterated fury, he began screaming curses at the Baron. Arthur charged. He lunged at Cedric with mindless, predatory aggression, his arms raised to strike. He unleashed a barrage of frantic blows, but Cedric dodged every single one, his focus absolute. Valerius just smirked. "What's the matter? Can't bring yourself to fight back." Caleb's face twists in pure agony. Watching him, Julian just sneers, telling his former brother-in-arms that this is the exact expression he's been waiting for. "Come on," he mocks. "Entertain me a bit more." He keeps twisting the knife, warning Caleb that if he doesn't take down the blighted Arthur, then Arthur is going to be the one to end him once and for all. Our hero retreats, desperate to find an opening, but his heel catches on a loose stone. He stumbles, and in that split second the hollowed Arthur lunges forward, jaws wide and ready to tear him apart. Caleb braces for the end and squeezes his eyes shut. Suddenly, something erupts from the pile of crates at a terrifying speed. For just a heartbeat, we catch a glimpse of Alara. She makes it just in time, slamming her hand onto Arthur's face to halt his bite midair. Julian's eyes narrow as he glares at the girl, calling her nothing more than a pathetic obstacle in his way. He presses 2 fingers to his lips and lets out a sharp, piercing whistle. A second later, something massive crashes down behind him with bone-shaking force. A nightmare of a beast, looking like a gargantuan, mutated bear, lands in the dust. Julian points a finger and gives the cold command, "Eliminate that girl." The monster springs toward its target like a catapult. Alara doesn't panic, though. She grabs a U-shaped piece of heavy iron from the debris, gripping it like a makeshift weapon. With a surge of unnatural strength, she uses the iron bar to pin the blighted Arthur against the stone wall, trapping him by the throat. But there's no time to breathe. The bear beast is already looming right behind her. Alara spins around, her eyes full of grit, ready to face this new nightmare head-on. Before the beast can strike, Caleb streaks in with his steel, his sword flashing as he slashes across the monster's massive paws. He screams out that he's already lost Arthur. He's not losing Alara, too. The beast isn't down yet. It swings its other massive paw in a wide arc, slamming into Caleb and sending him soaring through the air like a ragdoll. The boy skips across the dirt several times before slamming into a stone wall with a sickening thud. He's slumped there, barely conscious, with a massive crater in the masonry behind him from the sheer impact. I can't move," he wheezes. Then, out of nowhere, the wall right next to him explodes as another body comes crashing through the stone. It's Sila's. He's been thrown just as hard, and from the look of him, he's severely wounded and fading fast. Julian stands there with his arms crossed, a twisted smile on his face. He tells Caleb to look at his precious assistants, now nothing more than broken dolls. He asks if Caleb doesn't value his people anymore, especially since the girl is clearly about to fall to pieces. He mocks the boy, asking if he finally regrets letting his pathetic emotions cloud his judgment. Julian's only regret, not finishing Caleb off sooner. He boasts loudly, claiming this is exactly why Caleb had already lost this battle before it even began. Bleeding and desperate, Caleb calls out to Alara, begging her to take Sila's and get out of there while she still can. But then, a flash from the Oracle system appears. Alara has refused his command. "Please," Caleb pleads, "don't throw your life away for me, just run." The Oracle flashes again, cold and clear. Alara has declined the command a second time. He tries to reason with her, asking if she didn't always want a family of her own. He tells her that if she just stays alive, she can find a new one, a real home. She doesn't budge. He loses it, screaming at her to go. As long as she leaves his side and gets away from this madness, she has a chance to live on. Then the impossible happens. The blighted girl actually speaks for the first time, whispering a single word. "No!" Caleb is frozen. In all this time, he's never heard her utter a sound. "No," she says again, firmer this time. She drops into a combat stance, her eyes locking onto his. "Master, don't give up." Caleb blinks as a blinding white light erupts right in front of his face. Suddenly, the battlefield is gone. He's standing in the courtyard of the old manor where he used to live. A voice calls out from behind him, saying they've finally found him. Caleb spins around to see who's there. It's Alara, looking human and glowing with joy. She's smiling, thinking to herself that she finally found her master, Caleb. She pauses, suddenly nervous about what she should actually say to him. She worries he won't even remember her. After all, she was just a lowly apprentice back then. She starts rehearsing all these wild, frantic conversations in her head, even mimicking different voices to see what sounds best. Looking at the memory, Caleb can't help but laugh. She was so indecisive, so scattered, just a girl trying her best. In the vision, she closes her eyes for a second and takes a long, deep breath, trying to settle her racing heart. Finally, she settles on a simple phrase she heard once. "The master isn't doing well." So, she decided to visit, hoping she could be the one to cheer him up. Alara goes on, admitting that since she ran away from her noble house, She's always wondered if she made the right choice, never quite knowing where her path was supposed to lead. She says she truly hopes he can find a reason to smile again and keep fighting, believing in the honor he always stood for. The girl in the memory smiles as if she's looking right at him. Then she shakes her head, blushing. "Why am I saying these feelings out loud?" she mutters. She tells herself she needs to keep practicing until she meets a real person. She spots someone passing by and asks for directions to cottage number 33. When the old man doesn't answer, she tries again, calling out to him a bit louder. He turns around slowly, and as soon as she sees his face, the horror hits. He's a blighted. That was the exact moment Alara's life ended and she became the creature she is now. Everything clicks. Caleb finally understands why she appeared near his home. He looks at her now, surrounded by a radiant, holy light. She looks back and whispers, "That's why." "You need to cheer up," she says, reaching her hand out toward him. She calls him master one more time, wearing a smile that could light up the dark. Suddenly, the oracle's voice booms. Alara has been promoted to the rank of elite guardian. Glowing with a brilliant golden aura, Alara stands tall and tells Caleb to find his spirit. Caleb looks up at her, a real smile finally breaking through the pain, and says, "Yes." Their hands meet in midair, a firm, resolute grip that seals a silent, unbreakable bond between them. She pulls him to his feet, her aura still blazing. The oracle announces a major update. The soul pact function is now unlocked. Just then, the bear beast leaps through the air toward them. The system notifies Caleb that while Alara is on the field, her attack and defense stats are through the roof, and she's just gained a brand new ability. The duo moves like a single shadow, easily dodging the monster's desperate strike as it crashes violently into the empty ground. The beast is livid, pure rage in its eyes as it gears up for another charge. But Seraphina, she is just getting started, wearing a grin that says she is actually enjoying the thrill of battle. Between the massive stone pillars of the hall, thick dust chokes the air as their brutal clash continues. Sensing an opening, Lord Mordred lunges from the shadows, but Arthur doesn't even flinch. He just glances back, cool, calm, and completely unfazed by the sneak attack. Mordred swings with everything he has got, but wait, Arthur is gone. Mordred just stands there, looking completely lost. He was right there a second ago. Then Mordred sees him. Arthur had moved like a ghost to pull Lady Alara from the wreckage, and now he is holding her safe in his arms. Mordred can't believe his eyes. "How is he that fast?" he stammers. To him, Arthur is doing the impossible. Arthur feels it too. This new power is different. It is not just working together anymore. It is a warm, pulsing connection. He can sense Seraphina's every heartbeat. Meanwhile, Seraphina is putting on a show, dancing around the monster's heavy strikes like they are nothing. The massive beast flails wildly, but she dodges every single blow with zero effort. "Too slow," she taunts with a wicked grin. Mordred is just watching this, his jaw on the floor. He can't wrap his head around it. Arthur was literally on the verge of death a few minutes ago. Then, the truth hits him. Mordred is shaking. He looks at Arthur, who is casually tending to Alara by a pillar. He starts to wonder, is he actually terrified of this boy? Then rage takes over. Mordred grits his teeth and screams at the beast. "Kill him! Eliminate Arthur right now!" The abomination drops its fight with Seraphina and charges straight for Arthur. But Seraphina sees it coming. Arthur just looks at Alara and tells her to stay put. "You will be feeling better soon," he whispers, even as the monster looms right behind him. "Leave the rest to us," he tells her, his voice steady even as the beast thunders toward them at terrifying speed. Suddenly, boom, Seraphina's foot slams into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust as she launches herself forward. In a flash, she is there, standing as a shield between the monster and her master. Arthur gives the word. "Triple threat, war god, heavy slash, immortality, activate." She just nods. Confirmed. All three blessings flare up at once. Engulfed in a massive golden light, Seraphina prepares to unleash hell on that beast. 6 points of pure light erupt from her back, fanning out until they look like brilliant, shimmering wings. The first level of the immortality art is insane. 60 seconds of total invincibility. The catch: the cooldown is 240 hours. Mordred is paralyzed. Stones are literally flying past his head from the shockwave of the girl's power. He turns tail and bolts. "No way," he gasps. "I cannot believe what is happening." He is panicking now. How did they get this strong? And why are they even more terrifying when they fight as one? Out of nowhere, Arthur is right beside him. "Scared yet?" he asks. Mordred spins around, absolutely drenched in cold sweat. Arthur strikes, one clean hit. Mordred is sent flying back, but his arm, it stays right where it was. Arthur realizes the coward sacrificed his own limb to block the blow. "Whatever," he mutters. He owed Alara that arm anyway. Mordred uses the chaos to run, desperate to find a better plan. But Arthur isn't done. "Seraphina, now!" Like a golden phantom, she appears right in Mordred's path. He nearly jumps out of his skin. Before he can even blink, crack! A kick straight to the face sends him tumbling into the distance, where he lands in a broken, twisted heap. Mordred is a wreck. He tries to crawl away, his whole body racked with pure agony. That is when he sees it. Right next to him lies the cold, unmoving face of his defeated beast. Grinding his teeth, he snarls Arthur's name over and over, his voice dripping with hate until he is just screaming, "No," like a madman. Then Arthur is there, flying overhead with his sword drawn. "It is over," he declares, but just as he swings for the final blow, Arthur senses something. In a final act of pure desperation, Mordred starts tearing into the beast's carcass, eating it whole. "I will never lose to you," he shrieks. And that is where we leave it. If you want to see the next chapter, hit that notification bell and I will see you next time on the channel. Music.